TV.
I know, exactly. Come on, Dan. Yeah, I'll take all your meals. Just got this. Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Oh, thank you. Regan, thank you. And hello. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to our quarterly Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board meeting. Today is Monday, April 24th, 2023. And there is noticeably somebody missing sitting next to me today. And that would be Liza Jane McAllister. She has an excused absence today. She did want to extend her thank you to the board. She received some flowers from us on Monday, and she sent me a lovely picture. And she just wanted to thank all of us for thinking about her and sending her good well wishes as she recovers from her surgery. Let's see, some other housekeeping. The bathrooms are a long walk down the hallway, kind of right where you entered in is where the bathrooms are today. I'm going to start this board meeting. We're going to try a few things new today. We felt like it was an opportunity to test out some processes. And I'm going to begin this meeting by talking about how our public comment's going to run today. We have public comment for the following items: item E and K, general public comment; item F, land acquisition grant awards; agenda H, fall open solicitation grant awards; agenda J, partnership technical assistant grant awards; item M, OAHP grant awards; item N, spending plan. So we have a very busy agenda. And I will identify the written public comment at each of these agenda items. I will identify who wrote us their thoughts. So I will acknowledge those. We have 40 written public comments, and we have 19 people signed up for verbal comments the next 2 days. So I am going to request that we only have clarifying questions at public comment and not a debate and not a dialogue. And what I would like you guys to do, the board members, if you have a topic that somebody has brought up that you would like us to address later, we will talk about that at our closing, our other business at the end of the agenda. So we're going to give that a shot. So I appreciate your help in working through something new. And with that, anything else, Director?
Good morning, Lisa Sharplow-Hansen, Executive Director with OWEB. So just another thing we're trying this time, because today is a really busy day full of board actions. Many of them require the super quorum of 8. We will have Nicole do a roll call before each of those votes, which we haven't normally done. And it's because we're tight today in terms of making sure we actually have the 8 votes for all of our items. If by chance we don't, we will figure out what we need to do with B and C, either at the end of the meeting for the action items, or we'll do a special meeting post this meeting. But it'll be a little different. It'll take just a little bit longer so that we can make sure we have the right number of votes for each of those. So thank you.
And then another something new we're going to try is we're going to identify ourselves once only. When you speak for the first time, identify yourself. We do not need to say our names again every time we pull the mic down. We're going to try that too to see if that works. And with that, I am going to move on down our agenda, item A, with board member comments. And I'm going to flip back and forth between the screen and in person. And Corey, I think I'm going to start with you first this morning. Corey Owens, please.
All right. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? In the room, can you guys hear me?
No, there's a volume. Hold on, you're pretty quiet. We're testing the audio right now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sounds like the online, yes, I can hear you great. The online participants are giving me thumbs up that the audio is good for them. So I'll be the audio. I'll just
all right, we got you fixed. Thanks, Corey.
Okay, great. Hi, Corey Owens, for the record, with the Natural Resources Conservation Service. First, I'd like to say I appreciate the idea of only introducing ourselves once. I never was very good at doing it every time, so I appreciate the change. Excited to be here today for the spring OWEB meeting. Here are the NRCS updates. We've got our spring program signups are complete for USDA's Farm Bill programs, and staff across the state are working hard right now on program implementation, including planning and contracting for our Environmental Qualities Incentive Program and Conservation Stewardship Program. And funding streams for both those programs this year include our standard program dollar allocation as well as our Inflation Reduction Act climate-specific program dollars. So that's exciting. Also happening is our Regional Conservationist Partnership Program. Our sign-up is completed and folks are contracting and planning for that. We don't have specific Inflation Reduction Act funding for our CPP, the Regional Conservationist Partnership Program, yet. That will be coming later in the fiscal year. Wanted to make sure everyone knows that our State Conservation Innovation Grant period is open now. State-specific Conservation Innovation Grant applications are due on May 7th, which is super exciting. We always look for innovative projects with our State Conservation Innovation Grants, and it's a way for partners who maybe aren't competitive at the national level or have good ideas that are important to Oregon have a way to get that first chunk of funding to see their ideas take shape. Also wanted to make sure folks knew that there's a new national initiative. It's called the Organic Transition Initiative. So this is a new, organic's not new, but this transition initiative is new. There is new funding coming from the CARES Act, and there will be program dollars, and there'll be another sign up for the Organic Transition Initiative before the middle of June, date to be determined. But if you're on our program announcement list, you'll get the information. So the goal of this program and this initiative is to help farmers transition to certified organic. So it's a big push in our urban and small scale farming group to help folks do that. The Conservation Reserve Program, which is a Farm Service Agency program, is gearing up, if not already in full swing. And so folks are ready for the CRP Conservation Reserve Program sign up as well. Couple of dates I wanted to put on people's radar. We've set the date for our June Oregon Technical Advisory Committee meeting is June 28th. And also invite folks who are interested in joining one of our Oregon Technical Advisory subcommittees for programs to provide specific input on program delivery. Please contact myself or Erin Kazmarzik, our Assistant State Conservationist programs, if you're interested in helping with that. A couple fun things coming up for NRCS. We're sponsoring, along with our Farm Service Agency partners, the June 17th Juneteenth Rodeo, which is happening in Portland, which is a BIPOC rodeo that we'll be sponsoring. That's a new event that Portland organizers are working on. And we'll also be sponsoring other events like Small Farms Conference and such things across going into spring, summer, and fall. And I'll just end with a couple quick staffing updates. Sean Fleming is joining the Oregon leadership team as the new leader for snow survey. So if you're used to our drought update reports and our water year reports, Sean Fleming will be taking over that role, and we look forward to introducing Sean in June as he gets his feet under him. As he comes to us from the National Water and Climate Center, so he has years of experience thinking about water systems and hydro periods and data for Oregon. And also, if you haven't heard or met her already, Amy Hendershot has joined the Oregon leadership team as our state resource conservationist. She joins us from NRCS Washington, but she also has great experience on national initiatives and programs, specifically urban. So she's super experienced with the ecology of the Pacific Northwest, has worked all over Washington, and is bringing all that great experience and program delivery to Oregon. And of course, I'll end with our biggest update, which Ron Alvarado, our state conservationist, has announced his retirement. It will be later this summer in August. So we are gearing up to, oh, lost Wi-Fi here and not able to hear you. That was Linda. Okay, I'll just keep, can you guys still hear me in the room?
People.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks for the thumbs up online and for your patience. So Corey, I can't remember where you cut out.
She had talked about CARES Act funding and organic.
I think the CARES Act for organic, transitioning organic, I think is where.
Great, I'll go fast. Excuse me. So the Conservation Reserve Program, which is a Farm Service Agency program, is in full swing. So look for signups for the Conservation Reserve Program, which is a huge program in our eastern Oregon counties. Save the date for the June Oregon Technical Advisory Committee meeting. It's June 28th. You'll get a save the date email if you're on our Oregon Technical Advisory Committee. Also, we have a solicitation out there for folks who are interested in being on our program subcommittee to have specific input on program delivery for Oregon NRCS. Contact myself or Erin Kazmarzik, our assistant for programs, if you're interested in helping and being on the subcommittee. We're excited to let you know that we are, NRCS along with the Farm Service Agency, are sponsoring the Juneteenth Rodeo, a BIPOC-centered rodeo that's happening in Portland on June 17th. And we're also sponsoring other events across the state, spring, summer, and into fall. Quick staffing updates. Sean Fleming is joining the Oregon leadership team as the new leader for Snow Survey. So if you're used to our updates on the drought, updates on water levels, hydro periods, snowpack, all that sort of stuff, Sean Fleming will be taking over that, and you'll meet him at our next Oregon Technical Advisory Committee meeting. Amy Hendershot joined the Oregon leadership team as a state resource conservationist. She comes to us from NRCS Washington, where she brings vast experience across the state of Washington and the Pacific Northwest, and a lot of great experience in urban ag as well to the Oregon team. So we're super excited to have Amy with us. And our biggest news, of course, is that Ron Alvarado, our state conservationist, has announced his retirement in August. So we are gearing up for that transition. That transition will be, it's a long transition. Typically, states will have an acting state conservationist for up to 4 months before a permanent state conservationist is named. A lot of people have been reaching out to Ron asking about the hiring process for that. Ron himself is not involved in choosing his replacement. That happens at the regional conservationist level. So the 13 Western states have one regional conservationist who is in charge of the selection process for the state conservationist. If you have thoughts or ideas or would like to let someone know what you would like to see in Oregon's next state conservationist, by all means, let us know, and we can put you in touch with the regional conservationist, Aster Boozer, who would be happy to hear what you have to say and, listen to our partners. Partnership is a huge part of how NRCS focuses our work. In fact, I want to make sure I reiterate for everyone our 4 pillars of conservation, which is that it's locally led, partnership driven, voluntary conservation, and it's science-based. And those are the things that go into how we deliver all of our programs. And if those things are important to you, and if you want to see that partnership element emphasized on the selections for our new state conservationists, reach out to me or Ron, and we can put you in touch with those decision makers. And with that, I am done. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Corey. All right, Dan, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning, OWEB board and staff members. Dan Shively, U.S. Forest Service non-voting member. We've just recently received our final budget appropriations, long overdue. A lot of incoming funds to the Pacific Northwest for a variety of purposes. First and foremost on the very top of the list is supporting the Chief's National Wildfire Crisis Strategy. I've talked about that before at past board meetings. We have named 5 new priority landscapes in Oregon and Washington. They cover the 2 I've mentioned before, are Central Washington on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. Here in Oregon, it's Central Oregon on the Deschutes, the Mount Hood National Forest, so the east side of the Mount Hood, and then also the Klamath is part of a 5 forest landscape partnering with Region 5 down in California. So an awful lot of work around hazardous fuels reduction on the upslopes, and much of that work too is paired with other important and integrated restoration work targeting aquatic restoration, as well as combating invasive species, invasive and noxious weeds and so forth. So staff are quite busy with tending to contracts and grants and agreements to meet our procurement timelines for the fiscal year. I don't have specific numbers. I can get those if folks are interested, but quite a broad slate of projects across the National Forest system landscape. There is one project I'll share in particular around that I'm very excited about, and it's partnering with the timber industry around building out on what are called pods. POD stands for Potential Operational Delineation. These are natural features on the landscape that allow us to get a better foothold on wildfire suppression in real time as wildfires are burning across the landscape. And this is a unique partnership on the Willamette National Forest, partnering with industrial timberlands in the Willamette Valley to protect those timber resources. And we envision that taking place over the next 5 years. And perhaps eventually expanding south down onto the Umpqua National Forest into Douglas County. Really pleased that we've landed many $1 million, over $8 million in working with the states through Good Neighbor Authority. We're working on solidifying those programs of work and supplemental project agreements, as well as with tribal governments, about close to $3.5 million working with over half a dozen tribal governments in both Oregon and Washington in a variety of different work across that portfolio. I'll pause and stop there. Thank you, Barbara.
All right, moving on to Zoom world. Jamie, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning, everyone. Jamie McLeod-Skinner, and I'm a board member at large and a voting board member based here in Central Oregon. My apologies, I had intended to be there with you in person, but was not able to at the last minute. I'm really pleased actually to hear that we have so many public comments coming up, and would really say that I believe the purpose of these meetings is to really engage the public. So I see this as a measure of success. We're also seeing this in some of our committee meetings as well. And I would just suggest going forward that we actually schedule time appropriately to make more time to have these discussions and have more engagement. I think it's a really valuable part of these meetings. And so just wanted to share that. Front and center of the discussions here in Central Oregon is the ongoing drought in the West Coast. We're going on almost 25 years, and we're seeing the impacts, of course, and my colleagues who already spoke have spoken of some of those impacts, but also we know that we've got drought coming here in Oregon. The governor has already declared drought, pending drought in several counties. And so I think that really informs our strategic allocation of our limited public resources, but it's also a reminder to the public that we're talking about some of these issues, especially in our Climate and Water Committee, where we're getting into some of the depth on some of the specifics and some of the things that we can then advise to this board. So a reminder to those who are interested to please engage in our committee hearings as well. And if you have ideas, bring them forward so that we can discuss them. And then also lastly, climate impacts going beyond drought raise the potential for wildfire and heat waves. And so a reminder to the public to pack your go bags, take those steps now to protect your homes and your businesses to make sure we're prepared to save lives and also and protect resources going forward. And with that, I'm looking forward to the discussions the next couple of days. Again, really excited that we'll have so much public engagement, and as always, appreciate the staff for all the work that went into this meeting.
Thank you, Jamie. Dan, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Brown. I am with the Environmental Protection Agency, ex officio member and non-voting. And I guess the thing that I'm most excited to share with everybody is I've talked in the past about the funding that through bipartisan infrastructure that EPA is rolling out for both gray and green infrastructure around wastewater treatment as well as drinking water treatment. But what's most exciting with our administration is the amount of effort that is going into preparing communities to be well positioned to apply for and receive that money. So it's more in the environmental justice realm. So we're rolling out an incredible amount of technical assistance to communities who otherwise really lack the capacity to request funding. And we're doing that in a way that isn't just for EPA-focused funds, but all federal funds that are available, including even other state resources. And so some of you may have seen last week, we announced $177 million in funding for 17 environmental justice driving communities across the country. And here in Oregon, the Willamette Partnership with Portland State University's Institute for Tribal Government and the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, along with 9 other partners, received a $10 million grant from EPA. And they're going to set up what they're calling the Northwest Environmental and Energy Justice Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center. So we're just super excited about that. And then in our smaller Northwest Forest Geographic Program, one of the things we try to do with that program is to support some of the smaller drinking water communities that have their source water is typically privately held timberland, and there's been assessments done at the state level about the potential risks and impacts to drinking water. And again, when we've engaged those communities about source water protection, they just do not have the capacity. I mean, maybe a guy is running their drinking water treatment plant, and so once again in that program, we're trying to roll out some very targeted technical assistance and handholding to help these communities apply for some of those funds that are available. And that's all to meet the administration's Justice 40 target. And that's, I think, the most exciting thing going on in our agency right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Can you say the name of the center again? It was very long.
Yeah, I had to write it down myself. It's going to be called the Northwestern Environmental and Energy Justice Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center.
Well, I'm trying to figure out an abbreviation or an acronym. That's why I was like, I want to write that out and see if there is an acronym there.
We didn't pick the name.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, and we have a familiar face back on the screen. So Molly, would you like to explain why you are with us today? And I'm really pleased you're here.
It's nice to see everybody again, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. So my name is Molly Kyle. I am the liaison from the Environmental Quality Commission and just taking over from my colleague. So we're kind of, I'm back in the saddle, so to speak. But it's really nice to be here and represent the EQC and the Department of Environmental Quality. So my update is we do have an EQC meeting that's coming up next week in May 18th and 19th, or actually in a couple weeks. Some of the agency work that overlaps with OWEB that I can share is that you're probably familiar that DEQ and EQC changed the TMDL adoption process, where it now goes up for commission review. And so TMDLs are now being voted in by the commission. And the goal for that change in policy was really to kind of increase the discussion and the transparency of the adoption of the TMDLs prior to their adoption. So it kind of follows a rulemaking process. Our very first one is coming up. So the Upper Yaquina TMDL development is in process, and it'll come in front of the commission very soon. So that one is really kind of dealing with bacteria and dissolved oxygen issues. So stay tuned for that. And if you have information or want to be part of that public process, you can always look over to the DEQ. Some other water quality actions that are coming up is there is going to be an aquatic life use update rulemaking that's coming up. So that's where the standards and assessment team is developing a proposed rule amendment, beneficial use maps and tables and supporting documentation to update Oregon's aquatic life use designations, which are part of the DEQ water quality standards. So I believe OWEB has been active within some of that rulemaking. as has the Department of Fish and Wildlife and other agencies. So the aquatic life use update, it is complex and it affects many waters across the state. There's been an extended rulemaking schedule to incorporate a lot of information for the proposed rules and how they're going to be released for public comment. So that one is ongoing with the recommended rule amendments, hopefully coming to the EQC in September or November. There's also been work around drinking water protection teams and owners of public water systems and their local watershed partners. You can apply for the Oregon Health Authority Source Water Protection Grants, which are opened in January. They do close actually just a few days ago, so they closed March 22nd. So hopefully people knew about this program and applied for it, where it was a grant funding program that would help with local watershed protection. So that will be exciting to see how that rolls out. Other big updates on the water front, DEQ is still continuing to work with local and state and federal partners in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area. As everybody is aware, that is a very complex issue, and unfortunately there are not simple solutions for it. Oregon Health Authority is doing well water testing for everybody, and they've extended the deadline to try to identify households that have excessive nitrate in their water in order to get them clean water. And DEQ and the Oregon Department of Agriculture are working with the counties to try to put in long-term solutions to reduce the nitrate contamination there. So that is an evolving emergency plan. There is the Blue River Wildfire Community Wastewater Update. So in Lane County, they are conducting a feasibility study for the wastewater system for the Blue River community. That's an area that's served by individual septic tanks. And Lane County did receive American Rescue Plan funds from the state of Oregon with the idea of making funds available for that community to help them recover from wildfire and deal with some of their wastewater issues. So there is a lot of funding available actually for communities, particularly those affected by wildfire, to update and put in new septic tanks, and then also around wells as well. There's also another one in North Santiam Sewer Authority Wildfire Community Wastewater. That is also a community that received a grant of $50 million from the Oregon legislature to develop the Mills Gate wastewater treatment system. So that will hopefully improve water quality in that region. And I think I can, the last one is, if you're interested, Oregon Water Quality Index report was just released and updated. So you can get a general statistical overview of water quality status and trends across Oregon using data that is up to date. So the current report was released in February 2023, and it reflects water quality data that was collected between 2012 and 2022. So it's a nice thing to look for at trends. So you can find that over at DEQ's website. It's the Oregon Water Quality Index report. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Molly. All right, Liz, what do you want us to know today?
I have a few things. Liz Akpawa, board member, and here because I'm representing the Board of Forestry, Oregon Board of Forestry. So this is my first on-site report out, and thank you for not putting me first on this one so I could kind of listen to the template. I just have a couple things I thought would be great updates for you. At Brenda's last update, I think, was in January. So, and I did ask the real knowledgeable people to write a couple things for me. So I'm going to read a little bit, beg your pardon for that. The first one is an update on the private forest accord agreements as they are put into the new Forest Practices Act. There's just been a lot of work. The staff at ODF has been working diligently under Josh Barnard to make this happen. So the new rules begin to be implemented on July 1st for the large landowners. Those are landowners over 5,000 acres, and then a brief pause. And then in January 1st, 2024, everyone else will be under those new rules. The board also directed the staff to submit a proposed draft for the HCP as part of that, and is coordinating with National Marine Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife on that work. The department is now working with services to complete that draft HCP, and the rule implementation is underway. They are also, the required rulemaking for post-disturbance harvesting was initiated by the board in January and is also underway. Of interest to OWEB, recall that many of these new rules are focused on and will protect water quality and include more streamside vegetation, retention and protection, more trees on steep slopes, enhanced forest road rules, and some higher penalties are also involved in that, with the goal of protecting water quality by reducing those sediment, preserving stream temperatures with that. So that is the update for the Private Forest Accord Agreements and the Forest Practices Act. The second one I want to report on is this HCP that is the Habitat Conservation Plan that the board and ODF has undertook since 2018. And in my first year, this is probably the one topic that has been the most passionate involvement from our interested communities of interest and communities of place. And I think I remind myself that this is why we're here, to hear what the people of Oregon are most passionate about. And if people have dropped in on some of those meetings, either virtually or in person, really have felt that. So coming back to Oregon almost a quarter century later and dropping into that has really brought a lot of feelings up, you know, on the land that we are, and we have a responsibility to manage. So with that, we are, ODF is continuing to work with NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to support the finalization of the EIS, the biological opinion that will lead to the incidental take plan permits. They're additionally working on more modeling at the behest of some requests to support the new forest management plan that will be implemented along with the HCP. And there has been a lot of controversy about that because the new modeling showed numbers that were more impactful than the DEIS that came out this past summer. And that is what the board and ODF have been working on, to make sure that we really do understand and the board can be informed when we get to some final decisions about the HCP and the FMP. On a lighter note with that, one of the field trips that we took this last March was a field trip out to Ferris Brothers Mill, and they have really invested and put in an amazing facility out in Lyons, Oregon, that will further produce cross-laminate timber and mass timber. And it was just a really uplifting experience to see what you can do with cross-laminate timber. And I think one of the exciting pieces is seeing input from architects who really, really love this product and are coming up with some amazing ways to do it. We also were able to go to OSU and look at how they are preparing cross-laminate timber and products that will help take an attempt on building really economical, efficient housing units for all the challenges that Oregon has regarding housing. And that was pretty exciting to see and to hear and to feel the enthusiasm of people who are working on that. So that is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. All right, moving onto the screen, Bruce, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Bruce Buckmaster. I'm a public at large voting member from Astoria, Oregon. My comments this morning are largely expressions of gratitude and compliments for great performance. First, I'd like to really compliment the OWEB staff for the updated web page, the homepage, the way they've introduced features. I think it will help the public understand our work and the importance of it in a much more user-friendly way. And it was something that needed to be done. It has been done, and I look forward to the comments that you're going to receive from it, and also a commitment to continuous improvement on the website. I was able to audit both days of the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee for Natural Resources regarding the budget. And again, compliments to staff for doing a phenomenal job, and also gratitude to our partners for the testimony on the second day. If there is any question at the legislature on how important the work OWEB does, it's because they weren't listening, not because it wasn't expressed fully. And so thank you for that. I also was able to listen to the climate evaluation, the RAC committee on the climate rules. And I think this is the third or fourth meeting, and I've watched all of them. What a great group of people we have that are willing to give time to look at rules, not just on this one, but on all the RAC committees I've watched through the years. Molly earlier said something about the quality of people that we have in Oregon, and all you have to do is look at some of these technical groups, RAC groups, and know that we're blessed. Early March, I was able to attend a webinar that was hosted by the Columbia Riverkeeper with the title "Driven to Extinction: Tire Chemicals and Salmon." This was about an area or a issue that I was vaguely familiar with, had heard about, but didn't have any details. It was presented by the executive director of Puget Sound Keeper and Dr. Jennifer McIntyre of the Washington State. In 2021, Dr. McIntyre and her colleagues isolated the chemical responsible for recurring die-offs of coho salmon. These are adult coho salmon returning to spawn in the Puget Sound urban areas. It's a compound known as 6-PPDQ, and it's created by the oxidation of 6-PPD. And please don't ask me what those mean, but into water. These are a chemical put in the manufacture of tires to prevent ozone deteriorating the sidewalls. But as it oxidizes, it breaks down into 6-PPDQ, and it is phenomenally toxic to coho. It kills Chinook, brook, and Pacific rainbow, which is our steelhead. But coho are particularly sensitive. The work there has shown that this runoff, this as tires break down, just the dust off tires in these urban areas, getting in the watersheds at tiny amounts, minuscule amounts, is killing off incredible numbers of coho. I'm unaware of where Oregon is on 6-PPDQ. I am aware that the DEQ, our DEQ is aware of it, and they recommend bioremediation. But I only bring that up to this group because it looked like the intersectionality of concern, both on coho, tribal rights in Puget Sound area, Oregon's commitment to coho recovery on the coast. If we are not seeing it now in projects and focus in Oregon, it's inevitable that we will. And so that's just should be on our radar. And the last two things I did, I was able to attend the last two webinars in the series of climate change adaptation for forest-dependent wildlife that was conducted by U.S. Forest Service. One of the advisors for this series has been Brenda McComb. And the first one in February was on culturally significant wildlife, forest management, and it was hosted by members of the Sault Ste. Marie Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa and the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. It was fascinating and certainly something that has applications in work that OWEB is doing. The second one was identifying pathways for climate-informed forest management decisions, how we make decisions, climate change adaptation strategies compendium. That was presented by Chris Swanton of the USDA Forest Service. He is a climate advisor and director of the Office of Sustainability and Climate, which is not quite as long as the earlier committee I heard, but it came close. And takeaway from that is that uncertainty is the new certainty. So that's all that we have from the upper left coast.
All right. Thank you, Bruce. All right, Lindsay, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning. For the record, Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large Voting Member. I live in West Salem, and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde's Natural Resources Department. In the last quarter, I attended the Grants Committee meeting and the Climate and Water Committee meeting. Bruce, I also watched one of the Climate Resolution Evaluation Criteria RAC meetings on YouTube held on February 10th. I kind of just wanted to gauge how the process was progressing. It's a huge lift, and I just wanted to say great job to Eric Hartstein and Jesse Kirschner, because that's a lot of work and it's a lot of management, and just really impressed with how the RAC meetings have been going. I attended the Council of Water Leaders Symposium on February 23rd regarding water management issues in the North Santiam Basin. They're beginning to revise their drought contingency plan with a 5-year update. I also sit on the Polk Soil and Water Conservation District Board, and I assisted them in a riparian planting event in West Salem on March 4th, facilitated by Friends of Trees. I connected with Clean Water Services on a site visit in March, and the purpose for that was to build partnership and see if there's potential for collaboration on land management practices. We had another good site visit with Greenbelt Land Trust to continue building partnership there and see some restoration projects both completed and in progress. I participated in a planning meeting for a Year of the Oak project that will be coming out in 2024 or 2025. I also had the opportunity to present at the Coalition of Land Trust Coastal Caucus on March 16th, and that discussion was focused on doing things in a good way through a tribal lens. I recently met with Portland State University staff in the executive seminar program, and I'll be providing a presentation in May for their seminar. The seminar is titled Restoring the Willamette River from Mitigation to Stewardship, and that talk will also be focused on tribal lands management. I had the opportunity to assist OWEB staff in an interview for selecting the Region 6 Regional Manager as Sue Greer transitions to retirement. I attended the OWEB virtual meeting to discuss grant practices and their impacts to tribes. And I did want to just say, there's a grant cycle that's closing soon, and we are looking at putting in an application, but just wanted to say thank you so much to OWEB staff for listening and creating a new land status type. There's a new land status in there, and you can check the box, and it says that the project will occur on tribal lands. So that's really big news. And just thank you so much to tribal staff OWEB staff for putting the board packet together. This is my first board packet that's almost 600 pages. There's a lot going on. My brain has melted, and I can't imagine trying to organize and put everything together. So thank you so much. That's all my updates.
Thank you, Lindsay. Gary, good morning.
Well, good morning. Good to see everyone. My name is Gary Marshall, member at large from Harney County. Molly, it's good to see you again. So I just have a couple things here pertaining to local conditions and everything to show you how different, I guess, things are listening to Jamie in our diverse state here, because as many of you have known, especially Eastern Oregon, well, all of Oregon has been affected by drought for a long time, but we've been in a very dry cycle over here. But we got some relief this winter. I think maybe these storms coming through California moved up to the north. We were on a kind of the point of the spear of that. So we have a higher than normal snow load here and higher precipitation. We're up around in Harney County and Grant County, we're up around the high 200 and even 300% of normal precip, which is a very great relief. And it's been not only in the mountains, but on some of the sage steppe country. And so we've also had, cold temperatures and persistent winds that lasted into springtime. We just have had some relief from this very cold weather, but positive side of that it kept some of that moisture in the mountains for later stream flows, I think. Some of the early conditions have, some of the areas that have warmed up somewhat have, brought the rivers and streams up. And so we have some desert playa areas, and as well as these streams that have conditions we haven't seen for a long time. Some of the reservoirs quite a few of the reservoirs are full, and it looks like that we're going to have some extended time at this. So what that's doing for these valleys is that with this lower snow and rainfall, it's put water out on these wetlands and meadow areas, and should be some good groundwater recharge. But this is just in time for the migratory waterfowl that we see this time of year in this area that is so dependent on recharge for energy to get on up into the northern climes for the summer so they can nest. And so it's putting smiles on the lips of some of those migratory birds right now. So another thing that's going on here is many of you are familiar with Untitled Partnership and the work that it does. And so that's being recognized and highlighted. And so there's a lot of interest in helping other communities with the same process that we've worked out and used. So there's funding being developed. There's a bill going through the legislature that's going to help provide for a way to do that. And so there's stay tuned. I think there's going to be a center or an institute that is going to provide training and help and resources for other Southeast Oregon communities to follow the same process as Untitled Partnership is. So one last thing, Jan Lee from OECD has connected our local soil and water conservation district with company, one specific company, probably others that around the carbon credit programs. And so there's some interest in that right now locally to see how those can be applied to these large landscape and landowners that have rangelands and wetlands and wet meadows. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Mark, what do you want us to know today?
Thank you, Chair Boyer. Mark Labhart. I have the privilege of being a voting member and representing the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to start off by kind of looking in the back of the room. The budget hearings, I also had the opportunity to sit and listen, and the second day was, for me, was pretty impressive. You know, a lot of times legislators just, vote for this because it's a really good program. We really like it, vote for this. But the stakeholders, and I'm looking at Jan and Kelly and some of the others that testified, the storytelling that you did was tremendous. Personal experience on what the benefits of OWEB has been to the various stakeholders that testified. And I think some of those stories that were told hit really hard with some of the legislators about how great this program is. And so I just want to compliment the stakeholders for taking the time to come in and testify either online or in person about OWEB. I think the message is pretty clear. And particularly I'm a big fan of the Agricultural Heritage Program, as many of you know. And so we've got to make sure that that continues to get funded. And some of the stories that were told about the benefits of that and the success of that program were huge. So I'm probably speaking for the OWEB board here, but just can't thank our stakeholders enough for stepping up to the plate, because staff can talk about the budget and, it's good, but when we have our partners and stakeholders and the public speak highly of the program, it says a lot. So I just want to thank all of you for that. I'd like to add just a little bit. Liz did a really good job of talking about the private forest accord. One of the additions in the private forest accord that is going to be pretty important, I think, is the mitigation fund. And that fund, when it's fully implemented, is going to be literally millions of dollars that's going to come in. It's going to be administered by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and its purpose is to fund projects and help aquatic species and habitat covered by the HCP that Liz mentioned. And so stay tuned for that. As this program gets implemented, you'll see some significant additional dollars going on the ground. So the other thing, I didn't know that one animal in one species could gain so much notoriety. The wolverine, you've probably heard about the wolverine that is wandering around Oregon right now. It's down on the Columbia, and then it's up on the Sandiam Pass. It's probably the same wolverine, folks. So just, we don't have there's not a lot of them out there. And I would caution you, if you ever experience a wolverine, give them plenty of room. They are not friendly animals. They do not like people. And so hold your distance from that. But it's getting a little bit of press about this wolverine. It's probably going to get named pretty soon. So we'll be watching for it. Let's see, marine reserves. I thought you might be interested in this. And also, same as Liz, staff provided me some of this input, so I don't want to say this is all my words here. I want to give recognition to the staff that provided some comments for us. So the Marine Reserve is doing a market value study. It's difficult to quantify the value of natural resources to the general public beyond traditional economic means. So ODF&W's Marine Reserve Program will take part in a groundbreaking new study conducted by faculty at Utah State and Oregon State, designed to estimate how Oregonians assign a value to the reserves beyond what we call traditional economic impacts. It will quantify concepts associated with subjective well-being, like what it means to know that marine reserves exist in Oregon and those nearshore waters, and is dedicated to research with prohibitions on fishing and development. This will allow a three-dimensional view of the social economic values of the reserves. The research format could also be applied to other aspects of environmental and natural resources, because historically we always look at the economics from how many jobs and those things is created, but there's other values out there besides just the economic values. In terms of state ESA, we had our commission meeting last week on Thursday and Friday. The commission took several actions related to the State of Oregon Endangered Species Act. You might have seen it in the press. First, we approved endangered species management plans for 10 state agencies, including ODF&W, that own, manage, and lease associated lands for the marbled murrelet, which were uplisted from threatened to endangered by the commission in 2021. Second, the commission accepted a position to consider the southern resident killer whales as endangered under the Oregon State Endangered Species Act, which now triggers the need to make a final decision on listing within 1 year, unless extended. They're already listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act. So we'll be starting rulemaking and proceeding ahead with that. The population along the West Coast is fairly small and getting smaller all the time. And so we need to do some things to address that. Like other state agencies, we've had budget hearings. In my opinion, they've gone very well. Similar stakeholders testifying in support of what's going on with the fish and wildlife, and everybody has an opinion on it. So you might have seen or heard the wolf plan is going to be updated for Oregon. It's updated every 5 years. We just got the count for 2022. It's 178 wolves. It's an increase of 3 wolves. And how ODF&W does that is the count is what they can confirm is out there on the landscape. That is a minimum count. We know that there are more wolves out there. And so this is just the minimum count, 178 up over 2021 of 3 wolves. We estimate there's 24 packs now. 17 of those packs meet the criteria for breeding pairs. In addition, 14 groups of 2 or 3 wolves were identified, and wolves continue, as you know, to expand throughout Oregon. We now have resident wolves in the Cascades. There's been a wolf sighted in Curry County. So they're starting to pretty much spread throughout the state of Oregon now, and you're going to continue to see that. There have been a little bit of disappointment, not a little, significant amount of disappointment. 17 wolves were killed at the hands of humans for a variety of ways, from car accidents to poaching, 17 wolves lost their lives as a result of human causes. So we're trying to track those. It's a very controversial subject for a lot of people. We're trying to manage the wolf population. Stay tuned for the update of that plan. We're also updating the mule deer plan. Mule deer have significantly declined in Oregon. They've declined in the West. And so we're updating that plan to try to identify ways. There's all kinds of reasons for the decline. And so we're trying to figure out a way that we can address it because, mainly our role is in habitat. And we're trying to figure out how we can work with our partners in improving habitat for mule deer. One of the things that's high on my radar is wildlife crossing structures. We lose, on average, and these are ODOT figures, Oregon Department of Transportation figures, we lose about 6,000 deer a year on vehicle collisions on state highways. Doesn't include county roads, doesn't include private roads. 6,000 a year. We have 5 crossings in the state of Oregon right now, and we are way behind. State of Arizona has like 35, Wyoming has like 40, we have 5. And so one of my pushes is to elevate that. I'll be going to Tucson next month. The Pew Charitable Trust is hosting a conference about wildlife crossings. It's part of the president's budget. There's $350 million that's going to be allocated to wildlife crossings west-wide. And we need to be in competition for some of those dollars to put in a wildlife crossing. For example, one of the crossings that is getting a lot of attention is on I-5 in down by Ashland. Now you think about putting a wildlife crossing over I-5. Think about how many millions of dollars that's going to cost to do that. But we've got to start somewhere. We've got to figure out a way, at least one way, of reducing some of these collisions that occurs.
Interesting.
I think that's it, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mark. All right, last one in Zoom land. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly Coates. I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board, and I live in Talent, Oregon. I just have a couple updates today, just kind of in general. As others have mentioned, tribes are tracking the multiple legislative concepts and bills that are coming out and engaging where we can. We're also tracking the myriad of federal funding opportunities that are coming down the pike as well. Tribes are heavily engaged in fisheries, water, and forestry happenings around the state. One I'll call out in particular, the Oregon Water Resources Department that updated to the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. OWRD has been engaging with tribes on that one as well. It's that time of the year where we're all starting to prepare for the summer field season. So getting out, getting on the landscape, getting some of those restoration projects going on the ground with construction. And the last thing I want to just call attention to from a tribal perspective and also from the diversity, equity, and inclusion and environmental justice angle of things, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day is going to be May 5th this year. So if anyone would like more information on that, feel free to reach out to me. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, Chris, good morning.
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Allen. I am a non-voting board member representing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. For my update this morning, I wanted to share a slide illustration. Last board meeting, I mentioned that we have a new state supervisor in our office. Her name is Cassina Lee. She replaced Paul Henson, who retired last year, who was also a board member. I stepped into his position upon his retirement. And our new state supervisor has been there for about 3 months. And I saw a slide that she put together for an internal presentation last week that was her perspective gained in by being in our office the first few months on what our office does, what our priorities are, what are the majority of workload that we're putting our time towards. And she put it all into a slide. Hopefully this works. Share my screen. Go into full presentation mode. All right. So it's kind of a busy slide for sure. And I'm not certain if the size of the circles represent, from her perspective, the highest priority issues that our office is working on. I suspect it may. I'm not certain about the colors. But let me just work around the inner circle first. Forest consultations, by that primarily referring to both U.S. Forest Service in BLM and recovery and delisting work. Big chunks of work for our office for sure. You've heard the forest HCPs mentioned by several board members so far this morning. Our office is involved in all of those, definitely eating up a lot of our staff time the last few years and will continue to. That also includes not just the private forest HCPs, but also the private forest accords, private timberlands HCPs. Urban conservation continues to be a chunk of work our office does that has been increasing in recent years, especially our work with Portland Zoo and more recently OMSI. Sea otter reintroduction, I think I brought that up the last quarterly board meeting. That's been overseen by our Newport field office. It's just in the feasibility phase at this point. But it's looking like that's moving forward. That's a very exciting effort that would be not just our agency, but many partners as well. Sage grouse has been probably the, along with barred owl and spotted owl and murrelet, sage grouse conservation statewide has been front and center for our parent office in Portland, our state office, but also particularly our LeGrand and Bend field offices. Jumping out to the outside of the circle on the right-hand side, wolves, yes, Mark, you touched on it. More and more these days, and we're very involved in helping the state manage wolves and all the related depredation and other conflicts that wolves on the landscape bring to us these days. Lawsuits, we are not immune to that. A lot of our work goes into addressing litigation coming into our office. Pollinators, bees and butterflies in particular, from my perspective, the last 3 to 5 years have been a real highlight for our work. Invasive species as well. My background is fisheries. I run our office's aquatics program, and a lot of my work, I'd say as much of my work goes into dealing with non-native aquatic species as it does our native species in our state. We have a new diversity, equity, and inclusion program in our office that I'm a part of, a growing team. Also part of that here as a board member for OWEB. And that's very important work for our office for sure these days. Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act is something our office is more engaged in lately. Really working with the Army Corps of Engineers across and pushing conservation of non-T&E species. That's one of our primary ways of being able to do that rather than the Endangered Species Act. Species status reviews, we've been doing that with a lot of our T&E species statewide. It provides the groundwork for assessing whether we uplist or downlist, delist. It also provides the foundational document for 5-year reviews, which we're required to do for all our listed species every 5 years. Habitat restoration, big component of our office as well. Moving around the circle on the left side now, climate change. Everything we do seems to be related to climate change these days. It's definitely here affecting all of our listed species, all our native species in the state. Deschutes HCP has been a large focus of our Bend field office for a number of years. We do have a notice of intent to sue under that, illustrating some of the challenges with implementing that HCP, one of the few HCPs that our office has finalized. Wildlife crossings, nice to see that on here, Mark, given what you just shared. I'm not, again, most of my program is aquatic related, and so I haven't been tracking that closely, but it's nice to see our office is making that a priority. Renewable energy and tribal coordination are the last on the list here. I'll bypass office space as kind of an outlier from COVID and just dealing with more people teleworking. Anyway, we are wrestling with that a little bit these days. But yeah, tribal coordination, I'd say, I guess, like OWEB in the enhanced effort to coordinate with tribes. And I know my program is trying to do that more and more across the state with our aquatic conservation, and I'm sure our wildlife folks are as well. And I'll stop there. This is a busy slide and a long list, but I think it does give a nice perspective of the work that our office does. And I think it's also a nice perspective coming from our new state supervisor. Sometimes a lot of us at the staff level are kind of head down on our work. Sometimes it's a little hard to see the forest for the trees. And so I think this offers that perspective through her eyes. So I'll wrap it up there. Thanks again, Barbara.
Good morning, Aaron. What do you want us to know today?
Good morning, everyone. Aaron Curtis. I am another non-voting member representing the Bureau of Land Management, and a few updates from us. Unfortunately, I think our agency is a little behind the curve on getting our bipartisan infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act funds, but expecting those shortly within the next couple of weeks. And so I'll be really excited at our next board meeting to announce where some of those funds the BLM will be sending, but definitely expecting projects across the state, natural resource and restoration focused, and we'll likely be relying on OWEB again to help us implement those. Along the lines of the Inflation Reduction Act, we also are taking the approach of identifying what we call focal landscapes, which will be not where all of our extra bill and IRA funds are going, but where we really are going to try to make a concerted effort to tip the needle, so to speak, a little bit, right, of where we really want to focus investment in projects. So the two focal landscapes we've identified are, generally speaking, southeastern Oregon and southwestern Oregon. So we don't have names for them yet. I have been referring to them as the salmon and sage grouse landscapes, just to give you a little bit of an idea, but certainly way more different types of projects will occur within them. The BLM is also, we're working on a National Environmental Policy Act document for aquatic and riparian restoration efforts. And the purpose of this is to streamline future restoration projects in Eastern Oregon. So instead of having to do a standalone environmental analysis project by project, we're hopeful that this will help us streamline those and get those bill and IRA dollars to work quicker. So yeah, and that'll be covers our 4 district offices east of the Cascade Mountains. We're also really proud of some of the ongoing partnerships that we are participating in. There's been, I think, some exciting stuff happening with the Drinking Water Providers Partnership, the Warner Basin Partnership, and some of the species bouncing back down there. And the BLM, along with some of its partners, were just recently recognized for some of the work it's done in Rock Creek in terms of restoring and monitoring a watershed that was affected by the Archie Creek fire in 2020. They were recognized with an award from the American Fisheries Society about a month ago. So that was really exciting news. I also wanted to mention that the Bureau of Land Management nationally recently proposed what we're calling the public land rules. And this is essentially would be some updates to how the BLM is implementing its core foundational organic law that drives its multiple use mission. So there is public comment. We're accepting that through June 20th. But just to give you a little flavor of some of the things that are included in there, it would, again, these are proposed rules, not final, right? So it is proposing to provide the BLM with the authority to establish conservation leases. It puts at a very high level for really the first time for the BLM how we approach mitigation. And it is also clarifies some of the processes of how we do land use planning, and in particular how the Bureau designates what we call areas of critical environmental concern, which is basically for an administrative designation, our highest level of protection we can provide the public lands without Congress or the president getting involved. So again, my name is Aaron Curtis. Please feel free to reach out if you're interested in any of those topics I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and for the record, Stephen Brandt has an excused absence. Meg Reeves will be joining us at 10:30, so she won't be giving an update today. Am I missing anybody? And Eric Murray has an excused absence today also. So normally we go overtime and I don't really give a report. So I had to write a list. So it's like, okay, we're ahead of time. So I got some things I want to talk about. So I'm here as your ODA representative, department or the Board of Agriculture rep, and we are in the midst of recruiting for executive director. I was in an interview with a recruiter about that position. And of course, we're in the middle of legislation. There's a lot that the department is paying attention to. And then I received a call from Lisa a couple of weeks ago, informing me that our lead at ODA, Margann Allen, was killed in a tragic accident in Salem. So now every time I see Lisa's name come across my screen, I do not want to pick up the phone. I'm just kidding. But it's really sad. Margann was a great leader at ODA, and it was very sad for the natural resource industry. She was a great spearhead for us and will be greatly missed. As far as OWEB, I too attended the hearings. I got to watch the one with Lisa's presentation. She did a great job, and along with Stephanie and the staff that helped put that together. And the partners that showed up, just amazing testimonies the second day. If one good thing has come out of COVID is I get to watch videos later. I don't have to be there at the exact same time. So, and I know the legislative hearings were always videotaped, but I really appreciate being able to go to them later to watch them at my convenience while I'm cooking dinner or something. I too want to acknowledge the website of OWEB, and my favorite part about it is public comment is on the front page. And I really, that stood out for me. And I can't wait to see what that brings to OWEB. I am on this, and then I also attended the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission meeting, which again, COVID was cool because I was in DC and I got to attend the whole meeting while I was in Washington, DC. And you'll get an update on that today. That was a great process. I was thrilled to be representing you as a non-voting member. and listening of the process and the deliberations. So you'll be hearing that today. And I sit on the Yamhill Soil Water Conservation District Board, and I heard OAHP mentioned by some of my colleagues. And our district changed the rule to add conservation districts to hold easements. In 2002, I think it was, that we went to the legislators and changed the rule for conservation districts. And COLT hosted a Coalition of Oregon Land Trust hosted a site visit at our first conservation easement called Crown Hill Farm outside of McMinnville. It's a beautiful 800-acre piece of property, and Lucian's is a great partner, the owner of the property. So we were thrilled to host COLT. They brought legislators out to see what a conservation easement looks like, especially after so long, and how well it's kept, and the partnerships that it can bring. So, and then in closing, I'm part of a group called Oregon's Kitchen Table. It's a nonprofit. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. I had to look up their mission. A kitchen table is a space to empower Oregonians from every corner of the state to contribute feedback, ideas, and resources to decision makers, public projects, and initiatives. So I wanted to highlight, they do, in their last email, they do talk about the integrated water resource strategy, which I was thrilled about. But the one thing that I wanted to bring forward was, I'm just going to read from the newsletter. This past weekend, 6 teams of Oregon high school students gathered at Native American Student Center at Portland State to share their proposals for the issues facing Oregon over the next 30 years. Students from Bandon to Molalla, Clatstein to Brownsville, and Springfield to Helix and Pendleton contributed arts, video, poetry, and performance alongside their ideas. Where is it? Sorry. The one thing. The Hatfield Futures Project was designed to engage students from across the state in generating forward-thinking ideas and policies for addressing our most important social, environmental, and economic issues, ideas at PSU. Where am I trying to go with this? It was all about climate. So it's this young, I'm sorry, I don't know where it is now. But it was all about the students coming together to talk about our future, our next 30 years. So I just think that is really neat, and we need to keep engaging the youth because they are inheriting what we're going to leave them. So it was really neat. And there is a video and there's a pep talk, and it's a great organization. And I love that they brought the youth together. So that is, I think that's all I have today. All right. I am going to move down the agenda unless anybody else has anything they want to add today. All right, so we're going to go to B, and I am looking for approval of January 24th and 25th meeting minutes, please.
Madam Chair, this is Jamie. I'm happy to move that we approve the minutes as written for our January meeting.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Lindsay. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item C, and we've got a director's update from Lisa, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'll do for the record, Lisa Sharplow-Hansen, Executive Director. So I'm excited to be here, and I think my topics I'm going to talk to you about hit on 4 key issues. Change, there's gratitude, continuous improvement, and engagement. So first of all, change. For those of you who listened to the budget presentation, this ought to hit home. OWEB has been through so much change since the first of the biennium. Over half of our staff are new to their positions or new to the agency. We've done 21 recruitments, and that doesn't count Stephanie and I through this biennium. So just a lot of shifting. And I think what it really shows when you spend time with this team is how devoted they are and how adaptable they are to that change, because they have continued to rock and roll all biennium and have accomplished some really amazing things. So I'll hit on some of those, which moves me into a couple of them. So Molly, welcome back. We're excited to have you back with us. And, you know, a big thank you to Greg Addington for the time he spent with us. It was great, but I'm excited. And Molly, we've taken your Meet 3 each quarter to heart and have met that challenge each quarter since you gave it to us. So thanks for that. In terms of change in the agency, if you haven't met her yet, Nicole is our new executive assistant. April has moved to Burns. So Gary, she's over there and you can see her on a regular basis. And we're just excited to have Nicole with us. And I think you'll find her delightful in working with the board. Also, a big congratulations to Sue. After years of state service in multiple different places, which I didn't realize until recently, she is retiring, and Amy Charette will take her spot in Region 6. So yay, Amy, another one of our shifts. So we're really excited about that. So more gratitude. You've heard it from some of the board members who watched, but I just want to thank the staff for the preparation of our budget presentation. They did an amazing job, and it was well received, and we did it very intentional, is what I'm going to say. Day one, we really focused it on the agency and the business of OWEB. And so it was very business function oriented and to the budget and what we do as staff. Day two, to our partners, thank you. We had visited with them ahead of time and said, we're going to focus on the agency work. We need you to highlight the great work that you all do on the ground and our partnership with you, and how OWEB depends on partners to deliver the services for everyone. And then there was a big take-home message, and it's become a little bit of a joke with me because I say it to everybody. Did you know OWEB's investments are good for the environment, they're good for the economy, and they're good for local communities? And I think that has stuck in many, many different places. So thanks, team.
Molly, you had your hand up. Did you have a question? Oh, okay. I saw her raise her hand a couple times.
I was waving Corey goodbye.
And then I think we had to address one issue, and I haven't really talked with the board about this because it came out in the governor's budget. So when the governor's budget came out, it took us a bit to tease it apart, but the carry forward for the drought and fire money wasn't included, or reallocation. And so we have worked really hard with the governor's office, with budget and management, and the legislative fiscal office and legislators to talk about the importance of the carry forward reallocation of general fund. The staff in the drought and fire programs, so Amy, Rachel, Renee, Teresa, Heidi, have been amazing this biennium. When you think about, we had about $35 million in general fund for these emergency programs. They have run multiple cycles throughout the biennium. Most of that money is committed in grant agreements, but the thing that's not going to happen is it won't be spent before July 1. And you all know this probably as well as anybody. OWEB's work doesn't align with the biennium nor the calendar year, and in-work windows is where it's at. So we made a pretty strong pitch to ask for that reallocation. I'm feeling good about it. And so that was probably one of the bigger issues we had to deal with around the budget, along with a few other small ones, but making sure that we meet the commitments that we've made to our partners through those general fund programs. Successful OAHP meeting. The commission is incredible. They did such a great job of debating and talking about priorities during that meeting, and really bringing forward what I hope the board will find as a useful recommendation from them. And you'll hear about that tomorrow. But 7 working lands easements and 2 grants for conservation management plans, and you'll hear more about that later. So in the vein of continuous improvement, staff have been busy. We have a new online payment request system that we just launched, and for all intents and purposes, what I'm hearing is people love it. So just a lot of internal work around that, and great job, team. You've heard about the website and the facelift. It really is, I think, much more user-friendly than what we had previously. We have a team that's continuing to look at our grant applications and doing a review and looking for how we can streamline those to try and ease a little bit of the burden on the front side for the applicants, but still collect the information that we need. We're moving along there. Staff have followed in line with what we've done for the board over the last several meetings around OWEB 101. And so there are now, I think, at least one podcast online with part of the OWEB 101. So partners and Oregonians, if they're interested, can go and learn about OWEB and what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. So those are the big continuous improvement items. So I think in January, I mentioned to you all that when Governor Kotek came into the office, she gave agency directors a list of 9 priorities that we needed to address and acknowledge our commitment to them. And so one of the priorities that we need to work through, and is not due until June of 24, is OWEB needs to update its strategic plan because it's more than 5 years old. So we have contracted with Steve Patty, who, for those of you who worked on the current strategic plan, he was a contractor, he knows OWEB. And we met with him yesterday as an exec team to lay out a plan for doing an update of our strategic plan. I think the plan that is in place has been incredibly useful to me. I use it in terms of the work I do every day and decisions I make. And as we do big projects, you can focus them on one of those 7 priority areas. So the plan is Steve will come to the board in July and we'll do an initial conversation with the board. We'll all, as staff, go back and do some work and plan on being back again in October to try and keep that moving along. So he may be reaching out to some of you along the way to do some interviews. There may be some survey work coming your way to get some feedback around the plan and the work that we've done and how we've been accomplishing it. So we're moving that along so that we can meet the time frame for having it completed on time and on target. The other thing we're working on is a DEI plan for the agency, and OWEB has been amazingly engaged in DEI since I came to the agency, and I think before we've been through a lot of training. Staff have a staff team that works on DEI, and so we're really pulling that together. And we'll, as we get closer, we need to have a plan for a plan at least by September 1st, I believe. But we'll take that to the committee just so that you all have a chance to see that. So looking forward, in terms of budget, we need to see what happens and what comes to us in terms of the legislative adopted budget. But there's some potential workload issues in terms of core programs that we're going to have to address next biennium. And I think you'll take up some of it tomorrow when we discuss the spending plan. Currently, in the spending plan, we are proposing not to offer partnership technical assistance grants and organizational collaboration grants. And here's the reason. You may remember back in 2020 when OWEB had to shrink the staff by a third, and there was some reorganization done, basically, I think, to meet the fiscal availability, time and space. And so Courtney Schaff had been the capacity coordinator and was moved into a supervisory position. She has held on to that capacity work along with supervisory work. We have a proposed reorg in our budget. We've moved that structure forward operationally in the agency already because we needed it. And so the one thing, we didn't get the capacity coordinator in the governor's budget. And we're concerned about the workload. It's not sustainable for Courtney to manage her section and do that capacity work. So we'll need to talk about that some more, but I wanted to put that on the radar in terms of part of the budget. So then along the lines, here are a couple of just really fun things. Last week, Stephanie and I met with Trish Smith. She's a former OWEB board member. Trish and former director Lofts Gardner had developed an idea to highlight the accomplishments of OWEB in its first 25 years. We had a great conversation, and we'll be pulling together a team to look at this, but really the idea is to do some videos of local projects around the state and highlight those in a 25-year celebration. Trish has some contacts in public broadcasting that we may be able to leverage along that lines, along with what we've learned in terms of our podcasts along the way. And so we really want to do something special to celebrate that 25 years. So Stephanie is going to lead that, and we'll pull together an internal group, and again, probably a couple of you as well to help us along. And then finally, related to Barbara's comments around youth, OWEB participated in the 4-H Youth in Action, and it was a week-long camp here in Salem for 4-H members around the state in leadership positions. And what they did was they came and worked on different public policy issues, basically, spent some time with the legislature, did the traditional Salem leadership stuff. OWEB was able to pose a question to these kids. And we posed the question, should OWEB put investments into watershed work in more resilient places in terms of climate, or those places that we're more likely to lose? The kids came back with what surprised me. They really believed that in terms of OWEB's investments, we should be targeting the places that we're most likely to lose because of the longer term effects environmentally. And we have a PowerPoint presentation that I can share with the board from that group. But Eric and I went and presented to them, talked about OWEB. Stephanie was able to go back and listen to the presentation and have lunch with them. And it really was a great opportunity for us to get to interact with some really neat teens with a lot of ideas and a lot of energy. So with that, I am going to stop and see if any of you have any questions.
Does any board members have questions for Lisa? I see Jamie has her hand up.
Yeah, I do. And first of all, I love that question to the kids. What great feedback. I mean, we're always wondering these things, getting that youth. So great job on getting that feedback, getting that engagement. Regarding, I had this as a general question and you touched on it a bit, so I want to dive more deeply into it, but regarding the budget for the next biennium. So of course, our agency's requested budget is now the governor's budget. And you've made that point. We all understand that. But could you speak to anything else that was in our ARB that did not make it into the GRB, and whether not to talk about that in detail, but to see if anything that we request in our ARB that is not in the GRB is still part of the discussion in the legislature. So that first piece. And then the second piece for the not having the capacity coordinator and the technical assistant programs, that was striking to me, but I believe it was Dan Brown who mentioned the EPA may have some technical assistance grants. So I'm wondering if we can help keep that effort moving forward, even if we're not provided with the funds to do it. If we can make referrals, for example, and there's some opportunities for interagency partnerships, especially on something like TA grants, which is really important.
Great. Thanks, Jamie, for the comment and the question. So I think it would be helpful to wait on the budget presentation until Eric and Stephanie do their full presentation. What I would say in terms of the agency request budget versus the governor's budget, the governor's budget holds OWEB at current service level. We didn't take any cuts, which is 30 FTE. It adds some new resources in terms of OAHP spending limitation, the water acquisitions program. And then I think there's a little bit of general fund resource around emergency in there as well. And it takes us to like 39 FTE if my memory serves me correctly. What we don't have is build up in our core capacity. And I would just say, since I came to the agency in October of 21, we have been on roller skates and just going. We have had new programs come to the agency at every turn with new funding. And we've focused on trying to get those programs up and out. We've used OWEB's traditional processes in terms of the evaluation that have the credibility in them, and process for long-term success. But the thing we need to do now is really look at our core programs and make sure that we have work, dispersed appropriately post 2020, and we have places where we still have some issues. So I think longer term, there's room. The governor's budget is a great place to start for us because it builds a foundation. It builds an organizational structure that meets our operational needs. Longer term, I think there are some places that we will need to talk about some additional resources, but we're getting there. A little bit at a time, we're getting there. And to the capacity issue, thank you for that, and we'll keep up in terms of the conversations. And Courtney's going to help me.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. And Jamie, when we talk about the Partnership Technical Assistant Grant Award this afternoon, I will touch on in a little bit more detail what the other avenues are for our partners to pursue funding related to both of those grant opportunities.
Thank you both so much.
Any other questions, Mark?
Well, it's just a comment, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this as the budget, but I feel compelled to. Some of you've heard me say this before, but that long-term television commercial, give it to Mikey, he'll eat it. He'll eat anything. Well, give it to OWEB. They do a really good job, and so that's always been my issue is that we do a really good job. And so we give them more funding, and let's give that drought program, let's give that watershed program or water program to OWEB. And you've just got to realize that we've done a really good job of implementing this, but we got to make sure that we have adequate funding for the staff to continue to have that reputation. That's the issue for me is that we've got to make sure that we continue to do a good job, and that means the capacity for staffing to be able to do that. And we don't want to ever get to a point where, well, how come you didn't do that? We don't want to be there. And so that's just a worry point for me. And I'm sure the legislators know that. So.
Thank you for that, Mark. I know it was a comment, but I feel the need to respond to it just a little bit, given what's going on. So a couple of things to address that. Mark, you're right. There's been a lot of talk about what else should go to OWEB. And there's been a lot of that discussion during this legislative session. We have been very deliberate in terms of what we do in responding to those new legislative proposals with fiscal impact statements. When there's a new proposal, the legislature will request a statement, basically, in terms of what it's going to cost the agency to implement and do that work. And we have been diligent about putting a portion of a manager on those new programs that we believe would need it. We've been diligent about putting staff against new programs that would come to OWEB for just that reason. We need to have the capacity and have people to do the work. In addition, I would mention, we do some work on behalf of our federal partners, BLM and NRCS. And into the next biennium, we're requesting some payment for that work. And BLM has agreed to funding a half a position, as has NRCS. We just need to get the limitation and authority from the legislature into our budget to be able to do that. But again, it's recognizing the work that's there, and we need the people to do it so we can continue to do that credible work that we're known for.
Any other questions for Lisa? All right, not seeing any. We are going to move down to agenda item C2 and ask Stephanie and Eric, are you coming forward, please?
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator. I'm here with Deputy Director Stephanie Page, and we're going to continue the legislative and budget discussion that has been kicked off here. So I'll start off just noting some of the priority bills that OWEB is tracking before turning it over to Stephanie for additional details on the budget. It's important to note that OWEB has no position on any legislation that does not originate from the executive branch. So that will include these bills I'm going to mention here in a moment. So during the session to date, there's been 3,000 bills that have been introduced, but we've crossed some important deadlines, and there's only about a third of those bills that are still technically alive in the legislature. So we're tracking about 30 bills that are in our agency's top 2 tiers of priorities. And I'll talk a little bit now about our priority 1 bills. And these are ones that, as Lisa mentioned, have a fiscal impact to the agency, usually through administration of a new type of grant program. So to start with, we have House Bill 3366, which would appropriate funding to OWEB for grants and operations associated with the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And then we're also watching House Bill 2998, which would create the Oregon Soil Health Initiative. And the bill includes an appropriation to OWEB to provide grants for the voluntary implementation of soil health practices, and also to provide grants to soil and water conservation districts and other technical assistance providers to increase capacity to provide technical assistance and equipment to farmers and ranchers in order to improve soil health. And both of those grant types in the bill would be administered through the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. So we're also tracking House Bill 2813, which would direct OWEB to establish a grant program to provide grants to water suppliers to protect sources of drinking water. And we're also watching House Bill 3124, which is the bipartisan drought relief and water security package. And that has several areas where OWEB is mentioned as standing up grant programs. So it includes an irrigation modernization grant program, a program for both targeted at certain counties as well as statewide watershed drought resiliency, This is modeled on the drought resiliency grant program that OWEB has administered specifically for Klamath County. And it would also have a program that offers statewide grants to support stewardship practices on irrigated land that's at risk for erosion or soil degradation, and also to limit noxious weeds. And this expands a program that was initiated with resources provided in the 2021 special session that supported reimbursing agricultural producers for implementing certain stewardship practices. And then finally, we're watching Senate Bill 530, which establishes state policy regarding natural climate solutions and would designate OWEB as the fiscal agent for distributing funds to state agencies, including OWEB perhaps, to implement programs related to natural climate solutions as directed by the Oregon Global Warming Commission. So the majority of those bills that I just mentioned are now in the Ways and Means Committee, where budget decisions are being made. And with a little under 2 months remaining in the legislative session, we're going to continue to track these bills, and we'll report back to the board at the relevant committees, as well as recap at the July full board meeting. And with that, I'll pass it over to Stephanie to talk more about budget.
All right, good morning, board members. For the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. I'll do a very quick Budget 101 for folks that are listening today, talk a little more about OWEB's governor's budget and the budget presentation that we delivered last week. So just to review, budgeting in state government is basically a 3-step process, with the agencies submitting an agency request budget in the year preceding the legislative session. The agency's permanent programs and staffing are referred to as current service level, and then new requests are referred to as policy option packages, or POPs. Typically, agencies are also required to submit a 10% reduction list with their agency request budget that then the governor can choose to take or not, so depending on the financial outlook. So after the agency submits its request budget, the governor issues a governor's budget, and then the legislature considers the budget for the agency and eventually adopts a legislatively adopted budget. And that is legislation, just like any other bill that you would see during the legislative session. So the bills for OWEB are Senate Bill 5539 and 5540. One other note about the policy option packages, or the new funding requests called POPs. If an agency wants to continue limited duration staffing and programs, the agency needs to submit POPs for those things. And one thing that Lisa mentioned last week during OWEB's budget presentation is that 16 of OWEB's 46 staff positions are limited duration. That means without legislative action to extend them, they end at the end of this biennium. And so that's a significant organizational issue for OWEB. So OWEB submitted our agency request budget in August. We went over that with you last July. The governor's budget came out at the end of January, and that's a little later than it normally would come out because this was a transition year in the governor's office. OWEB got some of the POPs that we had requested. We received an analyst adjustment reflecting a priority for the governor. And as Lisa noted, we did not have any cuts to current service level. And those, again, that is our permanent positions and programs. So just to review a few key issues in OWEB's budget before I got into what we got and didn't get in the governor's budget. As you heard from Lisa, the organization structure for OWEB is a significant issue. Just making sure that we've got the organization structure to implement everything that's on the agency's plate, to provide supervision and oversight, and to engage in the level of engagement that's involved in implementing some of the new programs that we've received. So that has been an agency priority and was the top priority in OWEB's agency request budget. continuity of existing limited duration programs and staff. You heard about one issue related to the general fund programs that OWEB received during the 21 to 23 biennium, continuity of the water acquisitions program and the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program are a couple of other priorities. Workload in core programs. So Lisa talked about that a little bit, particularly, but not limited to acquisitions. And then finally, one of the budget issues that we spent some time on talking about last week is the shift in the lottery split from between grants and operations from 65% grants, 35% operations to 70% grants, 30% operations. And the reason that shift is impending is because lottery revenues have reached 150% of what they were in the 2009 to 2011 biennium. And that's a constitutional triggered change. So shifting gears and talking about some of the packages that are in OWEB's governor's budget, I will start with the agency's top priority, and that is package 100. So that gets OWEB part of the way to the organization structure that will meet the agency's operational needs. That reclassifies 2 management positions and 1 staff position. Package 91, and actually before I keep going, I will note that all of these packages are summarized in a 2-pager that was included in the board packet as part of the director's updates agenda item. Package 91 is analyst adjustments. So as Lisa noted, that includes very modest new investments in the drought, a couple of the drought programs that OWEB administers, the livestock off-channel watering and irrigation modernization. It doesn't include reallocation of the existing general funds that OWEB received this biennium. And as Lisa noted, we've been advised this will be addressed in the legislative budgeting process. So we're very appreciative for that. A couple of other packages 115 and 215 for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program provide continuity of staffing and the authority to spend existing grant funds into the 23 to 25 biennium. That doesn't include new investments into the program, but that allows the agency to continue existing staff positions into the new biennium and spend the existing allocated grant funds. Similarly, packages 145 and 245 provide that continuity in the water acquisitions program. They continue a limited duration staff position and the spending authority to spend existing funds that were invested during the 21 to 23 biennium. And then finally, packages 160 and 165 are a couple of federally funded positions. Package 160 is continuity of tidegate coordination work that OWEB has been doing. So it provides federal funding and the position authority to continue that position. And then 165 establishes a National Historic Preservation Act coordination position. And that is a requirement of some of the federal funds that OWEB administers. I wanted to mention one package that's not included in here and an opportunity that we have. So we did not get the water and climate coordination position in OWEB's governor's budget, but we have a federal opportunity that is very promising that we're working on. So we're feeling really good about that. And I think in terms of other items that weren't included, they really relate to agency capacity to provide different functions, partnership coordination, IT, the partnership technical assistance, pursuing and administering federal grants. So those are a few of the capacity pieces that were in OWEB's agency request budget that are not in the governor's budget. But we are very pleased about the preservation of current service level and the inclusion of the organization structure piece that gets us part of the way to what we had hoped for in terms of an organization structure. So as Eric and Lisa both noted, there are several bills that are looking at new packages to OWEB, and we've been very transparent in those conversations that we would need additional organizational structure capacity to be able to take on that work. So again, those conversations are ongoing. I'll just wrap up by talking briefly about the budget presentation last week. Several folks have already covered that, and just want to add my thanks to the list of thanks for all of those who commented on OWEB's budget, and all of the staff and Lisa who engaged on the preparation of the budget presentation. It was truly a team effort. This week, the Ways and Means Natural Resources Subcommittee is starting to take up work sessions on agency budget bills. So first couple of agencies are scheduled this week, and so that will be the committee's focus in the coming weeks. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Stephanie or Eric? I see Jamie has her hand up.
Yeah, thanks so much for a really great report, Stephanie and Eric. Stephanie, you mentioned that 2-pager summary that's in the packet that can be found on the OWEB's website. If you could mention the page number of that, and then while it would be inappropriate for OWEB staff and possibly for board members as well to go beyond the governor's recommended budget, as mentioned, if members of the public and beneficiaries of OWEB's investments wanted to advocate on behalf of the agency, and especially in some of these areas that may not be currently incorporated in it, would that 2-pager be a good place to start, or what would be a good source? And then lastly, and this is just more of a mechanics piece, if someone's listening and hasn't engaged, can you just give the website that they would go to be able to participate in some of these public hearings for the legislature, the Ways and Means?
All right. I'll tackle the location of the page first and remember all the components of the question. So the 2-pager is found in item C2 attachment A in the packet, and it starts on page 4. That's what Adobe is telling me, if folks want to locate that. If they want to compare the governor's budget with OWEB's agency request budget, we had a nice 2-pager of the agency request budget that we provided at the July 2022 board meeting. So that would be a good place to start to do that comparison. And then if folks are looking for all of this information, I think you asked for just the general location of OWEB's website, Jamie, and that's oregon.gov/OWEB.
Thanks. And then if there's any time now, or if someone's look it up and give that reference later to folks so they can know how to engage. You mentioned some people already have engaged, but for those who may be listening and haven't yet, who may want to weigh in and provide public comment to Ways and Means, if at some point during the meeting you can share that information, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Oh, got it.
So the other place people can engage is through OLIS. And that has the committee meetings, it has the agenda, it has past committee meetings, and it's also the place where you can submit public testimony to the Oregon legislature.
Thank you. Gary, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Eric and Stephanie. Just a question for Eric. You mentioned that HB 3366 and I think 2998 were being handled, those funds, if successful, through OAHP. I was wondering, what about the 3121 drought relief and water security? Is that, what's the path that would take if successful, getting those funds out?
Yeah, thank you, Gary. So the 2 first bills you mentioned would be administered through OAHP. The other grant programs would be separate from OAHP, and they'd be entirely new grant programs within OWEB's portfolio.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board members? All right, I'm not seeing any. I just have one comment after listening to the hearing. It was interested, and I don't remember who asked the question about our shared services. I thought that was an interesting comment. And, I was unaware that we were sharing IT, so that was educational for me. And what was the other shared service? I can't remember, but that was, I think that's neat. And I think it's something state agencies need to be looking a little bit more at.
So in terms of shared services, just for background, if you haven't listened to the hearing, it was one of the questions that came from Representative Owens. And OWEB contracts with the Oregon Water Resources Department for some of our support services. So HR comes from Water Resources, some of our accounting services, as well as some of our IT, not all of our IT. We have in-house IT staff that work on our grant system, but the major network and managing the equipment that we have is supported by Water Resources.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any more questions. Thank you, guys. Keep up the good work. And moving on down the agenda, we have 3 reports that are written that we're not going to have presentations on, but I'm curious if any board members have questions on any of the 3 written reports in the board packet. And they would be the strategic plan, the Klamath Post Dam restoration update, and fire and drought update. Does anybody have any comments or questions on those? All right, thank you. That was great reading. It's a great update. I appreciate reading them. And they're very thorough, so I don't have any comments. We are a bit ahead of schedule, so I am wondering if we can jump to committee reports, if you guys are ready for committee reports before we go on break. Does that sound okay to the board? All right. So I will call Courtney, Stephanie, Jesse, Williams, forward, please. Or actually, I think I'll start with Courtney. DEI? Oh, they are all written. I'm sorry, because it's interesting. It's written in one place. Sorry. They're in different locations on the agenda. So thank you for your help on that. But are there any questions and comments on that? Do I see any? Nope. All right, thank you. And just a reminder, anybody in the audience who is here for public comment at 10:35, we ask you to fill out a form, and the form is in the back of the room, and you can hand them to Nicole. Nicole, will you raise your hand, please? And just hand them to Nicole, and we will get you on public comment. And we cannot jump to F, that's a big one. I'm just kind of looking at what we can jump to quickly. I think we're just going to take a longer break because we have public comment and we do have to start public comment on time at 10:35. So I will see you all back here at 10:35, please. Thank you. You guys are rocking it. too. That was going to be one of my questions.
Thanks for raising it.
Like, where's the letter? All right, if everybody can find their seats, please. We are back from break. All right, thank you, everybody. That was a great brainstorming break for me. And it was very fruitful because we, after a couple of conversations and one with my co-chair of the grant committee, because this is so grant heavy, this particular meeting, and lots of decisions being made, I'm going to add at the end of the agenda other business to set us up for tomorrow's grant decisions. And Dan will take that on, just about our grants committee meeting, and just some of the outcomes from that. It will really help us tee us up for tomorrow. So thank you. All right, so we are moving on to public comment, general public comment. And Nicole, do we have a timer at all? You do, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. First up, I'm going to go with in-person. We do have 2 people on the phone. I'm going to call Vanessa Green from the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils first, and then Cindy Thiemann, you are on deck, please.
Nicole, do I need to hit a button here, or does it?
No.
Okay, very good. Hello, my name is Vanessa Green. I am the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. And greetings, Chair Boyer and members of the OWEB committee here and far away. It's nice to see you. I'm here again for the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, known as NOWC, representing 55 watershed councils from across the state, rural and urban, east side and west side. And tomorrow you are scheduled to discuss the proposed OWEB spending plan for the next biennium. And several of my watershed council colleagues have signed up to give written and verbal testimony both today and tomorrow. In support of the section on watershed council capacity, they will describe from their particular vantage points how those funds support their base operations and enable them to leverage resources from a wide range of agency and philanthropic sources. You'll note that there is a real range of stories and perspectives when they choose to focus on and what they want to share with both seasoned and newer board members. I want to take a moment to preface their comments for you and convey wide watershed council support above and beyond those that you will hear from in today's meeting. In particular, watershed councils appreciate the OWEB staff proposal to shift the approach for the distribution of funds between councils and soil and water conservation districts. This shift would begin to narrow the gap in base funding between the 2 entities and recognize the need for watershed councils to offer competitive wages to recruit and retain qualified staff. I have offered testimony to you on that subject many times over the past 2 years, as have my watershed council colleagues, and we appreciate that that message has been received and verified and supported. As you know, watershed councils play an essential and unique role in our state. Since 1997, the Oregon legislature has passed several statutes to encourage local governments to form watershed councils and direct the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board to support them. We establish bridges between OWEB and our local communities and sustain partnerships that are crucial to conducting complex and large-scale restoration and enhancement of some of the most important habitats for our native species. Councils do vary from each other as our communities and ecological habitats also vary from one another. But in general, watershed councils' strengths lie in their abilities to be nimble as they adapt and lead in evolving situations. Successful partnerships can take years to develop, and watershed councils rely on OWEB as a key partner to support restoration projects, community engagement, and organizational capacity, supporting professional people running efficient, small community organizations according to best practices. In the past biennium, inflation has been more than 10%, and the Watershed Council capacity grants, as described in the proposed spending plan, are essential to maintain pace for watershed councils to be able to effectively serve our communities and advance Oregon's natural resource goals.
Vanessa, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so we have, oh, there you are. Thank you. And could you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, I am Cindy Thiemann, the Executive Director of the Hood River Watershed Group. I want to thank you for the time that you take to serve on the board. OWEB is a fantastic agency. I've worked for watershed councils for 25 years now, 14 years at the Longtown Watershed in Eugene, and now 10 years in Hood River. I'm really passionate about the work, and it's wonderful to see OWEB staff, long-term OWEB staff, and board members, and new board members as well. I wanted to specifically take the opportunity to respond to some of the board member questions on how council capacity is leveraged and spent that came up at the last board meeting. So yes, council capacity is important funding, and it's fundamental to things like rent, insurance, utilities, supplies, and salaries. But I think the really key piece is that what that investment really is buying at the end of the day is fundraising, relationship building, and good technical thinkers. There was one of the board members brought up the sort of that $1 of council capacity money translates into $3 on the ground. And I think it's important, those are OWEB dollars. So I did some math last night. For the past 10 years, it's for my watershed group, my council. And so we have, in a sense, leveraged our council capacity funding to bring in about $5.8 million in federal dollars over the last 10 years and $9.7 million in other state funding, particularly Oregon Water Resources Department funding, and then $2.3 million in OWEB dollars. And so that is for $1 of council capacity funding, it's like $26 or $27 on the ground. So I think that's a helpful context to have. And it was a good question. And I'm going to actually share that with my board because I just hadn't done the math. And then the second thing, relationship building, I think you're going to hear a little bit about that over the, well, it's only 45 seconds. I'm like trying to talk fast. I'm good. Relationship building. So I think watershed councils, I think you all know this, are uniquely tasked with bringing diverse watershed interests together. It's by statute, our decision-making body must embody this diversity. And it ultimately leads to really strong alliances and win-win projects among partners that aren't necessarily, seen eye to eye. And we have challenging natural resource issues, especially on the waterfront, and scarcity in the coming decades. And having those trust and relationships built now is going to lead to stronger projects, less conflict, hopefully less legal action into the future. And council capacity dollars are really the foundation for this. In our watershed, our partnerships are the irrigation districts, the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, the Forest Service, SWCD, ODF&W. So that's our suite of partners. And in other watersheds, it's other suites of partners that, sort of bring that diversity of perspective together. And then lastly, those technical skills, and Vanessa touched on it, just having the, okay, this time is not the same. This clock does not agree with the light. Anyway, just the technical skills. Sorry, people. It says 52 and
52 beyond.
Oh yeah, you're 52 beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Testimony.
Sorry about that, guys.
Thanks. All right, we have Jared Waybright, please. And state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jared Waybright. I am the Executive Director of the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance, which is the fiscal sponsor of the Mackenzie Watershed Council. So good morning, OWEB, OWEB Board Committee members, Co-Chair Boyer. I'm here today to speak in support of staff recommendations contained in their committee report and council capacity support levels contained within the 2023-25 spending plan. Specifically, I'd like to speak to the experience and our perspective on how council capacity support really shaped and was vital to the locally driven response to the 2022 Holiday Farm Fire. That flexible funding allowed for an all hands on deck approach immediately after the fire, where all levels of staff were able to participate in project planning and development at a needed capacity, and really a variety of perspectives that allowed us to get onto the ground literally weeks after the fire. Perhaps a more interesting story is a long-term development process for the program, the Pure Water Partners program, that provided the framework of that fire response. The program was public in 2018 after a 4-year pilot program, but the real work for that began in 2012, and it was council capacity support that really allowed the Watershed Council to be at that table over that 6-year development process, and really made us an effective and responsive partner to co-develop that program with Land Trust, OWEB, and other local partners. And then lastly, as has been previously mentioned, we are part of the development team working on long-term resiliency projects in the Mackenzie, focused on both floodplain, riparian restoration on private lands, and it's once again council capacity support that allows us to take a lead role in that development process, seeking federal, state, and local funding that really drives a vision for wildfire and climate change resiliency in the Mackenzie. So council capacity support is vital on multiple levels for daily operations, but really for our experience, filled a unique role in a disastrous situation, which we would have been hard pressed, quite honestly, even with the amount of outside funding coming in, to otherwise fill. So thank you for your time. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. All right, so we have on the phone Chris Wright. Are you there, Chris? Nicole, is she there? Are you there, Chris?
Yeah, are you ready for my public comment?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you. Go for it.
Thank you. Great. Good morning, OWEB board members. My name is Chris Knight. I'm the Executive Director at the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council based in Bend. Our program area also covers communities such as Lapine, Sisters, and Redmond. The purpose of my public comment today is to thank you for investing in watershed councils through our council capacity grants. And thank you for considering investing more in watershed councils through these capacity grants. My hope is that my comments will help emphasize that this would be a wise investment. In fiscal year 22, our watershed council had a revenue of just over 1.6 million, and 40% of that was private non-governmental dollars. The portion of our council capacity grant for that same period of time was just over 67,000. Stated another way, our council capacity grant was just 4.1% of our total budget in FY22. Leveraging that $67,000 as part of a council capacity grant to raise an additional 1.6 million for our watershed council's work is an outstanding investment by OWEB. We are currently just partway through FY23, but our planned revenue in FY23 is approximately 2 million. So for the biennium, that's a $135,000 investment by OWEB with a 3.6 million return on investment. These council capacity grants not only fund staff time to write grants, develop relationships with partners and funders, but also allow us to do the important work of ensuring we are following best practices as a nonprofit organization in Oregon. This council capacity funding also helps us raise dollars for our Watershed Council to support work that OWEB cares about, such as mitigating climate change and diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. This past year, we wrote a grant and received a grant for funding from Pacific Power to purchase an electric truck that reduces our council's carbon footprint in delivering our mission. These council capacity grants have also created financial flexibility to allow us to use other unrestricted dollars to support our staff and board in education and relationship building related to creating a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive watershed council. In closing, all of this work I have described is outside the scope of grants we receive for on-the-ground projects that our council is doing. But this council capacity funding is critical to the function and organizational health of our watershed council that allows us to do all this on-the-ground work. As one last example, I noticed this weekend that OWEB posted on social media about a project we just recently completed along the Deschutes River near the Old Mill District here in Bend. OWEB funding for this project covered about 20% of the total project cost. We used our council capacity grant to go out and raise the other additional 80% to deliver this project. We couldn't have done this project without OWEB project support or our council capacity support and our other project funders. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments today.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, everybody, for your in-person verbal comments and on the phone. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to give public comment today? All right, not seeing any. I'm going to identify the written comments, and I don't know what page they're on in our board book. So I'm just going to name off their names, and maybe Nicole can research what page they're on or where they start. Zach Malone from Lower Nehalem Watershed Council, Maggie Payton from Upper Nehalem Watershed Council, Noah, I'm sorry if I'm going to do this wrong, but Dolan Jack. Okay. And he's from the Neacham? Oh, that's a new one for me. Never heard of that one. I got to educate myself. Graham Clagg from North Coast Western Association. Dave Shively from Nestucca, Neskowin, and Sand Lake Watershed Council. Christy Foster from Tillamook Estuaries Partnership. Thank you all for your written testimonies today. Really appreciate your engagement and the public engaging in us. Did you? No? No, do we have a page that these start on in our board book? A separate packet, okay. Thank you. All right, moving on down to item number F. I'm gonna call Eric Williams and Miriam up, please. Is she in here?
Miriam is on screen.
Oh, I was like, where is she? I should put my glasses on. And we're gonna do item number F, land acquisitions. Thank you.
Sure what that's about. Okay, Chair Boyer, members of the board, for the record, Eric Williams. I'm the grant program manager at OWEB. And with me to present this item is my colleague Miriam Forney, who is appearing virtually on screen. And this is item F. There are two parts to this. The staff report begins on page 40 of your board book. And the first part, F1, is about our land acquisition grant offering from the September application that we received. So we're going to walk through background on that offering, and then we'll break for public comment specific to that offering, and then come back for board deliberation. And then following that, we'll take up item F2, which is a separate item on an existing land acquisition project that we have a request for. Apologies for my technical difficulties here. All right, we've got a little bit of a delay in the slides. Apologize for that. And what I would like to do is just go through a little bit of background on the land acquisition offering, and then turn it over to Miriam, who will talk about the specifics of the application we received for this offering. And I want to note that this offering, along with water acquisitions, is really front and center in our constitutional mandate that OWEB has. One of the things that the Constitution says is we fund land and water acquisition projects with willing sellers on a voluntary basis. And so each year we have a land acquisition offering that is open solicitation and open to any eligible applicants. And the purpose of it is to expend funds in a strategic manner on projects that address critical watershed resources and processes. There are some principles established in the program, including that we're looking to address diverse fish and wildlife species and habitat types. We're looking to invest in relatively intact functioning systems. And we're looking also to invest in critical ecological functions that support landscape scale strategies. In terms of our process for review, it's somewhat similar to many of the offerings at OWEB. It is grounded in our evaluation criteria that are in the administrative rules adopted by the board. And the 5 review components that you see on the screen are components of the administrative rules evaluation criteria for land acquisition projects. And they include an analysis and evaluation of the ecological outcomes, the project soundness, which really focuses on the real estate transaction, the capacity of the organization applying for funds to steward the investment in perpetuity, the community and benefits and impacts that the project might bring, and also public comment received. For the 2022 application cycle, we received 1 application requesting $2.875 million in lottery funding. That application is recommended for funding. And I'll note that if this is awarded, I believe this will be the highest dollar amount ever awarded in the OWEB land acquisition program. To get into the project details of the Trout Creek Meadows project, I'm going to turn it over to Miriam Forney. Go ahead, Miriam.
Thanks, Eric. So for the record, Miriam Forney, Land Acquisition Coordinator. You're seeing the side of my face because of a screen setup that helps me with vision impairment. So first, I'll share some information about land acquisition evaluations. Changes were recently made to the evaluation process at the request of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. The changes include an opportunity for reviewers to seek clarifications about grant application content pertaining to ecological outcomes and project soundness. The changes also include an opportunity for the applicant to respond to the reviewer's questions, as well as to any comments made during the public hearing. No new grant application information is accepted in this process, and that's consistent with other grant types. So moving to the single grant application that was received in the September 2022 grant cycle. First, to confirm Eric Williams' information, yes, this is the highest dollar value that has ever been requested of OWEB by about $300,000. We routinely make grants in the land acquisition cycle that are greater than $1 million. So the Trout Creek Meadows application, which is number 223-9900, was submitted by Oregon Desert Land Trust. ODLT requested $2,875,000 to reimburse costs incurred in the purchase of an approximately 17,000 acre property known as Trout Creek Ranch, which is in Harney County. ODLT purchased the ranch knowing that it presented a rare opportunity to protect, restore, and manage a connected and resilient landscape. The ranch spans 5 watersheds, and it includes a variety of ecological systems. For example, aspen woodlands, grasslands, creeks, and wet meadows. ODLT requested that OWEB funds be applied to a 2,365 acre portion of the ranch known as Trout Creek Meadows. The meadows consist of freshwater emergent marsh and lowland riparian forest and shrubland. These are board established priorities for land acquisition funding. The application states that Trout Creek Meadows is one of the most important landscapes in Western North America for waterbird migration. The goals of the overall ranch project, which encompasses Trout Creek Meadows, include enhancing climate resilient habitat for sensitive fish and wildlife, and partnering where possible with tribes on initiatives such as restoration, cooperative land management, and cultural resource protection. Another goal of the project is collaborating with local ranchers and BLM to implement management and restoration strategies that are designed to control non-native grasses and to reduce wildfire risk. So the application states that ODLT's management of Trout Creek Meadows will be focused on improving function of the freshwater emergent marsh and lowland riparian forest and shrubland systems. This will be through improved management of practices such as grazing and weed control, and through restoration actions such as improving conditions in Trout Creek. Reviewers determined that improving grazing and water management in Trout Creek Meadows will maximize resources for migrating birds and will improve resources for other species such as outward chub. The real estate transaction is complete and it can be reimbursed under the administrative rules for the land acquisition program. Reviewers determined that certain aspects of the transaction, such as legal access for Trout Creek Meadows, need to be confirmed through funding conditions that are recommended for the project. ODLT is a first-time applicant to OWEB and has a relatively small staff. However, reviewers noted that the Land Trust has formed robust partnerships to manage and restore the ranch, including Trout Creek Meadows. Funding conditions are included to confirm aspects of organizational capacity. The application states that ODLT works in rural counties with limited tax bases, and therefore the Land Trust approach is to continue paying taxes on lands that it purchases, and it will do this for the entire ranch. In summary, the application presents an opportunity to restore the majority of the lower Trout Creek floodplain. Staff recommends the board award $2,875,000 for the project in accordance with OWEB's standard grant agreement for land acquisition, including project-specific conditions specified in the grant agreement and provided in the board stakeholders. Eric, if you can identify questions, it's hard for me to see those as they come up.
Will do, Miriam. And so now we will entertain questions from the board. And then, as I said earlier, we'll have public comment on this specific item and then come back for board deliberations.
Any questions from board members?
I think Steve has a hand up.
Oh, I can't see. Your hand matches the color of your wall, so I can't see it, sorry. All right, Stephen, please, and welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Just a simple question on, I noticed there was some in the text, something about mineral rights. Could you explain what that is about?
Yeah, I can handle that question, Eric. So Harney County reserved mineral rights for certain lands that are now within the land that is Trout Creek Meadows. And we typically would like our partners to obtain those mineral rights, to reunite those mineral rights with the fee simple estate, the rest of the property. And the reason for that is we want to ensure that no entity can later claim a right to mine and to disrupt the conservation values. There are times when the mineral rights can't be purchased or extinguished, and so our approach there is to ask our grantee to conduct a mineral assessment that will determine the likelihood of minerals being extracted, and that likelihood needs to be negligible in order for us to feel comfortable moving forward with the grant.
Thank you, Miriam. Meg, you have your hand up? Nice to see you.
you. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I was late today. I have a kind of maybe it's too broad of a question and we should take it up during deliberations, but this seems like an extraordinary number of conditions on this acquisition compared to others that we've seen. And that may be just my memory being off, and you can correct me if this is more typical. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, if that's the case. But also the initial conditions and the secondary conditions, is that like a timing thing? Do some of them have to be done earlier than others? Or what is the timing, I guess, for the completion of the following the condition?
Eric, I can start off on that answer and then you can add anything that you see fit. So there are more conditions for this project than typical. That does not in any way represent an uncertainty by staff that this project can be done and done soundly. There were just some items in the grant application that need to be clarified, and that's the majority of the conditions that you see there. So to explain the initial and secondary conditions, we want to ensure, because we can pay for certain due diligence items before the transaction closes, we want to ensure that we have our grantee address certain essentially threshold items that we want to see addressed in a certain way before we move on to other items in the project. And what that does is it enables us to receive some assurances about the project before we potentially invest a significant amount of money, for example, in an appraisal, which costs a bit of money. So appraisals are usually secondary conditions.
And how about how much time can elapse between the grant and when this all gets completed? What time does the applicant have?
So per administrative rule, they have 18 months from the date of the board award.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Gary, you have your hand up?
I do, thank you. I think I got my question answered there with Meg's question, actually, in that conversation. I understand that Eric said that it was a reimbursable, a reimbursed grant. And so my question was what are the sideboards, or is there a budget behind the way this money is to be expended? So sounds like there is.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lindsay. Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you. I kind of have two questions. So seems like there were some, and thanks Meg and Gary for the terms and conditions. I had questions about that too. So it seems like there's some terms in there requiring details on management of the property, including like a management plan. So first question, I know there was some public comment on that too, kind of details around exactly what's going to happen on the property. First question is, does the management plan have to be completed prior to closing, or is it after? And then my second question is, there's some conditions in here about stewardship funds, but those seem to be outside of OWEB dollars. And so there's some conditions about a lot of details on stewardship funds, and I'm just wondering if those are outside funds. And sometimes a lot of those questions can't be answered when other funders have different requirements. And so some of those details may be not as detailed as maybe we're hoping for.
Miriam, do you want to start on the management plan question?
Sure, yeah. So the timing of the management plan for this project is standard procedure under OWEB's administrative rules for land acquisition. And those rules are in recognition of the time and expense involved in preparing a management plan and OWEB's desire not to require a plan for projects that might not be awarded funding. So we require the management plan after we invest the funds after our closing. But ODLT clarified in response to public hearing comments that it's already developed an access plan, an infrastructure plan, facilities plan, working on grazing leases and drafts of fire and weed plans. So they have on their own, because they already own the property, began their management planning process, and will wrap those plans into an OWEB required plan after closing. And then I think your next question was about stewardship funding.
Yeah.
So the application discusses a $3 million stewardship funding target for Trout Creek Ranch, with a pro rata estimate of $636,480 for stewardship. And that would be a stewardship fund for Trout Creek Meadows if awarded the OWEB grant. So essentially, they will be able to provide private funding for the stewardship fund for Trout Creek Meadows. We, with OWEB funds, cannot fund that stewardship account.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you. I just have one question. So in your presentation, Miriam, you mentioned that this is just a portion of the size of this particular ranch. How many additional acreages are there? I'm just curious.
The ranch in total that ODLT owns in fee simple is approximately 17,000 acres. There are 500,000 acres, give or take, of grazing lease ground associated with the ranch.
I didn't hear what the 500,000 was. Sorry, can you say that again?
They're grazing lease acres associated with the ranch.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, not hearing and or seeing any, we are going to move on down. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Miriam. We are going to move down to public comment on this particular agenda item. All right, let's see. I have Brad Nye. Are you here?
I am.
Oh, right on.
Are you ready for me?
If yes, if you could come up and state your name, please, for the record.
For the record, Brad Nye, Deputy Director with the Oregon Desert Land Trust. I'd love to answer all of the questions that came up, and I'd point out to the board that it's been 8 months since we filed the application. So a lot's happened in the intervening time, and I'm going to go back and grab some of the things I wanted to bring up here. One second. So I'm here today with our Executive Director, Brent Fenty, behind me. Board member Bruce Taylor is also here. We have also on the line board members Angela Sitz and Autumn Muir. So thank you for your time today. Thanks to OWEB staff for recommending this project for funding, and thanks you to the board for your consideration. I joined the Oregon Desert Land Trust in 2021 after 20 years as Conservation Director at the Deschutes Land Trust. During my time at the Deschutes Land Trust, I managed 12 OWEB-funded acquisition projects. Each of these projects involved preparing OWEB-approved management plans, and most involved significant restoration. Oregon Desert Land Trust was founded in 2017 and owns 11 properties. Trout Creek Ranch is the most complex project Oregon Desert Land Trust has undertaken, and we've been correspondingly strategic about building stewardship capacity. We have a formal long-term stewardship commitment from the Nature Conservancy and regular access to a core team of experts. The Oregon Desert Land Trust itself has 1.5 FTEs on the ranch, and on May 1st, we'll add a full-time regional steward who will be based in Burns, but spending more than 80% of their time on the project. Given the complexity of the project, we gave ourselves 3 years to identify the partners, facilities, infrastructure, and strategies required to meet our conservation goals. As part of this learning commitment, we've completed a variety of assessments and plans for the properties. These include, and my apologies to folks on the web, but I'm just going to show a couple of documents here. An initial assessment of vegetative trends on the property and a pasture-by-pasture analysis of conditions on each of the 58 named pastures in our grazing program. This is one page from that. An update of that assessment with 158 survey plots across the property. This included ground truthing the remote sensing tools we used to develop the initial assessment and prioritizing vegetation management needs through several lenses, including perennial dominance, threat of conversion, and restoration cost. Finally, we've surveyed and assessed and prioritized MESIC resources, 151 springs, wet meadows, and creeks across the project area. This study, and here's an example page of it, and I'm happy to distribute these, ranked MESIC resources from 1 to 5 in importance and recommended management actions for each resource. We'll apply this same scientific rigor to enhancing habitat in the irrigated meadows proposed for OWEB funding. None of this assessment and planning happens overnight, but all of it is necessary to ensure the best outcome possible. As we plan for the meadows, we'll continue to engage our neighbors, including other water rights holders. We coordinate with our neighbors throughout the irrigation season, and we'll continue that level of coordination as we move forward with any restoration project in the meadow. I'll close with stewardship funding. There's been some confusion here, so I'd like to assure the board that we've included stewardship needs in our project budgets and fundraising plans from the outset, and are in good position to secure the permanent stewardship funding we need for the project. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer questions if you have any later.
Thank you very much for your public comment today. We have some written, and where is it? Right here. On this topic, we have several written public comments. Dwayne Grant from Grant 4D Farms, Judith Meredith, Linda Neal, Karen Moon from Harney County Watershed Council, Bob Borland from Traditional Archers of Oregon, and Turin and Carol Dutton. Thank you all for engaging in the public process today. And we are now going to move on to deliberation, correct? Yes, board deliberation. Who has questions or comments? Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the comments. So in the 4 years I've been on OWEB, I've always asked this question. So I don't know if staff can answer or if the applicant answer this. So we're using public money here. Does the public have access to this property, including hunting and fishing?
Thanks, Mark. Miriam, do you want to address what was in the content of the application regarding public access?
Sure. So ODLT would like to keep its options open for public access in the Trout Creek Meadows portion of the ranch. There could be opportunities for bird watching and other public access. It's unknown at this time. It'll be subject to the management planning process. I am aware that ODLT has support for the project from the Archers, and there is, I think, to some extent, hunting access allowed in the larger portion of the ranch.
Okay, did you confirm that? Okay, I see the heads nodding yes back there. So when I was reading through this, so there, let me get to where I was. So this is essentially to, our portion is to pay off the loan, is that correct? That portion to help pay off the loan, is that, am I reading that right?
Yes, essentially that is what our grant will do, and enable ODLT to shift its privately raised money to stewardship.
Okay, so that's the shift. That's what I wanted to understand. And so this pays for, oh shoot, I can't find it here, 8,000 acres. This pays for a portion of the whole ranch, correct? For that portion,
yes,
of the larger. And so does that, I couldn't quite, and Marion, maybe this is a question for you. I couldn't quite figure out, does it pay off all the portion for that portion of the acreage? In other words, is there still more loan to pay off that we aren't covering? Because I noticed it's $8 billion, blah, 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 $8. So it looks like it's to pay off. And I just wanted to get a confirmation.
Right. So we are asked to fund $2.8 million for an easement that's on 2,400 acres plus out of the almost 17,000 acre ranch. And so we can only pay, of course, appraised value for the property. And so whatever that appraised number is, and that'll get reviewed by our review appraiser, that is the amount of funds that we would contribute at closing. And then that can go towards whatever purpose ODLT deems fit, and one of those is paying off a loan.
Okay, that makes it clear. So the 2.8 we're paying for the total cost of 3.6. Has the other portion been secured, or is there still fundraising to go on for that? Okay, I see how head's nodding yes. So, okay, I just wanted to see if
match is secured.
If yes, we're closing the loop on that portion of the property then. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I did have the question on, because staff had said there's some confusion about, if there was money to, after the purchase, to be able to manage the property, and it sounds like there is a strong intent to secure the funding to be able to manage the property after it's.
Yeah, and this is something we ask in of every application, and it's challenging because OWEB cannot fund a stewardship endowment due to statutory restrictions on the money. However, it's an important piece to any perpetual obligation. There has to be a way to pay for the ongoing costs of managing property, and the land trusts are well aware of this and are thinking about this from day one before they even decide whether or not to purchase a property. And so what we do in review is we ask our applicants to run through, there's a bunch of stewardship calculators out there. They're essentially spreadsheets that include commonly incurred costs, both annual costs that occur, kind of continuously, as well as costs that may come up once every 5 years or so, and then you annualize those costs in the spreadsheet. And so we look to all of our applicants to give us an idea of what those costs are going to be, and then that drives what their target is for funding a stewardship endowment based on what a reasonable expectation of return on investment is. And so they've gone through that analysis, and as Brad mentioned earlier, they've been working on that part of their stewardship plan for some time now.
Okay, and then I don't want anybody to read into this wrong. I strongly support this effort, but the reason I ask the questions is 2.8 million is a lot of money. Even $1 million is a lot of money. We need to do due diligence to this effort. So I was involved in the Prouty Creek purchase, and that was a great purchase from OWEB with the Deschutes Land Trust there. And so this is going to be a great addition from a willing landowner, property owner. So I think it's going to be I'm going to be supporting it.
Thanks, Mark. And I think one element we didn't really dive into too much detail on in our presentation is the value of the wet meadow habitat here. And there was some strategic thinking going on the part of Oregon Desert Land Trust, looking at the totality of their acquisition and then identifying the most significant portion of that 17,000 acres in terms of habitat, and that's what they came to OWEB for. And it's obviously, Miriam mentioned the significance for migratory waterfowl, but just the significance of wet meadow habitat in the high desert is highly valuable, and that's those two things really are driving the analysis that says that, okay, there's a significant return on investment here in terms of watershed benefit.
And so Chris and I were chatting just a little bit. So, and I might have answered the question wrong, but Lahontan cutthroat, are they found in that area? I'm seeing.
Eric, I can handle
ahead,
that.
Miriam.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the project would benefit outboard chub.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions, concerns, thoughts? I have a few. So I love the diversity of this piece of property. It's impressive, and especially for the region. It's just impressive and fascinating to me. I don't think I had an idea that there was that many wetlands in that area. So that was eye-opening. So I follow through on Mark's about keeping it open, to the public. Keeping it open was what I heard, and I don't understand what that means. Like keeping just keep the process of maybe having it open to the public at some point. But what does keeping it open mean in our process?
So in our process, our program is, we do not require public access on properties we invest in, and where public access is desired on behalf of our applicant, we look at the potential impacts of allowing access to the resource we're trying to protect. And so each case is different in terms of what level of access might be appropriate. But what we saw in the application is that, as Miriam alluded to earlier, there are bird watching activities there. There's some hunting activities there. Some of those may continue, but there isn't a plan for broad recreational access to the property at this point in time. That is something that we look at very closely when we go through the management planning process, because those plans get a little clearer as the grantee is working on the specifics of the management plan. And we'll be looking at that to make sure that whatever is proposed is not going to be detrimental to the resource that we're protecting.
Okay, thank you. And from the public comment, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask this question, but it was mentioned that there'll be conversations with other water right holders. Can you know anything about that?
Well, you saw in the public comment letter from Pueblo Mountain Land Company, they are the most immediate downstream neighbor. And they have water rights that I believe are junior to this property's rights. And they expressed in their letter that they're fully comfortable with the plans that have been put in place for managing water on the property, and will have a continuing relationship with Oregon Desert Land Trust as neighboring landowners over time. And so, I read through that letter, and that one in particular gave me some comfort that issue has been vetted, given that that's the property that's most likely to be impacted by any kind of change in water use on the Trout Creek Meadows property. And so I give credit to the Oregon Desert Land Trust for the extensive amount of relationship building that they've done to establish those relationships, but also to talk about the details of what it means essentially to be good neighbors in that country.
Thank you.
Eric, I could add some information there. There's a total of 7 water rights holders on Trout Creek. ODLT took the step on their own of providing OWEB's public hearing announcement to all of them. And there was only one comment back. That was the letter that Eric just described.
Thank you. Molly, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate learning more about this. And my question is really kind of in regards to the Harney County Watershed Council letter that was submitted in written comments. And it was touched upon a little bit earlier in the discussion. I'm hoping you can elaborate a little bit more, because it seems like one of the questions that they're raising is that the applicant doesn't have a succession strategy for the future. So really kind of that concern about established record of conservation success at this location, and the policy and procedures that they would put into place. So you mentioned that this was a little bit of a TBD, but could you expand a little bit more on addressing that particular concern that was raised in the written comments?
Sure, thanks, Molly. I think I'll start and then ask Miriam if she has anything to add to that. When we talked about management planning earlier, one of the things that is just simply kind of how our program has to work, we can't expect a fully developed management plan that on behalf of a grantee or an applicant at that time until we've committed funds and have gone through the transaction closing process, because it's a significant volume of work. Typically we don't request that level of work from an applicant prior to committing funds to a project, because it could be sunk costs if they go through an extensive process and then don't end up getting the OWEB grant. So that's one of the reasons that the timing for management plans is as Miriam described. We get through the closing, and then we have a process to get the management plan complete and approved by OWEB. So we have to review and approve that management plan. It is referenced in the conservation easement that OWEB holds, and so it has a compliance component to it in terms of compliance with the easement. In terms of the specifics, I think some of the concerns in that letter were just simply questions over what will the status of grazing be in the future. And the Oregon Desert Land Trust did address grazing to the extent that they intend to incorporate it into their management strategy, so long as it is in support of the goal of maintaining and restoring wet meadow habitat. And so I think it's been shown in a lot of cases that those two things can be compatible. I think when Brad just gave you a thumbnail sketch of the work they've done to date with 58 pastures that are named, that is a ton of organizational work that, as you heard from Brad, they've already made a lot of progress on. But again, I think it's an unreasonable expectation to have the entire management plan for that out before we even award funds.
Okay.
Can someone mute who's got, we've got some background noise there. Thanks. And so, we have to let the process work out. I think from our perspective, as funders of this project, we'll be looking at the activities proposed as they support the goal of maintaining and restoring the wet meadow habitat on the property. And that certainly can include grazing and is likely to include grazing. Miriam, anything to add to that?
No, nothing to add. Thank you, Eric.
All right, any other questions or comments from board members?
Ready for?
All right, I think that we are ready for a motion.
Before I make the motion, Miriam, this is probably the most complicated one you've worked on with given the number of conditions that are put on this. Is that true? Is that pretty close?
It's not the most complicated project that I have worked on in terms of the transaction. There are a good number of conditions for this project simply because we need to confirm a number of elements about the transaction.
I was going to try to give you some credit here for all the work. So do we have enough members for?
Well, no, we're pretty sure we do, but we're going to do a roll call to make sure.
So Madam Chair, I move the board award funding for the land acquisition grant as specified in attachment A to the land acquisition grants award staff report with the specific conditions detailed in attachment B in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to have Nicole take a roll call, please.
Lindsay McClary? Here. Or aye. Yes. Kelly Coates?
Aye.
Gary Marshall?
Aye.
Liza Jean McAllister?
Excused.
Bruce Buckmaster?
Aye.
Jamie McLeod Skinner?
Aye.
Barbara Boyer?
Aye.
Molly Kyle?
Aye.
Meg Reeves?
Aye.
Mark Labhart?
Yes.
Liz Ag Poa?
Excused. All right, it looks like we have a quorum and motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, good work, everybody. All right, moving on down. Oh, wait, so there's a time extension request?
Yes, yes, there is. I
Go
was just
ahead,
getting up to stretch. Okay, thank you, Chair Boyer, members of the board. Again, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB, along with my colleague Miriam Forney. This is item F2 in your board book, which begins on page 50 of the PDF. And this relates to something we were just discussing, which is the time frame for transactions to get to closing, that 18-month time frame. And we're going to talk a little bit about what happens if you encounter some difficulties along the way. So I'll turn it over to Miriam to describe this item for you.
Thanks, Eric. For the record, Miriam Forney, Land Acquisition Coordinator. The board awarded funding for the Siuslaw Land Acquisition Project, which was grant number 221-9903 at its October 2021 meeting. The project's a partnership of the Nature Conservancy and Mackenzie River Trust to purchase 245 acres of former tidal wetlands in the Siuslaw River estuary in Lane County. Per administrative rule, the board's award marked the start of an 18-month due diligence period for the project. So grantees are required to close their transactions by the end of the due diligence period. The closing deadline for the Siuslaw project is April 27, 2023, this week. The project is complicated and includes the need to obtain land use approval from Lane County for a partition. So delays in the land use process have resulted in a slowdown on other work on the project. TNC is requesting an extension of the closing deadline. So an extension will enable TNC to complete the required work, including obtaining that land use approval and completing things like access easements and title work. So in accordance with administrative rule, the board may authorize an extension of the closing deadline, which will keep grant funds encumbered for the Siuslaw project, conditionally encumbered, or the board can rescind the award at this time. Staff recommends that the board extend the closing deadline to April 27th, 2024 to enable TNC and MRT to complete due diligence for the project.
Are there any questions from the board? All right, I have one. Is this specific, so the land use issue, I understand that's the reason for the extension. Is it specific to this particular county, or do you think this will happen in other counties?
Thanks for the question. I see Miriam was about to speak too. I think it can happen in any county. I think I'll let Miriam talk about any specifics to this county.
No, I don't have any specific information for this county. I would say that the land use process seems to vary county by county, and so it's unclear what you might get into when you're seeking land use approval. And while the process plays out according to established rules and statutes, it's the time involved can be variable sometimes.
And just to follow through, is there any learning in this process for you as staff? Was there any red flags that said, oh, this particular region might be more difficult than another?
There was not any red flags. However, this project and others that include a land use decision have prompted staff to ask about land use a little more clearly in the grant application starting this next cycle.
Great, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, not seeing any. Oh, Jamie, your hand is up.
Not a question or comment. I'm ready to make a motion.
Go for it.
I move that the board extend the closing deadline to April 27th, 2024 for the Sisal Land Acquisition Project, grant number 221-9903-19500, with all the conditions of the project remaining unchanged.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Kelly. All right, it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Kelly. Is there further discussion? Nicole, should we do roll call or just no? Okay, feeling good? We got, okay. All right, same amount of people as the last roll call. So, all right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on down to item agenda G, climate-related evaluation criteria, rulemaking update. Eric and Jesse, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. Jesse Kirshner, for the record, Water and Climate Programs Coordinator here at OWEB.
And for the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator.
So we're going to be providing you all with an update on the climate evaluation criteria rulemaking process. So just as a reminder, we wanted to put the climate resolution up here. I won't read all of the text since you've seen it many times, but just note that the OWEB board resolved in January of 2022 that we will integrate climate mitigation and adaptation in our budgeting, investing, and policymaking decisions. The two that I want to cue in on here is funding climate smart adaptation and resilience, and funding projects that include meaningful emissions reductions, carbon sequestration, and protection of carbon storage. Oh, great. We're taking a moment to fix technology.
I have a question about climate impacts on technology. No, I'm just joking.
Here we go. Okay. And we're back. Okay, so the other two parts of the resolution state that we will learn and apply diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice principles when making our funding decisions to address challenges arising from climate change to traditionally underrepresented and impacted communities, and that we will engage traditionally underrepresented and impacted communities in our processes to craft meaningful solutions. So as you will also recall, we held a series of public listening sessions last spring, and just wanted to remind you some of the rulemaking considerations that we heard from those public listening sessions. The first was to develop broad evaluation criteria, which allows for more flexibility in terms of what kinds of improvements and enhancements can be implemented to achieve these kinds of climate mitigation and adaptation benefits. The second theme that we heard was that it's important to consider what criteria maximize all project benefits while also minimizing the burden on grant applicants. The third was to start qualitative and move to quantitative. So qualitative descriptions of mitigation and adaptation benefits may be more of an appropriate first step because the science and data and tools are still evolving on the quantitative side. The fourth, to consider trade-offs associated with mitigation-based criteria and recognize that the ability to sequester and store carbon is going to vary by things like geography, property type, habitat type, and other factors. The fifth is to be clear about our definitions, our terminology, and make sure that we build that shared understanding of our terminology and provide guidance and resources for our applicants. And also define our expectations, including showing applicants what examples of good responses would be to grant application questions around these criteria. The next theme was that our public participants recognized that this would be an opportunity for applicants to re-examine their current practices and think about ways that they could modify their projects to better address climate impacts, become more efficient, or revise their priorities. The next theme is around flexibility, that it's going to be important for OWEB as we move forward with this to establish a feedback loop and get input from our partners to see what's working and what's not and make those changes accordingly. The next is to put traditionally underrepresented and impacted communities at the table with decision-making power. And then the last theme that we heard was to consider developing and applying a predetermined equity lens, which could help to prioritize funding to community members who are being impacted first and most significantly by climate change.
Okay, so in July, the board took all that into consideration and authorized staff to initiate rulemaking for climate-related evaluation criteria across OWEB's grant programs. So OWEB took that charge and we recruited a rulemaking advisory committee, or a RAC as it's often referred to, and we actually have a couple of RAC members for this endeavor behind us in the room today. So really want to publicly acknowledge the gratitude that we have for them for participating on this committee. So here's just an outline of the 4 meetings that we had with the RAC. So at the first meeting, we went over sort of the roles and responsibilities of the RAC and a rulemaking context for them. We provided a little bit of the background on the climate resolution that Jesse just mentioned, and then had a first draft of climate-related evaluation criteria for to the RAC to kind of chew on and make some edits for us on that very first draft. The second meeting, which was held in January, we really dug into that draft climate-related evaluation criteria, spent a good almost 3 hours, if I recall, on the evaluation criteria. And at the third meeting, kind of based on some of the discussion that was had at the second meeting, we spent a good amount of time on what draft grant application guidance and examples might look like based on the draft criteria that we had developed at that time. And we'll get into a few examples here in a moment. But we also then kind of honed a little bit more the evaluation criteria and the definitions, which are very important at that third meeting. And finally, just a few weeks ago, we had our fourth and final RAC meeting where we finalized the evaluation criteria and definitions, and then had a bit of a discussion on if the RAC felt that what we had developed so far would have a fiscal impact to communities around Oregon. So give the Zoom a beat to catch up. There it is. So here's what we have for our draft climate-related evaluation criteria. We have 3 of them. The first is how engagement with local communities disproportionately impacted by climate change has informed or will inform the project. How changing climate conditions are incorporated into the project, and how the project will contribute to durable adaptation and resilience for ecosystems, including human communities, and how consideration of greenhouse gas emissions or long-term carbon sequestration or storage has informed the project. And then along with the criteria, we have definitions, which are, I'm not going to go read through them all, but we have carbon sequestration, carbon storage, durable adaptation and resilience for ecosystems, and a definition for local communities disproportionately impacted by climate change.
Okay, so as Eric mentioned, during our second RAC meeting, committee members expressed a desire to see examples of how the criteria would be applied in practice. So what this looks like in our grant applications and our guidance that we would provide. So we took that suggestion and we looked through all of our existing grant application questions for restoration, technical assistance, stakeholder engagement, monitoring, and land acquisition to identify places where the climate criteria could be added. So the reason we picked those particular grant offerings was those were ones that were asked for specifically by the RAC members. So our goal was to find places within those grant applications that we could integrate these criteria into existing questions wherever possible, rather than write new questions. So was there a way to look at an existing question and then either add something that specifically spoke to the climate criteria, or in the guidance for that question, provide some guidance that said, in your response, please speak to climate impacts, for example. So the purpose of this really was to demonstrate to the committee members how the climate criteria fit into our existing grant application evaluation criteria, which I'll show you here in a minute. How the criteria can be translated into those application questions and guidance, and then also to provide examples towards the level of content that we'd be looking for in applicant responses. So we're going to now walk through an example of what this looks like. Oh dear. Sorry, this is animated, so it's of course going to take us 10 minutes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so just to orient you, this is our evaluation criteria for restoration grants as they currently exist. So all of our restoration grants are evaluated against these 5 what we call bubbles. So you'll see watershed context, proposal clarity, technical soundness, capacity of applicant, and cost effectiveness. And within those, there's a whole host of different criteria that all of our restoration grant applications are evaluated against. So what we are doing here with climate is then proposing to add a 6th bubble, which has those 3 different criteria. So any grant application that comes in is now going to be evaluated against these 6 bubbles, and climate is not, weighted any differently than any of the others. They're all weighted the same, but it's just another bubble for us to consider in our evaluations of these grants. So what we wanted to then do is say, here's an example of a current application question. This is for restoration. The question asks about design. So it says, describe the design alternatives that were considered and why the preferred alternative was selected. So we didn't change the question at all, but what you can see, any of the black text is the existing guidance that's for applicants to respond to that question. And what we've done is then highlight some text in yellow, say this is what we would potentially propose as guidance to get to those climate criteria. So the guidance for response currently reads, an explanation of design alternatives helps reviewers understand how the project was developed and what range of solutions was considered. No action alternatives should be described, as well as alternatives with different technical or conceptual approaches. Reviewers need to get a clear understanding of why a specific design was chosen over other options. As part of your response, discuss how climate impacts, as well as consideration of greenhouse gas emissions, inform design alternatives and the selection of the preferred alternative. So within that, we've built in 2 of those criteria. Our second one around how incorporation of climate impacts has informed the project, and then also how consideration of greenhouse gas emissions. And so this is just purely for an example. We've been working with the group at OWEB that's currently going through all of our grant applications and trying to update them and shorten them to make sure we're in line with whatever we're proposing with them. But I'm going to let Eric now walk through an example response.
Great, thanks, Jesse. There it is. So this is an entirely fictional example response. I want to make that very clear. So this is based on the guidance that Jesse just described for one specific question in a restoration application. And so what we did here is we described what a applicant might consider describing an application around the alternatives and how it relates to the climate-related evaluation criteria. So we have a no action alternative in this fictional restoration project, as well as a alternative where the applicant is considering, should we use heavy equipment here to do a re-meander of a channel, or is this something where some streamside plantings might suffice? And what we want to see here is that the applicant is thinking through these options and kind of the pros and cons of each approach as it gets to watershed and climate resiliency, as well as greenhouse gas emission reductions. So we had the two alternatives, and we have a preferred alternative where the applicant kind of describes why they chose the tact that they did for this entirely fictional restoration project.
That looks like a ChatGPT AI response, so I don't know, was that?
Mark, I take that to heart, and I want to thank you for that. And then finally, we have kind of the timeline for where we're at here in the rulemaking process. So we are prepared to file notice with the Secretary of State probably a little bit later this week that the draft rules are up for public comment, and we will provide notice to our agency mailing list, the legislature, and Oregon's tribes, and have all this information up on OWEB's website. We expect that the public comment period will be open throughout the month of May and will include a public hearing. And in early June, the public comment period will end. And at that time, we will compile and respond to any public comments that were provided on the draft rules, and then finalize those draft rules, and then bring it back to the board in July for your consideration. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you unshare your screen so I can see the other board members, please? Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Lindsay, please.
Yeah, thanks for that great update and just really thoroughness of taking the resolution and putting it into practice, and also the timeline of it, just moving it right along. So really, really great job. Excited to kind of see where things are at. I do have a question. Do you have a sense on, how many questions might be modified with this new guidance? I mean, there's lots of questions in the restoration application, other applications too. An applicant, depending on the context of the question, could really incorporate climate adaptations throughout. Is there a sense of it's kind of wide open, or maybe 20% of the questions might incorporate some of this, or what's the sense of scale on that?
So that's a good question, and it kind of depends right now because the applications are going through those revisions. I will say that as much as possible, we are trying to just incorporate it as guidance, or try to incorporate it into an existing question or a modified question based on an existing question. It looks like the thing we're going to have to add most is the one around local communities disproportionately impacted by climate change, because that isn't something that's like explicitly called out in most of our application questions right now. The criteria they get more at climate impacts, greenhouse gas emissions, sequestration and storage, and adaptation resilience. Those are a little easier to integrate into existing questions, and it's looking more like we'll be able to do that with those.
All right, Stephen, you have a question?
Yeah, I just first want to say I think the staff have done an absolutely superb job in taking an extremely complex series of issues, a lot of public input and board input as well, and come up with what I think is a very clear and precise language that spells out what the expectations are. So I want to really applaud that effort. And I'm wondering, when people think about climate change, there's so much information out there, and I'm wondering if you're providing or intend to provide any handful of sort of documents that might summarize the expectations of climate change in Oregon, so they could use as a sort of a, they're all at least looking at the same guidance, or if they see something else in the primary literature, something they want to cite in terms of justifying what they're doing, that's valuable as well. But do you intend to provide that handful of references?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Yes, we are prepared to provide some guidance on the website, particularly early on as applicants and reviewers look to OWEB to help provide some guidance as to how you're going to fill out these grant applications in a way that meets these evaluation criteria. I'll also say that there's plenty of information out there that applicants we know are already looking at as they're developing their applications and their projects, and we would welcome those guidance documents as well.
And I will add that we have Audrey Hatch, another staff member here at OWEB, had created the Climate-Related Technical Resources Guide that was created, I think, 2 years ago. So we're going to keep building off of that as well, which I know she just recently updated it.
Thank you. Bruce, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. More of a comment. I mentioned at my early comments my appreciation for the RAC, the work they've done. In the few short years since we began working with the Climate Committee and the resolution, the amount of tools for planning, implementation, monitoring that are out there on projects for our project applicants, it has grown incredibly, and it continues to grow. I appreciate what Stephen had said, and I think that we can't cover all the bases as much as we could try to have good, solid information on our website, but our applicants are going to find a lot of information out there to inform their applications. And the RAC work here was broad enough to incorporate new information and allow applicants to tailor their project and describe their project in a way that conforms with our resolution. So the RAC and staff walked a fine line between not being too prescriptive, but being general enough to make sure that the resolution that the board passed is fully addressed in decision making. So thank you, RAC. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Bruce. Meg, you have a question or a comment?
I do, thank you. I want to add my thanks to the staff and the RAC for the work that you've done here, because taking the resolution and turning it into meaningful rules is a challenging, very challenging undertaking, I think. And I think you've done a really nice job here. My comments are really about, the board is going to be asked to adopt these rules in July, I guess. And so my comment goes to a question I will have in July. And it's really about, if I'm a person looking at these rules and I have to follow them, the things that I would want to know that aren't as clear to me as maybe they could be under the rules is, I think from our conversation, I think you're saying that an applicant need not address all three of these criteria, because I think your example had applicants not addressing all three. I guess I'd want to know, must I address at least one of them? And because this talks about how something is going to happen, not whether it's going to happen, but there's an underlying assumption that the weather is there. So I'd want some clarity, and I don't know whether it's there in the rules about what is actually required as a condition of funding. So I don't know if you guys can address that at all.
Yeah, thanks, Meg. I'll start and see if Jesse has anything to add. And that's an important question. I mean, we didn't want applicants, to look at these rules and be befuddled as to will these particular criteria apply to my project. So there's a bit of a preamble that we didn't include in one of the slides, and it says, describes the grant type evaluation criteria, and then says that these rules will apply here wherever possible, knowing that these aren't going to apply to every single grant type that we have. When we walked through the guidance our draft guidance in its entirety with the RAC, we were able to find quite a bit of overlap, throughout. But there are grant types where these three evaluation criteria, all three of them would not apply. It might just be one or two or three.
Oops, Jamie.
It sounds like
sorry,
Meg's
Meg.
those comments.
Sorry, hold on.
Yep. I was following up and being muted at the same time. Sorry.
Go ahead, Meg.
So just to be clear, the expectation is that each application that's in the category of the grants that we've listed here, I'm not sure, I might be looking at the rule, I went back and looked at the draft rules that you guys were working on with the RAC, so I might be looking at the wrong thing, but if you're in that category, we want some information about at least one of these three climate criteria. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. So maybe when you're working on the final language, you can clarify that about, because maybe it's just with an and or in between them, whatever it works. But, okay. Thank you.
Jamie, you have a question, a comment?
Actually, great job on the presentation and the questions. My colleagues actually answered my questions. But the one point I really want to drive home is, and I really, really like the example, because virtually everyone recognizes that we've got some serious problems. And a lot of people are still grappling with, how do we address it? How do we do this work? And even when staff was challenged with the resolution, as was mentioned, the tough thing becomes, okay, what does that mean and how do we do it? And what's so exciting about the work that staff and the RAC is doing is it's really showing others, not just OWEB and in the future, how it will inform the future work and investments of OWEB money, but also other agencies as well. And in a time where something needs to be done, and a lot of people have been grappling with, how do we do it? You guys are doing that work. So really impressive work, really appreciate all the effort that's been done. And looking forward to the next steps on it.
All right, any other, Lisa?
Yeah. So I just want to publicly thank staff and the RAC for their intentional and deliberate engagement throughout this process. You may remember we had listening sessions leading up to it before we ever established the RAC, and this has been a process where staff have really put inclusion to the forefront and listened to people to help bring it all together. So thank you for that very deliberate and conscious engagement.
Gary.
Thank you, Gary Marsh, for the record. I just want to say that that staff and the RAC have clearly been listening. This is something that has come up in the past, that we need to include this kind of thinking in the way we do projects. And I heard Bruce say that we don't have to come up with all these ourselves as a board or staff, that we have applicants out there that are going to discover a lot of maybe unknown things right now that will complement this effort. So it's going into the future, I expect that these projects will just automatically be evaluated, both at the applicant level and the board level, staff, and when the project's being done, on how is this affecting climate and how is it affecting community and things. So I mean, we're partway there now, but I think it's great. Been looking forward to it for a long time. Eckhart told me it's not what you do, it's how you do what you do that makes the difference. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a comment, but I stand between you and lunch, so I will keep it brief. So Eric, you mentioned there were some RAC members in the room. Can you please identify yourselves by raising your hand? Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. It's a heavy topic. So, and I'm impressed with the timeline and just the whole process has been impressive for me. And when this process started, I was, kind of nervous that it was going to be really prescriptive and maybe even alienating the people we were trying to engage with. So this process, just to watch how you queued it up, the question, just to tease it out. It's not really prescriptive. It's just start thinking a little differently. And I really, that's my takeaway from today, was that thoughtfulness, that it's not a heavy hand. It's just, let's start thinking a little differently. So thank you very much for that whole process. I think that's all I have. We are going to take a lunch break. I will see you all back here at 1 p.m., please.
Box lunch is in the back.
Rich, you have to sit in.
You're already ready. Goodness. All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. I tried to get outside, but I didn't. I hope some of you got outside. So we are now going to open up the second half of our day with agenda item H, fall open solicitation grant offerings. And we have a panel, a large panel in front of us. So take it away.
All right, thank you, Chair Boyer, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. Really happy to be here as we do come to you twice each year for open solicitation grant awards. And as is also typical, my colleagues, the regional program representatives, are here to present to you some specific projects and some general themes that you see before you in the board book. And I do want to note, because we've heard some comments about the length of the board book, and yes, it is quite long, and I know 350 of those pages are evaluations for open solicitation projects. But what I wanted to say about that is that really is one of the most significant things we produce at OWEB is the evaluation. So we do put a lot of thought into that because we want to give our applicants and you, the board, as much detail as possible on why the recommendations shake out the way that they do. But I know it's a lot to read through, but I hope this presentation will help you understand, at least thematically and sometimes specifically, the rationale for the recommendations that we have before you today. So let's introduce the panel here first, and then we'll jump into some background, and we'll go through each of the regions in a presentation. We do also have one RPR on screen. So we'll start to my left with this.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Redon, and I'm the Regional Program Representative covering the Willamette Basin.
Hello, I'm Katie Duzick. I am the Regional Program Representative covering Region 1, the North Coast.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Sinella. I cover the Central Oregon region, Region 4.
And good afternoon. My name is Sue Greer. I cover the Mid-Columbia region and also known as Region 6.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kobe Menton, East Region, RPR, where I cover Baker, Union, Wallala, Malheur, and Harney counties.
And on screen, Mark.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer, Region 2 Program Rep.
All right, thanks. We're going to walk through some background information just to orient you to the cycle and then get into our specific presentation on the projects. We received 106 applications this cycle. This is a cycle that includes restoration grants, technical assistance grants, and stakeholder engagement grants. If you recall, our monitoring grants, which are also open solicitation grants, are only offered once a year, so this cycle did not include monitoring applications. And you can see the total request amount there of almost $18 million from 106 applications. Excuse me. And this slide summarizes the what's in the spending plan and also the funding recommendations you have before you. And you may have noticed that we are recommending a two-part motion here, and that is because this is the final open solicitation cycle of the biennium. When we go through the biennium, we're basically chunking off a quarter of the spending plan each time we come to you with recommended board awards. And so in this last cycle of the biennium, sometimes we have to arrange some funding in the spending plan, and you'll see the specifics of that in the proposed two-part motion before you. And so what's recommended here is a total of $13 million across those three application types. And here you can see in terms of the numbers that there are 72 applications recommended for funding. That's 72 out of those 106. And that's the breakdown by grant type along with the dollar amounts. And I'll note that the restoration recommendation is higher than normal. It's a little over $11 million. Usually we're at or just below $8 million. And one of the reasons for that is we do have the luxury of this being the last cycle. And we have had a lot of pent up demand of restoration projects that we haven't had funding for in the past. And credit to our applicants for continuing to pursue funding for these projects. This slide is just a reminder that back in 2015, as folks were debating whether or not to put sage grouse on the endangered species list, there were several agreements made to help restore the populations of sage grouse through habitat improvement. And one of the commitments made at the time was a commitment that OWEB made that in the next 10 years, we would fund $10 million worth of projects addressing sage grouse habitat. And so you can see we're only 8 years into those 10 years, and we're already at $14 million with the inclusion of the 4 projects that you see here, which are in the slate of recommended projects before you today. So we're really happy about that, and we're going to keep tallying this because we do think that the investment is significant and it's achieving some fairly significant results. The staff recommendations by region are shown here. And you do see an ebb and flow both in demand and in awards from cycle to cycle. We don't have regional allocations of funding for the 6 regions. We look at projects across the state as a whole, looking at our evaluation criteria and recommending to you the projects that we think will get the most environmental benefit for the dollar. There's a map in your packet that shows you the locations of each of the projects, both those recommended and not. And our technology is a little sluggish. It's a little bit behind us today. So just note to future users, click the button well ahead of when you need the slide to change. And in terms of our investments, we do track metrics very closely in all of the projects that we fund, and we have reporting staff that do a great job tracking this for us and reporting it back to NOAA and others as well. With this batch of restoration projects, you can look at these numbers. This basically aggregates what we would achieve if these projects are funded, and I think it's pretty impressive. When you look at 164 miles opened up for fish passage, 382 acres riparian treated, 178 acres of wetlands restored, and so on. These really are measurable and significant accomplishments if these projects are funded. And I didn't follow my own advice, and I hit the button too late. For the technical assistance projects, you can see here what we'll get for this investment in terms of stream miles assessed, how many plans are developed, how many upland acres are assessed, how many design sets will be produced. Another item, which I'm really glad that Jamie McLeod-Skinner brought this up a couple of years ago now. She was asking about tribal involvement in the applications before the board. And since she asked that question, we've been tracking this. And the question is around, how many of the projects have tribal engagement? And I think it was recognizing that tribes aren't always the grantee. There are several different roles that they can play, and you can see them listed here. But basically, I would describe it as projects that have tribes as a partner in one of these roles. And in this batch of applications, 20% of the applications have tribal involvement. And consistent with the pattern we've been tracking since Jamie asked the question, the success rate in terms of applications recommended for funding with tribal participation is significantly higher than those without. So this cycle, it's 81% of those applications with tribal participation are recommended for funding with an overall average of 68%. And at this point, I get to turn it over to my colleagues to go through the regions and talk about what you have in that 350 pages of evaluations in front of you.
All right, thank you. Just quick, sorry. I can't see anybody on screen from the board, so we're going to do questions at the end. We're not after each presenter. Is that how you'd like to do this?
Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay. If it facilitates your chairing the meeting, that'd be great.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll be kicking us off, and probably not a surprise, I'm going to start out with statute. According to statute, the mission of the Oregon Plan is to restore the watersheds of Oregon and to recover the fish and wildlife populations of those watersheds to productive and sustainable levels in a manner that provides substantial ecological, cultural, and economic benefits. One of the goals described in statute guiding the citizens of Oregon in achieving this mission is to use voluntary and collaborative processes whenever possible. This, of course, takes people that have dedicated time and expertise, and sometimes a lot of patience, to navigate the complicated landscape of granting, permits, and working with contractors to collaboratively implement watershed restoration with volunteers, landowners, and partners. Typically during our presentation, we focus on the habitat restoration, and we talk about what will be accomplished to change the watersheds and restore conditions, and how fish, wildlife, and plant species will benefit from the OWEB investment. Today, we are going to shift how we talk about the projects and focus on the often untold story about the people and the work that they do to develop and implement these projects. Without them, we could not showcase the metrics of stream miles and acres that will be restored across Oregon. Our team of regional program representatives sit in a unique position in which we get to hear stories of how people often go the extra mile to make restoration happen. We hear about their challenges and setbacks, and we hear about their successes, and those moments of lift when restoration achieves more than any one of us had expected. So today, we will tell some of these stories about how people are at the center of these projects. First, I wanted to take a moment to highlight how evaluation criteria elevates the role of people that they play in project as an indicator for whether the project is likely to succeed. Here's a summary of the criteria from those bubble diagrams that relate to the role of people across the project types, including restoration, technical assistance, monitoring, and stakeholder engagement. These include things like, does the applicant have capacity to complete the project and maintain those restoration projects long-term? Are they going to engage the appropriate partners and technical expertise to implement the project? Do they have the relevant expertise to implement the project? Does the applicant have a track record implementing projects? Is there potential for the applicant to raise public awareness that will lead to future restoration? And will there be effective communications between the applicant and partners? So I'm going to shift to the Willamette now. Here's a collection of some of the species that will benefit from the projects recommended for OWEB restoration investments in the Willamette this cycle. And I would typically focus on how these species habitats will be improved. In total, these projects will result in 808 upland acres restored, 2 fish passage barriers will be removed to open 5 miles of habitat, 26 riparian acres will be restored, and 148 habitat structures will be placed along 7 stream miles. And now, when the slide changes, this is how metrics will be accomplished. Here are some of the ways people are at the center of OWEB's grant investments. As I mentioned during our last presentation in October, restoring watersheds is complicated and takes different skill sets and areas of expertise. Just as OWEB needs diverse experts on the review teams to evaluate projects, grantees need diverse expertise to develop and implement those projects. The Oregon Plan principles highlight that sustainable watersheds can be achieved through voluntary action, coordination among agencies, landowners, and communities at a local level, and a scientific foundation. Each of these require an investment in people to weave these threads together into the fabric of restoration in each watershed across the state. Voluntary action is an important element of watershed restoration and a cornerstone to the Oregon Plan. And grantees need people with the knowledge to train volunteers on what to do, like you see in the top left-hand corner of this slide where AmeriCorps volunteers are being trained. Restoration projects often require technical teams to guide design through collaboration among state, federal, and local agencies alongside the local community members. Grantees need people to facilitate this collaboration, build partnerships, and provide the leadership needed for the team to work together to do the things like remove dams, restore floodplain function across a large scale, or reintroduce prescribed fire on the landscape to restore oak and prairie habitat, just to name a few examples. Finally, the scientific foundation in the Oregon Plan has facilitated the learning for communities to understand the limiting factors and stressors on our watersheds, from things like land uses to climate change, which informs how they identify and prioritize watershed efforts. It includes effectiveness monitoring so that they can continuously learn how our actions are impacting habitats and adapt our restoration strategies as needed. This requires people with knowledge and expertise in collecting data, analyzing it, and communicating the results so it can be used in each watershed community to improve restoration approaches. So now I'm going to shift and just highlight a few projects that are recommended in the Willamette this cycle and talk about what will be accomplished and how people are involved. The first one is the Kingston Prairie and Santiam Kingston Hills Restoration Project. The review team noted that the proposed project will rebuild the ecological web of 3 interconnected Oregon conservation strategy habitats that support priority upland species. The project site, in combination with adjacent private properties enrolled in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program and 2 Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde conservation properties, will form a habitat anchor of over 1,700 acres in the North Santiam. This scale of diverse oak, prairie, and riparian habitats managed for conservation can sustain a broad array of wildlife and act as a resilient refugia to preserve biodiversity into the future, particularly in the face of climate change. The resulting habitat connectivity will provide significant benefit for the investment. Restoration actions will be completed across 182 acres. This will require hiring contractors with the capacity and skills to use herbicide treatments to control weeds, remove conifers to restore oak woodlands, and plant native species across a large scale. During early investments in restoration, we were able to rely on volunteer events to restore vegetative communities. However, as the scale of projects moved from an acre here, an acre there, to tens and hundreds of acres to connect habitats across larger scales, we needed to invest in people that have the skills and capacity to successfully achieve big restoration goals, like these contract crews that you see in these photos here on the slide. Grantees also need staff to coordinate these project actions with contractors. And for this project, the grantee staff are also using this restoration to engage neighbors to secure their support for the project and consider restoration actions on their own properties. This is how grantees grow watershed restoration to leverage investments, expand habitats, and implement the Oregon Plan. So we'll be shifting to the Upper Sandy as soon as the slide moves over. In 1999, a unique collaboration of federal, state, and local government agencies, the Local Watershed Council, private interest, and nonprofit organizations formed the Sandy River Basin Partners. They established a goal of restoring the basin's native fish populations through collaborative, holistic, and innovative approaches. The partners completed a basin-wide assessment and restoration strategy that provides a hierarchical approach to addressing the watershed's habitat limiting factors through applied restoration. Since 2008, the Freshwater Trust, Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management led implementation of restoration projects to restore historic aquatic habitat to the Upper Sandy Basin on behalf of the partners. This partnership in the Upper Sandy Basin has averaged a grant award through open solicitation about once to twice a year over the last 10 years. Their projects focus on designing and implementing floodplain side channel and off channel habitats and large wood projects that are persistent and self-sustaining, using approaches that are effective in large dynamic river systems and based on science from their monitoring data. As a result of coordinated restoration work in the Sandy Basin, the number of winter steelhead returning to the Sandy Basin has increased to 350% greater than where it was at when it was listed in 1998, while nearly every other population of winter steelhead in Oregon declined. These kinds of results are a product of the grantee having staff with relevant expertise to provide the partnership coordination and leadership needed to work at a large scale over a long time frame. The partnership has been learning together, strategizing, adapting restoration techniques, and implementing effective habitat restoration for over 10 years. The long-term nature of the partnership has provided space to be innovative and to create big goals that resulted in large-scale impact that has been measurable in the number of fish returning to the basin. And it took having a grantee with staff with the expertise and the ability to keep that work moving forward. The last project I'll be highlighting is for restoring the Taylor's checker spot butterfly. Taylor's checker spot butterfly is a federally listed endangered species and a strategy species in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. It was once abundant in native prairies across the Pacific Northwest. However, loss of habitat from agricultural development, fire suppression, urbanization, and the spread of invasive species have led to the decline in their abundance and distribution. Today, there are only 11 populations remaining, 2 of which are in Oregon. The proposed project will support Taylor checker spot butterfly recovery in Oregon through a combination of enhancing and expanding their habitat, increasing the availability of their host plant material, and then releasing captive bred larvae. This project is modeled after a similar effort for the Finder's blue butterfly that also had OWEB grant investments. The Finder's blue butterfly was once thought to be extinct. Now, earlier this year, this species was downlisted from endangered to threatened. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service press release announcing the Finder's blue butterfly new status highlighted that partnerships are paramount for putting any species on the path of recovery. One organization alone cannot lift the effort needed to recover a species. It takes a village of partners that includes landowners, volunteers, state and federal agencies, local agencies, and funders, and a grantee with staff that can coordinate all these people to work together in restoring the habitat needed for species protection and recovery. So just circling back to where I started, the mission of the Oregon Plan is to restore the watersheds of Oregon and to recover the fish and wildlife populations of those watersheds to productive and sustainable levels in a manner that provides substantial ecological, cultural, and economic benefits. The Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds provided the vision and framework for people to come together to use scientific criteria and decide jointly what needs to be done to conserve and improve rivers and natural habitats in the places that they live. Oregon voters provided the funding through Measures 66 and 76. And OWEB provides the granting pathway to operationalize both of these to move money out into Oregon's watersheds through our grantees so that they can accomplish the watershed restoration needed to achieve productive and sustainable watersheds in their communities. And I just want to end by saying thank you to the grantees and the staff of the grantees that put so much heart and dedication to these projects to make them happen. Pass it to Katie.
Well, good afternoon. I'll be taking you now to the North Coast, known as Region 1, and I'm going to focus on telling you the story of 2 projects that are before you today for funding in the restoration line item that really emphasize some of the points Liz made about the people and the backstories behind these projects. So just a reminder about where Region 1 is. I know it's after lunch. Region 1 is the long, skinny region in the northwest part of our state. It runs from the Scappoose Bay over to the lower Columbia and all the way down to the coastal lakes watershed south of Florence. The 2 projects I'm talking about are shown with the yellow dots on the screen. We're going to be visiting Lincoln City and Astoria. And first we'll start in the south with Lincoln City. And I'd like to take you to the Drift Creek watershed and the project 223-1004, ranked number 1 in our region, the Lower Drift Creek Silet's Tidal Restoration Project. This is a project put forth by the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, and it's an estuary restoration project. And you've probably heard me say numerous times that estuary restoration projects are incredibly complicated. And I think this drone photograph of the site, which is just in the center of the screen, really shows why that is. So we have a transportation corridor, we have homes, living, and people, businesses located on the fringe of the estuary, and in some cases in the what would be considered the estuary. You have the hydrology, which entails water moving in 2 directions 4 times a day. And all of this creates just the need for additional level of design and thought that goes into planning these types of projects. So you can see Highway 101 there to the west of the site. Drift Creek is located to the east there on the right-hand side of the screen. And Drift Creek flows into the Siletz Bay in the northern part of the bay, just to orient you. This photo was taken during a king tide a couple years ago. So the tracts of land that are involved in this project are located on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service refuge. It's known as the Drift Creek Tracts. They were acquired in 1991, so not that long ago. And upon acquisition, everybody involved really knew that something was going to have to be done. There's a lot of alterations that were affecting watershed function. There was also some flooding risk to the communities with the way that the hydrology was working. And so it was always known that, we need to do something to figure out how to steward this land in a way that meets everybody's needs. And so 30 years ago, they were acquired, and probably for about 2 decades, local partners have been working on a solution about what can be done out there. And that seems like an extraordinary amount of time. But if you consider the logistics involved in this project, it's really a reasonable and practical time frame. There's a lot of information that needed to be gathered here, particularly with fish. And so the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians and refuge staff have over 20 years of data on how juvenile fish are using these tracts of land involved in the restoration proposal. And they learned a lot about coho life history. And the young coho are really using some of these slow velocity areas, even though there's not much tidal exchange. And the information that they gathered helped highlight which tracts of land should be prioritized for restoration. Another important example of the kind of work that goes into this is this landward migration zone study from the Institute for Applied Ecology. And you can see that map on the left-hand side of the screen. And basically, under a number of different sea level rise modeling scenarios, scientists mapped where vegetated tidal wetlands would be under these different sea level rise scenarios. And the project area came out as a target, as a good place to do restoration. So as the sea level rises, we have high marsh and other types of vegetated wetlands like Sitka spruce swamp that are really important for biodiversity. They need somewhere to go. And so our grantees are using this information to figure out where the best place to do restoration is. So that's just a couple examples of what went on in those 2 decades. And that's part of the ingredients for a successful project, is really taking the time to learn about the site. Another really critical ingredient I have to mention is stakeholder engagement. A project of this nature that has neighbors, businesses, transportation corridors, as I mentioned, a lot of people need to be brought into the discussion. And there was times over the last several decades where there was not a viable path forward, but staff from the refuge, the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, and the tribe continued to hold the vision for the project and move forward when it was appropriate. And I asked some long-term folks about what that process was like. And the advice I got was, sometimes you just really need to know when to take a pause. And it's okay if you have to take a few years even as a breather and know that new information will come forward. Landowners' goals might change. There might be a new solution that's presented, and it just takes patience, and it also takes people to keep that vision moving forward. So about 3 years ago, some new funding became available. The project had been temporarily stymied or just slowed, and folks came back together with a community outreach effort. And another important ingredient for success was bringing that community in a meaningful way and showing that their opinions and feelings about the designs were valid. And the partners really did that. They actually redesigned the project, had the engineers redesign the project several times to accommodate some of the input from the surrounding community. And so the end result of all these ingredients is a pretty effective restoration approach. And I'd really love to spend a lot of time talking about their restoration approach because it's really interesting, but I'll just keep it simple. They're restoring 80 acres of estuary, and they're really using some pretty innovative techniques to do so. One that I'd like to share is they're actually burying large Sitka spruce trees into the marsh plain so they can create the elevational characteristics that will allow for Sitka spruce to establish. So they're sort of trying to replicate a mature Sitka spruce swamp. So it's a really interesting project, and I encourage you to delve deeper into that. What is it, 350 pages if we have some time. So I'd like to bring you all up to the Astoria area now to share another project with a pretty interesting backstory. This one, the Nikolai Wikiup Watershed Connectivity and Tidal Restoration Project, is put forth by CREST, which is the Columbia River Estuary Study Task Force. And these folks are prioritizing restoration of tidal fringe habitat along the main stem Columbia. And in this map, they've got 4 projects in red that are the subject of this application and a to be submitted future application, phase 2. The green represents projects that have already been restored, and the yellow is also planned. And so one of the interesting things about this project is the watershed problem, as we put it in our application. It could be described as the Astoria line, which is a railroad that runs from Portland to Astoria. And this railroad line has been on the landscape for 125 years. And it is occupying a pretty important segment of our Oregon history, but it's also presenting a bit of a fish passage challenge, since when the railroad was constructed at that time, people were unaware, or it was not a priority to provide for fish passage under that rail line. So in putting this together, CREST staff encountered quite a lot of deliberation with the railroad. Providing for fish passage is not a typical goal of railroad lines. They're under no obligation in which to do so. And so it takes sometimes a lot of negotiation. And to give you a sense of what the problem is with the rail line, I'm going to take you here to a slide showing Wolf Bay. This is one of the main project sites. In that drone photo, you can see at the lower right-hand side, down at the bottom, there's the one opening that Wolf Bay has to the main stem Columbia. In the upper right-hand side, you can see a velocity map showing the water velocities and what we like to call in restoration as the fire hose effect is clearly visible there. That bright green plume on an outgoing tide out of Wolf Bay is the water velocities exceeding 2 feet per second and becoming impassable for juvenile fish at a large percentage of the tidal cycle. And so that is kind of what the problem is here. CREST staff worked really diligently to bring not only the railroad on board, but also there's a myriad of landowners owning the property on the other side of the railroad, including several private owners, private timber, a state agency, and 2 land trusts. And so everybody had to be brought on board to this idea, including the railroad, who, as I mentioned before, is not used to doing fish passage projects. They had some engineering requirements that were pretty hefty, which included having the project designs signed off on by an railroad engineer who was located in Wisconsin and had never been to the Oregon coast. And that railroad engineer phoned the CREST staff on a Friday afternoon to let them know that he would be out the following day to look at some of the sites. And so the staff stopped everything that they were doing, met him at the airport, took him out to the sites, battling terrible weather in optimum tidal cycles and challenging access, not to mention their own, family schedules of things they had intended to do on that Saturday. And he signed off on the project and they were able to move forward. And the design that you see here is one of the results of one of the sites. They'll be putting in 2 30-foot bridges at that big opening and also putting a new opening at the eastern end of the project. So I just have to circle back to mention here that the way that all of this stuff happens is the people behind the work, the people who are willing to hold the vision, of the project. People who can kind of work in the channels or the trenches and then also fly at a 30,000 foot elevation to keep their eye on the landscape as a whole and keep that vision alive. And we see lots of restoration proposals before us, and it's really easy to think of them as shovel-ready and kind of forget the years of work and sometimes decades that go into this, of people who know, when to push and also know when they're wise enough to take a pause and know that the end result of the project will be better. And so here on the screen is a few of the characters who have kept the proposals alive and made these projects shovel-ready, as we like to say. And so I'd like to acknowledge the Evan Hayduck from the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, Paul Caton from the Salmon Drift Creek Watershed Council, Kelly Maroney from the Fish and Wildlife Service, Stan Vanderwedding from the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians, and all the staff of CREST, who's currently headed up by Denise Loffman as their executive director. So, and also want to note that all of the projects before you in your binder, or I guess we don't do binders anymore, but in your ebook, have these types of stories behind them. There's untold hours of people who have committed to making them move forward and taking a project from an idea to a conversation to the design, then back to more conversations, and then eventually, if all the stars align, to the implementation that improves our watersheds. So thank you.
I think we're going to go on screen to Mark Grenbemmer now.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer, Region 2 RPR. And today I'm really pleased to be able to highlight Project 223-2009, also known as the Elk River Coho Strategic Action Plan Riparian Restoration Project. It comes to you from Curry Soil Water Conservation District on behalf of the Curry Watersheds Partnership. The Curry Watersheds Partnership is a group of non-regulatory agencies working together to help local landowners and communities keep shared lands and rivers healthy and sustainable. The partnership includes the Curry Soil Water Conservation District, the South Coast Watershed Council, the Lower Rogue Watershed Council, the Curry Watersheds Nonprofit, with Curry Soil Water Conservation District acting as their financial sponsor for all of the other partners. The Elk River project is located in the lower portion of the Elk River, which is just north of Port Orford. It requests $483,184 with an entire budget amount of just over $1.1 million and provides a match total of nearly $650,000. And thank you for anticipating the next slide request. Technology, I'm in a time loop or a time difference here. The Elk River is a 59,000 acre watershed on southern Oregon. It flows out of the coastal mountains to meet the Pacific Ocean, as I said, just north or just, north of Port Orford. The Rogue Siskiyou National Forest owns about 76% of the watershed, mainly in the Upper Elk, where the copper salmon and grassy knob wilderness areas protect one of the nation's largest stands of low elevation old growth forest. The Upper Elk is by many accounts one of the most intact temperate rainforests on the West Coast, and it and its tributaries are designated wild and scenic rivers. Although the upper watershed is largely intact, there was a phase between the 1960s and 1980s where management contributed to the befuddled condition of the lower watershed. This resulted in poorly functioning riparian habitat, simplified channel morphology and in-stream habitat, degraded water quality, and failing salmon populations. The Elk River is the northmost watershed in the Southern Oregon, Northern California evolutionary significant unit for both coho and Chinook salmon. Coho here are listed as threatened, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife concluded that the Elk River fall Chinook have a higher risk of extinction than other coastal fall Chinook populations. Next slide, please. The project before the board today expands on the efforts undertaken in the Phase 1 implementation of the project work. Phase 1 work focused on fish passage, channel restoration, and gorse and other invasive species weed eradication. It's worth noting attacking gorse is about a 3-year effort utilizing hand, mechanical mowing and mastication, and herbicides as prescribed by site conditions before successful replanting of native riparian species can begin. Next slide, please. The work before you today expands upon the Phase 1 footprint, focusing on the area extending from the head of tide upstream about 4.22 miles on the Elk River main stem and includes tributary channels that cross the floodplain within the project reach. In all total, the work will restore 182 acres of self-sustaining native riparian forest. These types of habitats are needed to address key limiting factors that threaten the existence of coho salmon and affect the viability of the fall Chinook salmon in the watershed. To restore the riparian habitat, project partners will replace the stands of contiguous mature gorse and other invasive species with a diverse assemblage of native riparian conifers, hardwood trees, and shrubs. Those plantings will then be maintained for approximately 5 years or until they reach the free-to-grow state. Project partners in this effort include the Curry Watersheds Partnership, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, NOAA, the Wild Salmon Center, the Wild Rivers Coast Alliance, the Wild Rivers Land Trust, and private landowners. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the review team's look at this project. So the review of the project included a site visit as well as each of the review team members reviewing and evaluating the application on their own. They then ultimately met, convening to discuss the project and review the criteria as a group as part of the Region 2 review team meeting in late January. The review of the project noted strengths crossing all the review categories, particularly noting the experience of the project team in implementing this type of work, the strong relationships developed with landowners, the scale of the restoration impacts effectively addressing limiting factors to both coho and Chinook, direct implementation of specific actions identified in the Elk River Coho Strategic Action Plan, the well thought out approach to addressing well-established invasive species, also known as gorse, and the long-term plant establishment plans that were developed and put in place to ensure the planning success. The review team concluded that the project was likely to succeed in achieving restoration objectives based on the technically sound approach and the long-term commitments to maintenance. Just as a side note, I'd just like to thank all of the review team members, not only on my team, but the other teams as well. We could not deliver the open solicitation program without all of their time and hard work. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the project is a huge undertaking, but the project is just the tip of the iceberg of the journey to get us to this point. So what did the journey to get here involve? Well, to see this, we have to go back a few years. And yes, that big picture in the center is gorse, along with the gorse blooming on the side. So gorse is a problem. In 2015, the Curry Watersheds Partnership, in cooperation with National Marine Fisheries Service, NRCS, ODFW, DEQ, the Nature Conservancy, U.S. Forest Service, the Wild Rivers Coast Alliance, and the Wild Rivers Land Trust embarked on a process with the Wild Salmon Center to produce a strategic action plan for the recovery of the Elk River population of wild coho. Working through a broader coast-wide recovery effort known as the Coho Business Plan, the partnership's goal was to prioritize habitat restoration work in the watershed through a transparent, science-driven process. After a 2-year effort, the Wild Salmon Center and partners completed the Elk River Strategic Action Plan, which created a roster of restoration and conservation actions to address the key limiting factors that were presented in NOAA's recovery plan. The variety of projects within the action plan will advance a coordinated conservation strategy that seeks to restore a watershed function in the long term, reduce the primary limiting factors to coho production in the short term, and continually prevent mounting ecological and economic threats that could lead to further habitat loss. All the restoration work in Elk River is now a direct result of the development of the Coho Strategic Action Plan. With multi-year restoration actions scheduled out, projects contained within this plan rely both on the voluntary participation of willing landowners, both public and private, as well as agency regulatory efforts. The strategic action plan would not have happened without people funded through capacity dollars to help guide and develop the plan. Without the people, there would be no relationships to build with landowners and no meaningful projects to develop. Next slide, please. The Elk River Coho Sap Riparian Project are focused, strategic, and directly address critical limiting factors for both Chinook and Coho. This is only possible because Curry Watershed Partnership had a seat at the planning table because of capacity and technical assistance funding to support their participation of their people, critical to the success of this work. Without the funding provided by OWEB, you would not see the project before you today. Capacity funding enables long-term involvement in all aspects of planning, restoration, and provides the opportunity for positive interactions with landowners. Watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts need certain capacities to deliver the results. These include things like strong leaders, financial management, technology, office space, as well as softer things like communications, adaptability, and the relationships that they build. In the Elk River, there is a clear connection between capacity monies and the Elk River projects that they are putting on the ground. People are the heart of being able to deliver the voluntary portion, that restoration section of the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. The Elk River Coho Strategic Action Plan Riparian Restoration Project is an excellent example of the Oregon Plan in action. The Oregon Plan is a combination of regulatory actions by agencies and voluntary restoration actions like groups like the Curry Watershed Partnership. It's about people and those people building meaningful, lasting relationships to make positive changes on the ground to ensure our watersheds are healthy and sustainable. But before I conclude, I want to digress just a little bit. And because I'm not there, I just want to take this opportunity to thank Sue Greer. Sue, you are an amazing coworker. You have taught me a lot, and I'm very thankful for your friendship. Sue, as you get ready to retire, I want you to know that without a doubt, OWEB and Oregon are in better places because of you. Thank you. And with that, I will pass it on.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that, but I will do my best. Well, hello again. I am Greg Cianella with the Region 4 based in Central Oregon. I live in Bend, and I'm going to take you all down to South Central Oregon, and we're going to talk about landscape scale approach to forest health. And so what we mean by landscape approach is working across jurisdictional boundaries, public and private, with a shared stewardship vision. And so that's a key theme. You're going to hear me say landscape approach multiple times. So I want to make sure that you all understand what we mean by when we say landscape scale approach. Move my own slides, that's kind of fun. So just to calibrate you really quickly on the region, we are east of the Cascades. We are from the Columbia River on down to the border of California. 4 different ecoregions. We pretty much have everything represented in Central Oregon except for habitats that are impacted by saltwater. If you can see it in Oregon, we pretty much got it unless it's on the coast. So just a quick orientation of what Region 4 is. So let's talk a little bit about the village. Kind of continuing on this theme of people are at the core of what we do. What I want to do is focus a little bit on the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership. And so this partnership is a representation of a variety of entities that have come together to form this partnership. And so you have the landowners and land managers, you have the technical expertise, so that is foresters, fuel specialists, wildlife biologists, botanists, researchers, funders, and really what it comes down to is you have the right people from the right entities at the right time. It's been explained to me multiple times that that is what makes this thing work. And so it's also important to acknowledge that the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership has no employees. It is exclusively driven by the watershed councils that represent Klamath and Lake counties. So on the Klamath side, that's Klamath Watershed Partnership. On the Lake County side, that's the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Partnership. And so they are the cogs in the wheel. They are the entities that keep the partnership moving. They are the ones orchestrating the meetings, facilitating the subcommittee meetings, the committee meetings. You know, they are the folks that are really the conduit to also all the private landowners that otherwise may be missed on this type of work. You cannot have landscape scale approach to work without private landowners. So I want to emphasize that pretty intensively. So where is the partnership now? I'm going to start with where the partnership is now, and then I'm going to take the rest of the presentation and tell you kind of how they got there. So the map on the right-hand side, you see all the different color polygons. This is Klamath and Lake County. I don't anticipate you to interpret all the different polygons on the map and where they are, but what I really want you to focus on is all the different color polygons on the map are different project areas. These are project areas where they're working across boundaries, that have the shared stewardship vision, and they're implementing forest health practices. And that's primarily ecological thinning, prescribed fire, pile burning. You know, the intent really is to set these landscapes up to receive fire. That's the ultimate goal. And so it's important to acknowledge that all the color polygons, except for those blue ones on top in the north part, have received OWEB funding of some level, whether it's stakeholder engagement, technical assistance, restoration. They have been a part of getting OWEB funds. And what I also want to point out, and this is a really important component, is that dark gray transparent polygons. Those are wildfire scars. And you could see this area has been tremendously impacted by wildfires in the past. Wildfires that have primarily changed the landscape completely and have had stand replacement fires. And so while that shared stewardship vision has developed an ideology of what people want to see on the landscape, unfortunately, these wildfires have presented what we do not want to see on the landscape. The graphs on the left-hand side, pretty impressive dollar amount. If there's a grant out there that supports this type of work, these folks have secured it. Anywhere from ODF and W, OWEB, NRCS has contributed quite a bit, Joint Chiefs, and those acres, public versus private, those are not all treated acres, but those are acres that have either received outreach, have done assessment and mapping, and also have done some of the forest health work. And OWEB has at least $6 million in that 50 million. But what it does, it's seed money. It's the domino effect, right? You get a little bit here, and that is able to match a little bit here, and you're able to just, you know, make all those dominoes fall. And I think that this group has done an exceptional job demonstrating that, and it's crisis time. They're racing against time to protect all the green forests that are left in this area, which is kind of a scary position to be in. So let's talk a little bit about how they got there, because I think that's really the theme of what we're all talking about here today, the time and energy and continued support that it takes to get to where they are. And so that starts with that shared vision. And so you could see the list of people here that have signed on to a memorandum of understanding that is the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership. These folks have all agreed upon the shared vision of stewardship. You can see that it's a wide variety of groups here. You know, agreeing to that shared stewardship vision is not always the easiest thing to do. And these folks have been able to do that. They've demonstrated that through their understanding to partner and come together and have this shared vision to implement these forest health practices. So that's step number one. Step number two, this has been emphasized to me as one that's really important. So we talk a lot about landscape scale forestry. And so what these folks have come up with is that it's imperative to start with a public lands that has a NEPA-ready ability to implement these types of projects. When you have that federal lands that is the largest landowner in these two counties, When you have that NEPA ready, that then can facilitate that work across to private lands. And that's where folks like OWEB come in, because all the dollars that we invest in these two counties for this type of work is all on private lands. And so I want to emphasize the map on the right-hand side. So between Valley Falls and Lakeview, if you look on the right-hand side, that is the North Warner landscape. This was the first landscape that was identified as the landscape to implement landscape scale forestry. And so you can see the kind of green polygons, that's the public lands, and then the white is the private. And so you can see to date, this is the polygons that have received forest health treatments. A project before you today that I'm going to wrap my presentation with is going to continue to do this work in the North Warners. It's also going to start to work in the Thomas Creek area, which is on the left of Highway 31 between Valley Falls and Lakeview. So the outreach and engagement piece is critical. Of course, you cannot get private landowners to be involved in your project if you do not provide the necessary awareness, education, and outreach. They need to understand what the barriers are, what the opportunities are, especially on their lands that they own and manage. And so OWEB provided a stakeholder engagement grant to help develop some materials to convey that. And so the PDF on the top right, that is a snippet of an outreach brochure that was mailed to all the landowners. And then the bottom right is a video that was produced as a result of the stakeholder engagement grant. And it showcases a private landowner in Klamath County working with the Forest Service, Department of Forestry, Klamath Watershed Partnership, and others to kind of implement this shared stewardship vision to restore forest health. And it's a really neat video, and I would encourage you to watch it. But it underscores the importance and the caring and feeding it takes to do this type of work, to work with private landowners in rural communities who oftentimes rely on their lands to generate an income, to support their families. And so it takes a lot of work to do this. And it is the point to which then they can start to implement projects. And so once you get that buy-in, you get that support from private landowners, then you can start to develop an assessment and understanding of what's on those private lands. And so OWEB has been able to support this type of work through technical assistance grants, where they go out and they characterize and assess the landscape. And they are taking in a multitude of factors. They're trying to understand what the forest conditions are, what the level of juniper encroachment might be in the low elevation, what the understory vegetation is, what are some of the critical habitats that might be on the site, whether it's seeps, wetlands, aspens, noxious weeds, native plant communities of special importance, whatever it might be. It's their ability to document everything on the landscape. So then that sets them up to develop treatment plans on these private lands that they can then facilitate work with the public lands on the other side of the fence, so they can maximize the benefit of the work. And I'll say this process takes about 1 to 2 years, and this is where the trust is built. This is where people are walking and talking and listening and learning, understanding from the professionals what the barriers are, what the opportunities are, how can we work together to achieve this. And now they can just look in the hills miles away and see the bootleg fire scar and say, that's what we do not want. So sadly, there is an example out there of what we don't want, but there's also examples of what we do want, and that's what we're working towards. And so all this is kind of, built upon years of science and planning and understanding of what that vision looks like to implement these types of projects. And so on the left-hand side, this is a peer-reviewed management plan that talks about how to do this type of work. But more importantly, what our partners tell me is that we want to know if, when we're done, did we get it right? Can we go back in there and say, this is what we thought we wanted to achieve, or maybe no, this is not what we thought we wanted to achieve, and what does that adaptive management look like? And so that document on the right is equally important to the document on the left. And so it's just important to acknowledge the level of effort of all these folks coming together to develop these materials to support the work. And I love this component. This has been expressed to me so many times. This is really the framework of how these folks operate. They call it the 8-step process. And I've walked through a few of these steps with you today, and OWEB has supported every step in this 8-step process. And depending upon what landscape you work in, it might things might be tweaked here and there to fit the specific landscape and the geography and the existing conditions, but the architecture is the same. And the folks in Klamath and Lake County have been able to suggest that this works for them. And I know folks in the Wallowa are starting to take a look at this 8-step process to see how it could work for them. And so, yeah, just want to acknowledge the 8-step process. And I do want to focus my last slide in on a project that was for you today for funding. And I chose this partnership. I could have chose the Hood River folks, the Deschutes folks, the Sage Grouse folks. I chose this because they've been coming to OWEB pretty much every grant cycle since I've been an employee at OWEB. And they have a very compelling story to share, and I'm honored to be here to do this. And so this is work on the North Warners. So a project before you today is going to focus on continuing to work in the North Warner landscape and then starting the implementation in the Thomas Creek landscape. And so on the timeline here, we're kind of in the middle of that timeline right now. We're working on implementation, doing the restoration work, supporting some of the on-the-ground ecological thinning and prescribed fire. But you could see there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this landscape. And it's just one of, I think, 6 or 7 landscapes that they've identified. And I'm pretty certain that they'll have more down the road. I want to end with 2 things. One, I emphasize the importance of the right people from the right entity at the right time. They have that now. They've had that now. They're not going to have that forever. And they recognize that. And they're in the process of developing succession plans. So when the next generation comes in to continue this work, there is a document, there's a process, there's a framework, there's an architecture for how you do this work, because it's going to have to continue to work. And unfortunately, wildfires are going to come back. The intent is to set these landscapes up for wildfire, but they're going to come, and they might come at a pace and scale that is able to go beyond the level of work that these folks are able to achieve. So it's important to make sure that support is there to continue this massive amount of effort to do this work. And so before I turn it over to my colleague, Kobe, I want to acknowledge Autumn Muir at the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council and all the folks at the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, Amy and Casey and Jason and Leanne and so many others. They were really excited that I was going to come and present their story here today. And so I'm honored to do just that. And hopefully I did them justice. And I'm going to turn it over to Kobe.
You got the slides, Greg?
You got it.
Cool, thank you. Again, I'm Kobe Menton, OWEB's Region 5 Program Representative. Today, I'll be talking about the OWEB Restoration Grant Offering and how this work continues to restore Chinook salmon and steelhead habitat in Union County and the Grand Ronde Basin. The project I'll talk about is Elmer Dam Fish Passage and Flow Improvement Construction, project number 223-5007. This project is located on Catherine Creek in Union County near LeGrand in the northern part of Region 5. And a side note, all photos in this presentation are taken by the Union SWCD as well as the aerial photos. Next slide, please. This aerial photo is pulled from the construction plans submitted with the application. The diversion dam shown in the photos is located on the top left side of the aerial photo, and river flow is from the lower right to the upper left. There are 4 irrigation water storage reservoirs in the area, and they include the 3 disconnected river oxbows shown on the southwest side of the river, as well as the Catherine Creek main channel. The oxbows have unscreened inlet structures from Catherine Creek, which traps fish in the reservoirs increasing juvenile Chinook and steelhead mortality. As can be seen in the photo on the lower right, fish passage is compromised during the irrigation season when checkboards are installed in the dam and spring high flow has declined. Lastly, with checkboards installed in low flow conditions, flow in Catherine Creek is slack, causing out-migrating juvenile fish to not know which way to swim, which increases mortality due to increased exposure to predators, as well as poor water quality. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Project objectives. Objective number 1, improve fish passage. The current fish ladder, recall the photos on the previous slide, does not provide fish passage according to passage rules as currently applied. A new fish ladder will be installed. The ladder design is reviewed and approved by state and federal fish management agencies and will accommodate fish passage per current passage rules. Objective 2, decrease negative hydrologic effects. Refer to the photo on the left and upper right. When the new diversion dam is constructed, slack water in Catherine Creek will be reduced in the project reach. Negative hydrologic effects are not only the result of the dam during low summer flow conditions, but also due to high spring flow in the Grand Ronde River, which backs water into Catherine Creek, and this is exacerbated by the Elmer Dam. The new dam will reduce this problem at project completion. Objective 3, reduce entrainment of fish in the off-channel reservoirs. See photos on the right, which are an unscreened reservoir inlet at the top end of a reservoir. Reservoir inlets from Catherine Creek will be screened, and this will reduce or even eliminate fish from entering reservoirs, further reducing mortality due to predators, as well as exposure to poor water quality. Lastly, objective 4, all water rights will be preserved, and the landowner will have an improved irrigation water management system. To summarize, project metrics, the project will install 1 fish ladder, remove 1 passage barrier, improve access to 120 miles of upstream habitat, reduce fish entrainment in irrigation reservoirs, and improve flow direction on a 13-mile stretch of Catherine Creek. Moving to project partners on the right side. Funding partners for the project. Funding partners include Union SWCD, BPA Environment, Fish and Wildlife, Umatilla Tribe Passage Funding, NOAA Federal Fish Passage Funds, and ODF&W. Total project cost is $3.2 million, and the OWEB request is $521,000. Go back a slide. Sorry, man. Okay, planning partners. The Elmer Dam project is coordinated and vetted through the Upper Grand Ronde Atlas, which is the strategic action plan for fish habitat restoration in the basin. The Atlas team is made up of local, state, and federal restoration partners whose mission is to identify and prioritize aquatic restoration in the basin. Implementation partners. The Union SWCD will manage the project from start to finish, including post-project monitoring. Trout Unlimited participated in project concept design and planning, and ODF&W will conduct post-project fish passage effectiveness monitoring. Oh, it went fast. Okay, with that, there's a story to tell leading to this project. The Elmer Dam is below many restoration projects that have been completed in the Catherine Creek watershed. As we can see on the map, the blue highlighted projects are complete, and the green ones are planned and upcoming. The completed projects have addressed a variety of habitat and passage issues, and many of them were implemented as part of the Upper Grand Ronde FIP. The upcoming projects have been prioritized and vetted by the Upper Grand Ronde Atlas team. Some will utilize contracted FIP funds, and others will be implemented post-FIP with open solicitation funds and contributions from other funding partners. The completion of the Elmer project will improve passage to many upstream restoration projects. A variety of planning documents led to the creation of the Upper Grand Ronde Atlas. Many of these documents identify habitat deficiencies at the reach or subbasin scale, and Atlas took this information and define specific restoration actions at the point scale. This work to build a strategic action plan has led to and continues to identify meaningful and results-oriented restoration work on Catherine Creek. It is worth mentioning why this area was chosen as a planning and restoration priority. Catherine Creek is a high priority for anadromous fish restoration because of the projected magnitude of change due to restoration. In other words, investment in this watershed is projected to improve Chinook and steelhead viability more than other areas in the Grand Ronde Basin. Lastly, the map on this slide represents all work programmed for completion in the FIP, and the partners have done or planned all the work they have identified in this geography. Okay, moving on to partners. A few words on the Basin Partnership. Restoration projects in the Grand Ronde Basin are comprised of a variety of partners, including private landowners and public land managers, local, state, and federal agencies, tribes, and natural resources conservation organizations, such as the Watershed Council. The list of partners in this slide demonstrates the magnitude of partners participating in anadromous fish habitat restoration in Union County. This list of partners is likely not all-inclusive, but we can see there are 4 primary funding partners, 11 members on the Atlas planning team, and 5 organizations who manage restoration work. Watershed Council and SWCD services. Whether it be individual project administration dollars, salary, wages, and benefits, or the consistent OWEB Council or district support funds, these funds are critical for each organization to keep their doors open, serve members of their community, and implement their organizational missions. This slide demonstrates the variety of services that the Watershed Council and the SWCD provide in Union County. Now, finally, high-functioning districts and councils who have capable staff with the skills to implement meaningful restoration on the landscape are critical to the realization of the OWEB mission, which is to conserve and restore native fish and wildlife and their habitats. So thank you all for listening. Greg, thanks for the anticipated slide movement. And now it's Sue Greer's turn.
Thank you, Kobe. So before I start my thing, I do want to acknowledge and thank Linda Replinger for her artwork and her helping the RPRs make this presentation as visibly beautiful and user-friendly. So thank you, Linda. So I'm going to take a little bit different tact, but not really. It's still the same storyline. We're going to talk about conservation in rural Oregon and the challenges that brings to the table, but also where collaboration and the capacity funding is just key to having work done on the ground. Maybe a little different from some challenges faced in urban areas, but at the same time, I felt it was kind of interesting just to give you a sense of what it's like in sparsely populated restoration areas. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about the challenges faced, from the first one being most of the sites where work is done is quite remote. This means from a project perspective, this adds cost and fuel, equipment to get on site, both off and on road. This means ATVs, UTVs, trailers, and other machinery, and the actual time it takes to get there. Often in these smaller organizations, a lot of times staff have to use their personal equipment because they just don't have the dollars to buy pretty expensive equipment like a UTV these days. Another aspect is finding, hiring, housing, and keeping qualified staff. Not only is housing staff difficult, but finding buildings that would suffice as office space. Often they have to rent homes and convert them to office space and hope that the landowners will keep renting them that space after their investment of making it. small towns in my region, in Region 6, housing is in such short supply. In Wheeler County, the executive director that they had a couple of years back lived in a trailer, like a travel trailer, for about 9 months before he could actually find a place. So it's a real challenge. Work can be time intensive and may not result in a successful application. It takes time to visit the site, discuss concerns with the landowner, often across the kitchen table. Might be multiple sites visits to talk to the landowners, then developing a concept. This is all done prior to any application submission is done, most of the time using capacity dollars. And it's a service that is critical to building trust and relationships across the land, and vital to getting restoration done on the ground, both now and into the future. And when you're a small 1, 2, or 3 person organization, collaboration is key to surviving. However, bringing in technical partners, sometimes from a couple of hours away or 3, it also adds a layer of management complexity. Partners may have their own priority projects scheduled for that work window. They may have other funding mechanisms with different timelines than the OWEB grant cycle, or even competition for hard to find contractors doing the work can create tension. However, local organizations continue to upgrade and stay current with the science and technology of restoration. There are many conferences such as River Restoration Northwest and working classes from PSU or other webinars that help and are great learning experience. However, taking the time to attend and finding the funds to pay for them can be difficult. Another aspect, capacity, really helps. As I said earlier, collaboration and partnerships are key to getting the work done in rural, remote areas, but factoring in the cost of attending meetings for that collaboration, when many of the grantees have to travel a couple of hours, 2.5 hours to get across the region to do those meetings. And, you know, the pandemic did have a silver lining, as we well know, but that requires sufficient internet bandwidth, which is sometimes lacking and requires satellite. And in many areas in Region 6, there's not even cell service yet. So, you know, it has its ups and downs. It's getting better, but it's not, it's still another added expense that you can't factor into actual grants. Yep, please. Watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts are the local go-to folks for both landowners and public land managers in Region 6. I did for this presentation a little bit of number crunching to assess the history of my grantees. I started back in 1997 when OWEB began, and just tallied open solicitation, capacity, and FIP grants for my region. So there were several. Small grants weren't included, IMW wasn't included, CREP TA, BLM, those were not a part of it, but just the general open solicitation and capacity and FIP. And beginning in 97, the area now known as Region 6, which started in 2008, 7 watershed councils have completed, are monitoring, or currently implementing 40% of all OWEB grants. 7 watershed councils in the region have done the same thing for 50% of all OWEB grants. These are the people the locals go to, watershed councils and districts. The balance is made up of 2 tribes, Confederated Tribes Umatilla Indian Reservation and the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and they use their Accord dollars, BPA dollars, and CRIFTIC to become a major funder to help be a funding partner in restoration. They're a huge component of getting work done in Region 6. And the others are NGOs, land trusts, and other grantees. Besides developing, writing, and implementing restoration, these groups also build relationships and trust by providing services. My coworkers, my co-RPRs mentioned a lot of that, but that would be creating property maps for landowners that are used to discuss concerns. Technology has made it possible to either do hard maps, or now they can do electronic layers with Avenza, so landowners can get across the landscape and identify concerns or work being done or needs to be done. They can provide weed and plant identification services. They help to resolve resource concerns and challenges, and finally navigate and pursue possible funding sources to cost share. Then there's the economic impact to the local economies. Now, these were studies done in 2005, but $1 spent on capacity equated to $5.09 going back into the local economy. This is so critical for small towns. They depend on people spending money. Same with restoration dollars. $1 spent on restoration comes back to a multiplier of $1.90 to $2.40 per dollar spent, goes back into the economy, and also creates the restoration economy. We've got contractors that have gone from logging business and now they're restoration contractors fulfilling a need that is still pretty scarce in the area. Another slide, please. Just to give you a sense of just how remote and sparsely populated Region 6 is, you can get oriented on the map. It's really hard to see, but the north side is the Columbia River, and then on the left side is the John Day River that runs down and then through the middle of Region 6. And being a remote area not only impacts what we've talked about already, but it also impacts the ability to find and engage board members, access to restoration contractors, equipment rentals. Sometimes you're 2 hours, 3 hours from anywhere that will rent equipment. Materials, and connecting with and educating absentee or recreational landowners. It's all a challenge. You can see from the numbers that only one SWCD in Region 6 has a tax base, but then you can also see there's only 1,900, a little over 1,900 people that live in Sherman County. About 2.3 persons per square mile. The most sparsely populated is Wheeler County with 0.8 persons per square mile, and the outliers Umatilla with 25 people per square mile. I've also put asterisks up there with all the SWCDs and watershed councils, tribes, and NGOs that are involved with the John Day Basin Partnership. Again, that's really shows how much collaboration has been developed in the region to get the work done. Annabette, it expands across a lot of real estate that's beautiful, natural, and wild, but it also fosters that strong collaboration, and there's always enough work to go around. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about, when the slide comes up, 2 restoration projects. The first one is 223-6003 Wet Fork Hay Creek Low Tech Process-Based Restoration from Gillum SWCD on the left. And the second one is 223-6006 Mack Creek Watershed Improvement from the Mid-John Day Watershed Council in Wheeler County on the right. Next slide. The Gillum SWCD project is located not far from the town of Condon on Hay Creek. Hay Creek is a known steelhead tributary that is of the lower John Day River. At the headwaters of the Wet Fork tributary, the Condon City Farm has multiple wells that provide city water supply. The project that we're talking about now is downstream from the city farm and located on private property. The project leverages both NRCS RCPP funding to install 188 beaver dam analogs and post-assisted log structures along 6.6 miles of Wet Fork and Main Stem Hay Creek. Most of the reaches have already been exclusion fenced, with the remaining sections to be enrolled in CREP by 2024, the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. As you can see from the design, a lot of preliminary analysis is done to identify the best areas where floodplain connection is feasible and will result in the highest ecological uplift. The goal of the project is to extend all of the existing wetted reaches, reconnect the floodplain to help store high flows, and aid in the survival of future riparian plantings. Now, the realities. The site isn't that far from the SWCD office, only 16 miles of gravel road to where they must unload their equipment and then mobilize another 16 miles down to the farthest project site, farthest extent of the project site. When you're on sites like these, being organized and having backup plans is essential. You don't go without bringing extra batteries for drones, sufficient fuel, first aid kits, water, because it can be 100 degrees down in the canyons. Going in and going out isn't fast nor convenient, but these people, they've got it together, and they get down there, they do their work, and they probably learned by experience. The high point on this project, though, is the likelihood you'll see mule deer, elk, and even bighorn sheep along the high ridges and deep canyons. Like I mentioned earlier, when discussing all the work done before an application is even submitted, in this case, it took about 40 hours or $1,800 worth of staff time in developing the project. Again, that relies on capacity dollars. Looking at the budget, 78% of the OWEB award goes into contracted services, hiring local companies to get the work done, going back to help support the economy. And collaboration is evident in the number of partners engaged: NRCS, Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and ODF&W, all helping to expand the overall footprint of the project and ensure ecological goals are met. The second project I'm focusing on is, again, a project in collaboration with NRCS. This time, there we go. This time focused on forest health in southeast corner of Wheeler County. The work is planned along a steelhead tributary of Mountain Creek by removing encroaching juniper along the Mack Creek drainage and thinning overstocked and diseased timber stands. This property is owned by a longtime absentee landowner who's focused on wildlife, and he's managed by a local rancher who rotationally grazes it in the summer. From the site visit, it's evident that the property is well managed with excellent understory of perennial grass, forbs, and shrubs where the canopy has been opened up. The site is 100 miles round trip from the Watershed Council office out to the ranch on a gravel road, which is sometimes passable, sometimes not. And it took approximately 60 hours of staff time, or a little over $2,000, to get the application developed and submitted. This is a resubmit application, so that's the second 60 hours that the applicant took in order to not only flush out the concerns, but originally get the concept past both the land manager and landowner. The Mid-John Day Watershed Council is a staff of one with a volunteer board that helps keep things on track. 87% of the OWEB funding for this project goes to contracted services, again, multiplying the impacts back to the local economy. Property borders the Ochoco National Forest, and the work cumulatively done here will help the timber and grasslands remain in a resilient condition, help to better survive wildfire, and provide habitat to multiple wildlife that call the area home. It also builds on excessive thinning work done on neighboring ranches funded by both OWEB, NRCS, and ODF. Next slide. My final slide. So before I do my paragraph, as at my last board meeting, I did want to acknowledge Bill Bradbury, who recently passed this last month. He was critical to me being on the path in conservation. Worked for him when he was in as a senator in the Senate Majority Office. He went on to work at save the sake of the salmon, and then Northwest Power Planning Council. He's been an inspiration, and we will all really miss him. He was involved in the Oregon Plan. We used to call him King Chinook. But it's a bittersweet moment. But I have to say, I'm leaving Region 6 in great hands. And I'm not going to, I've been thanked so many times that I'm not going to go on and on, but it's going to go in great hands because Amy Charette is going to take over my position and do a fabulous job. But it is a bittersweet moment for me. For almost 15 years working for you, I first want to personally thank all the John Day and Umatilla grantees who, without them, the work just won't get done. They've been a joy to work with. They've taught me so much about restoration, and they continue to inspire me. I also want to thank the Region 6 Regional Review Team, many of whom have been with me since 2008. Again, I couldn't have done my job as well without them. They were amazing people to work with. Such a wealth of experience and dedication. Finally, a huge thanks to OWEB staff and board, both past and present. They wholly express the OWEB culture statement by working hard and smart, remaining nimble, adaptable, always working towards a yes, focusing on customer service, never forgetting the roots that initiated this fabulous social experiment, and strive to strategically plan for the future. With that, I'll never forget that without these dedicated individuals we help fund, restoration won't get done. So thank you, OWEB. Next slide.
Chair Boyer, at your pleasure, we could either take a break now or take questions first. It's up to you.
Well, actually, and just because we do have one person signed up for public comment, I was thinking that we would just do the one public comment, the verbal, they're in person, correct? Rob, right? Are you here?
He is calling in.
Oh, he is he on?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So we just have one person. I thought we would do public comment to stay as close to timing for the public comment part as possible, and then we'll take a break. Thank you. There he is.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could state your name for the record and give us your public testimony today.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rob Hoshaw. I am the Operations Director with the Long Tom Watershed Council in Region 3. And thank you to the board for this opportunity to speak here this afternoon. The Long Tom has a request on 2 separate open solicitation restoration grant proposals, and that we would like to request that the board consider shifting funding available in other categories that's left over to fund these restoration projects. So first up, I'd like to call attention to grant number 2233012, titled Lower Upper Long Tom Ecocultural Oak and Prairie Restoration, which was ranked 9th and recommended for funding by the review team. So OWEB staff have actually proposed shifting unspent and undistributed funding from other grant categories in order to fund this restoration project. We're really grateful to OWEB staff for making this recommendation, and we want to wholeheartedly support that recommendation and strongly encourage the OWEB board to approve that shift of funding. Just a few quick points about the importance of this project. First, we initially had applied in spring 2022, and were able to address the super helpful feedback from that year's review team. And this year's review team commented that we had addressed those comments. Second, we have an extremely motivated and eager landowner who has a history of implementing successful restoration projects on his property already. Third, this restoration project aligns with an accompanying OWEB technical assistance grant that's already been funded. And we also have a pretty significant match already secured from a Bureau of Land Management grant. And perhaps most importantly, this is a project that will partner with Indigenous people to reintroduce cultural burning and continue to help steward oak and prairie habitat. So then secondly, I'd like to call attention to proposal number 223-3009, titled Cassidy Ranch Oak Restoration and Stream Enhancement Project. This was recommended for funding, but is the first project to fall below the current recommended funding line. Similarly, we're asking the board to consider moving some of the remaining dollars from other grant categories that's left over at the end of the biennium to fund this restoration project. This project would really be important to fund this year for a number of reasons. One, again, we have an extremely motivated, eager landowner, and there's also a significant amount of match already secured through federal NRCS dollars. Geographically speaking, this is a project that is at the southern end of the federally listed Kincaid's Lupin range, and it presents a really viable opportunity to continue expanding this listed species range. And then lastly, this is an innovative project that explores using some neat cost-effective techniques that would honor the landowner's request to eliminate the need for herbicides. And it also presents an opportunity to implement newer and cost-effective stream restoration techniques and use this as a model to demonstrate those techniques' effectiveness for future projects. So yeah, just to end, I want to say I really am grateful for the opportunity to share these comments with you, and that LTWC staff and I have the utmost respect for the difficult decisions that OWEB staff and the board and the review team need to make. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for engaging in our public process and hanging in there with us today. Appreciate you staying on a little bit longer. Before we go to break, I just need to acknowledge the 11 written public comments we got on this particular item. Certo Gordo Land Conservation or Conservancy, Trout Mountain Forestry, Glen Gibson Watershed Council, Long Tom Watershed Council, National Forest Foundation, Confederate Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, Siuslaw Indians, Coos County Board of Commissioners, Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development, Coos Coquille, 10 Mile, did I say that right? I'm learning. Did I say it right? Coquille? Coquille, thank you. 10 Mile Fish District, 10 Mile Lake Association, Willamette Partnership, 10 Mile Lakes Basin Partnership. Thank you, everybody, for giving us your written comments. And do we want a 15 or do you want a 10 minute? 10, I'm making the choice, 10. See you back here at 2:45. 2 more minutes.
I tried, Kobe. I was looking at your notes and I'm
All right, if everybody could find their seats, please. Oh, that went really quick. That went. Happy to what? Oh. We can do that, but all right, we are ready to do our deliberations as a board. If we might have to go grab some people from outside. We have a couple of board members who I think went for a walk. Or three of them. are 4 of them.
If you don't go out that door, you don't know the sun is shining.
I know. Somebody want to go grab them? Me too? Okay, thanks. Oh, I think Nicole's on it. I think she is.
New RPR, giving her things to do.
It's so fun. Okay, did you do this, this, this?
I love it.
Sorry, everybody in Zoom land. We're trying to grab everybody from outside.
It was an awfully quick 10 minutes.
Give us a break. It's the first time we've seen sun in like months.
Actually, Regan timed us. It was a 10-minute break, believe it or not. He put the timer on. So I know. I felt like I read a half of one email. It's like, gosh. Okay. All right. So now is our time for deliberations. Who would like to start with questions or comments on the presentations, the applications, and the such? All right, Bruce, your hand is up. You can start, please.
Yeah, thanks. I have one question on the Elk River Coho project. Just for information, how close is that project to the Wall Ranch that we're going to be hearing about with Oregon Ag Heritage?
For the record, Mark Grenbemmer, Region 2 program rep. And, you know, it's probably a better question for Sue Greer, but I believe it's one watershed over, so Walls Ranch should be over off of Sixes, I believe.
Okay.
The Wall Ranch actually has frontage on Elk River, and one of the maps that Mark displayed, you saw some colored blocks where restoration was happening. I think that's right next door to the Wall Ranch.
Okay, I thought it was close, but I wasn't sure. Thanks.
Thanks for saving me from myself, Eric.
All right. Anybody else have questions or comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And so the public comments we received, does staff have any input on that? Any follow-up on what they were recommending or proposing?
Well, let's start with the Region 3 comments, because I think many of those comment letters were around a couple of projects there. Liz, do you want to address those?
So I'll start with Long Tom, since we just heard from Rob from the Long Tom. So I can imagine if you see one project below the funding line, it certainly could befuddle someone to see that and be like, why did they leave one project below the line? And it came down to, we looked at some of the prioritization data that came out of the review team. So if you remember our process, the team looks through each of the projects, recommends a project for funding or not, and then they prioritize them in order of priority, like things like how well did the project meet criteria, what are the watershed benefits. And when we looked at the list and the data behind it, what we saw is that Cassidy project, there's definitely a gap, a separation from all the other projects where it was significantly lower than the other rankings. And so that kind of indicated that the project probably had some of the concerns, maybe were more significant to the reviewers, that they put it at the bottom. That said, just to follow up on some of Rob's comments, this was a super competitive cycle in Region 3. And when you have a project like that that's being reviewed alongside something like the Taylor Checker Spot butterfly recovery and that Kingston Prairie and the Sandy Basin. So it was super competitive, and I could see why it ranked at the bottom with that separation.
Do any other RPRs have comments about the comments that we've received? No. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you had another comment. All right. All right, Jamie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just a comment, and I know many people have already weighed in and recognized Sue, and Sue, thanks for your very kind comments. Classic you comment and thank others when you're the one to be thanked. But just you, thank you for making Oregon a better place and having such a profound impact on so many people and in so many ways that they're not unseen. And I guess I would ask you, if you, with all your experience, all the roads traveled that folks met, and the critter scene, I know you shared some thoughts at the end, but do you have any words of wisdom for us as your takeaway?
No, because we're on a limited time, and I always have a lot to share, but thank you, Jamie, for your comments. You're going to be in really good hands, so.
Yeah, I wish you were here last night, Jamie, at dinner. We had a great presentation from Herb Winters on some of their projects at, oh my gosh, what soil and water conservation district? Gillum. I was going to say Grant. I was like, gosh, it's not right. And then we had a nice round table with Sue. So I'm sorry you missed it. All right, any other questions or comments? I do. You have any? Come on.
I do. So I just wanted to say thanks to the RPRs, because I can feel your passion for what you do, and it's a lot to kind of pick one or two projects to highlight. But talking about all the people behind the scenes and telling the story, it's really heart-filling up here listening to it. And just thank you so much for all of the passion that you put into the work that you do.
All right, so I have a couple of comments. I don't really have questions. You guys, you did a great job. And I know it's tough to not hear us ask questions and comments. It's just because you do such a good job is really my takeaway from not having everybody just firing off some questions.
350 pages is worth it.
Which means we all read them. So what I appreciated today was your theme of the people. I got that from all of you, and I thought that was very clever and appropriate. And then, so Katie, just one of my comments was, I have railroad tracks that go through my property. And so I really appreciated that, because in the 70s, it was a free span, and then they decided to build a stronger bridge, and it is all pilings on the South Yamhill River. So I appreciate that, and I might be asking for some help. No, I'm kidding. But I just appreciate that, because I struggle with it. We've lost 5 acres to the river because it passes around all the backup. So, and then I want to know, did anybody from OWEB attend that last minute meeting on a Saturday with the federal government on the railroad?
I found out about the meeting at the site visit that the review team conducted. So it was quite the last minute meeting, and OWEB wasn't involved at that point. This was the project development phase. And I think I mentioned that it took them, 6 years from having this project idea to getting all the players to participate and everyone to agree on the solution, everyone from the fish to the railroad to the landowners and the engineer from Wisconsin who had never been to an estuary. So everybody liked the solution. So thank you for the comment, Barbara.
Yeah, I appreciate the education, the time that they take to educate. And then, what was my other one? Greg, you had a line in your presentation that said, let's set everything up for fire, to receive fire. And I really, that resonated with me, because it is our reality, and we need to be set up to receive fire. So that was one of my takeaways. I loved that statement. I'll be using it. So, all right, is there any other questions or comments from the board members? Wow, none. Again, you just did a darn good job. And with that, I guess I would be looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I just am finding it. Can I just say, I thought those presentations were terrific. I mean, they're always good, but this was a really nice suite of presentations you guys did today. So I moved the board, adjust the
Okay, the first one is the one that you guys are that were because of the movement of some funds out of one category into another one, right? Okay, I just want to make sure I have the right one.
Yes.
Wait a minute, do we need to do both of these motions? Now I'm confused, I'm sorry.
Yes, Meg, the first one deals with moving the money in the spending plan so that you then have it in that spending plan category to award as
To award, okay,
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I move the board adjust the 2021-2023 spending plan as described in Table 1, recommended spending plan adjustment column in the fall 2022 open solicitation grant offering staff report.
Second.
Okay, sorry, we're just still reading this motion. Like, did we talk about that? Jamie, did you second that, I think?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It was referenced, and actually it might have been in the public comment, the reference to needing to move resources over so that it could be spent.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's been moved by Meg, seconded by Jamie. Can we do a roll call, please, Nicole?
Yes. Okay, Lindsay McCleary?
Aye.
Kelly Coates?
Aye.
Gary Marshall?
Aye.
Liza Jane McAllister?
Excused.
Bruce Buckmaster?
Aye.
Jamie McLeod Skinner?
Aye.
Barbara Boyer?
Aye.
Molly Kyle?
Aye.
Meg Reeves?
Aye.
Mark Labhart?
Aye.
And Liz Agpawa?
Excused. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Good job.
So now we need one more. Shall I make the next one?
It's up to you.
I'll do it. I move the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the fall 2022 open solicitation grant offering staff report.
Second.
It's been moved by Meg, seconded by Mark. I'm not going to do roll call because we know who's here after that last one. So any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously.
So I have a comment now. So now that it's over, I wanted to make sure there was a vote first. So those of you who just got their projects approved, I'm sure you're over the moon happy. Those of you who spent a lot of time developing those projects that just fell below the funding line and are disappointed, encourage you to look again and come back. It'll, for the next process period. But, I've told people this many times. One of the best things about being on this is OWEB is we give away money. And the worst thing about being on OWEB is there's never enough money. But, we're funding with this and other projects, we're funding about $15 million worth of really good stuff for Oregon. And so for those of you who are just fell below the line, hang in there. It's not that your project was bad. It's just that we probably didn't have the money or just wasn't that priority, but it is so gratifying to me personally and professionally to be able to vote for these projects. And the reason I think I agree with Chair Boyer is that, you did your homework. You really put the effort into reviewing these in a professional, independent, third-party look. And I very much appreciate that. It makes my job fairly easy to be able to vote for these. So I know it isn't an easy job for you to do when you review these projects. So, I want to personally thank you, the staff, and the others that reviewed these projects. So job well done.
Madam Chair, and if I may be able to just follow up on Mark's comments, because I really appreciate wanting to underscore his remarks now, but also Mark really appreciating asking before about the additional public comments came in. Madam Chair, really appreciate you acknowledging those written comments, because I think it also underscores the fact that the comment that's received is considered, and it's weighed in that same measure that Mark just laid out. But that appreciation, that consideration is a key part of the process. So just wanted to, again, underscore Mark's remarks.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a little maneuvering around in the agenda. I thought we would go right into item I. Thank you very much, you guys. And then we'd go to break. Does that sound all right? Okay. All right. We are moving on to I, Stage 0 Effectiveness Monitoring Funding Request. And this is an action item.
Want me to run it? Okay, you guys. Yeah. Yeah, come on up. It's a party. You guys traveled. Come on up. Oh, here. No, Ken just needs to scoot down. Ken, scoot down one. Move your whole body. Move your whole body. There you go. Yes.
Oh my gosh, that was too much.
I'll let you take it.
Good afternoon, co-chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ken Fetcho, and I'm OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. And today we're joined by Jared Wabright and Lauren Mark for this funding request. And they'll be describing the progress that they have made to date and what they have planned to further monitor the outcomes associated with their large-scale floodplain restoration efforts. But before I turn it over to them, I wanted to provide a little bit of background on how we got here. So this funding request today builds off a funding decision that the board made back in 2019. And so at the July 2019 meeting in Klamath Falls, the board approved a staff request for up to $360,000 for monitoring and information sharing associated with restoring a stream channel to a stage 0 condition. So at the time, this award was framed as a staged funding request with initial funding requested during the 1921 biennium and subsequent funding to continue monitoring in the 21-23 biennium. And so at that initial funding award, 3 grants were awarded. And so the first one was a monitoring grant to the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance for effectiveness monitoring of large-scale floodplain restoration efforts in the South Fork Mackenzie River. The second monitoring grant was provided to the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council for multi-phase restoration efforts in White Shoes Creek. And then that third grant that was provided was to the Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University to help OWEB host and plan a workshop that brought together a range of partners to share knowledge, describe concerns and considerations about this restoration approach, identify monitoring information needs, and articulate best practices for restoring a stream channel to a stage 0 condition. And that workshop was held in November of 2020. So one thing I want to point out that due to the delay associated with COVID-19 and the holiday farm fire, there's a need to maintain key data sets by continuing monitoring before the next phase of restoration in the South Fork Mackenzie River occurs in 2025. So due to these delays, we envision that there will be an additional monitoring grant provided to the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance to support a final phase of effectiveness monitoring in 2026 to measure effects of that subsequent phase of restoration to maintain the original monitoring design that was funded in 2019. And that this is a key distinction between the effectiveness monitoring that's occurring in White Shoes Creek. The Upper Deschutes Watershed Council was able to navigate restoration and monitoring delays by accessing interim funding provided by the Nature Conservancy and Portland General Electric. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren to provide her presentation.
And just for a record for the board, this starts on page 414 of the ebook and goes to page 441.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ken, for that introduction, and thanks to the board for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to be speaking about our proposed phase 2 of stage 0 restoration effectiveness monitoring on Waichus Creek. And I'd like to start by thanking and recognizing our many partners who contributed to design and implementation of both restoration and monitoring. To begin, advance please, thank you, Ken. What is stage 0 and how and why did we start designing restoration to achieve stage 0? Stage 0 is a stage of the stream evolution model proposed by Brian Kluwer and Colin Thorne, defined as a dynamically stable network of channels and floodplain with vegetated islands supporting wet woodland or meadow. And importantly, those channels are anabranching or braided. In contrast to this complex connected condition, streams and rivers throughout the Columbia Basin have been simplified and degraded over the last century as a result of extensive human modifications, including logging, grazing, flow diversion, channelization, and berming. In the 1980s, restoration practitioners began working to arrest further degradation and restore fish habitat. Restoration interventions focused on the channel, so at the top of this slide. They included addition of large wood or boulders to prevent further erosion and provide cover for fish, or constructing new engineered channels and adding boulders or large wood. Around 2010, in response to a recognition that these stream restoration actions were not improving conditions, practitioners began using an entirely new approach. They began designing projects with a valley focus, in the bottom of the slide, to reconnect and reactivate the valley bottom and reestablish the stream conditions or the stream processes that create a network of channels that evolve and shift over time. The resulting stream and wetland habitat is structurally diverse, complex, and heterogeneous, and provides a range of conditions that are more ecologically valuable than those found in a single thread condition that is disconnected from its floodplain. In a 2013 journal article, Brian Kluwer and Colin Thorne described this complex connected stream condition as a precursor to stage 1 of earlier channel evolution models, and they called it stage 0 to retain the existing naming convention. They reviewed published literature and applied their own professional experience to demonstrate that this connected multi-channel condition provides the greatest habitat and ecosystem benefits for large numbers of different species. And although we recognize that restoration to stage 0 is not appropriate everywhere, such as in settings with infrastructure or on working lands where the valley bottom is dedicated to agriculture and grazing, restoration to stage 8, where the reconnected floodplain is inset at a lower elevation, can accomplish similar benefits to stage 0 restoration. Next slide, thank you. So today I'm going to talk about monitoring reaches restored to stage 0 on Waichus Creek. Waichus flows 40 miles east from near the crest of the Cascade, the Deschutes River. Approximately 18 of those 40 miles were straightened and bermed over the last century, resulting in incision and a suite of limiting factors for the salmon and steelhead that were reintroduced beginning in 2007. Upper Deschutes Watershed Council has worked with local partners, including Deschutes River Conservancy, Deschutes Land Trust, and Deschutes National Forest for almost 2 decades on stream flow restoration, land conservation, and stream habitat restoration to address these limiting factors implemented on land trust preserves essential to our ability to restore stream habitat. Phases 1 and 2A of restoration at Deschutes Land Trust's Waichus Canyon Preserve in green and yellow on the map were implemented in 2016 and 2021 respectively, and Phase 2B in turquoise is slated for implementation this July. Restoration at Camp Polk Meadow Preserve in blue was implemented from 2008 to 2012, and restoration at Willow Springs Preserve in pink was implemented in 2022. Thanks, Ken. Phases 1 and 2A of restoration at Waichus Canyon Preserve used a geomorphic grade line approach to reestablish stream processes and accelerate recovery towards stage 0. In the aerial photo at the top left of the slide, you can see a high terrace from which the channel, drawn in red, was disconnected. But in the LiDAR image center left, you can also see a network of relict channels in baby blue across parts of the historic floodplain, which we were able to reactivate. This approach uses heavy equipment to lower the high disconnected terraces and fill the incised channel to target valley elevations, then divert the stream into those relict channels and across the constructed floodplain, which is roughened with wood and sedge mats. Next slide, thanks. In contrast to the geomorphic grade line approach used at Whitehouse Canyon Preserve, restoration at Willow Springs used a low-tech process-based design. This approach uses post-assisted log structures, or PALs, manually installed into the stream bed, and beaver dam analogs, or BDAs, installed in the currently inactive floodplain to accelerate geomorphic processes like erosion, scour, and deposition that promote channel and floodplain evolution toward a stage 0 condition. Next slide. As we began to design and implement monitoring to measure the outcomes of the restoration towards stage 0, we realized that monitoring stage 0 presents challenges not encountered when monitoring a single channel stream. Single channels cover a small spatial extent, they are relatively simple with low variability, and this makes ground surveys and sampling approaches cost-effective and efficient. In contrast, stage 0 systems cover a valley-wide spatial extent and are complex with high variability, making ground surveys more difficult and sampling approaches less effective. Stage 0 systems also prevent novel geomorphic and habitat conditions that aren't well described by traditional methods and metrics. For our 2020 Phase 1 Stage 0 Effectiveness Monitoring Project, we convened a technical advisory committee of remote sensing experts to help us design a monitoring approach that would help us address these challenges. From the key metrics identified as characterizing a Stage 0 condition, we selected a set of priority geomorphic and habitat metrics, which we thought we might be able to better measure using remote sensing than using traditional field surveys. Our final set of metrics for analysis from imagery included inundated area, vegetation, wood, geomorphic units, velocity, and sediment size. Thank you. We worked with Matt Barker from OSU, who had previously acquired imagery for South Fork Mackenzie River Stage 0 monitoring, to acquire multispectral orthomosaic imagery, photo plots, and video plots to support sediment analysis and velocity analysis, respectively. Next slide. In project reaches, we located and marked plots on the ground where photo and video plots would be flown. Within a 1 meter radius circular plot at each plot location, we collected geomorphic measurements to calibrate analysis of metrics from imagery, as well as additional metrics to provide information about stream complexity and habitat. Next slide. Analysis from imagery supported measurement of inundated area, vegetation, wood, geomorphic units, and velocity. Geomorphic units, top right, manually digitized from imagery, showed that stream habitat in restored reaches was 4 times as complex, with 4 times as many geomorphic units, as that in unrestored reaches. And this result, as well as the total wetted area calculated from those geomorphic units, was similar to results obtained using 2019 stream habitat survey data, showing that digitization of geomorphic units from imagery can provide similar results to stream habitat surveys for these metrics. Wood, bottom right, was also manually digitized from imagery and showed 33 times as much wood interacting with water at base flow in Whitehouse Canyon Phase 1 compared to unrestored reaches. And this result was similar to the 30 to 32 times increase observed from traditional stream habitat surveys. There was also 12 times as much wood on the floodplain compared to unrestored reaches, a metric which is not available from traditional stream habitat surveys. We used an automated process on the left to classify water and vegetation. We saw that area classified as water from imagery was lower than that calculated from stream habitat surveys or from geomorphic units, and that area of riparian vegetation was lower than that calculated from a 2017 classification, suggesting these methods and results need further review and development. Our descriptive analysis of ground-based measurements data showed a lower median velocity and higher diversity of velocities, more gravel and less cobble, but similar amounts of sand, more shade over channels, and a broader range of stream temperatures in restored compared to unrestored reaches. Next slide. Thank you. 2020 and complementary monitoring data document the key physical and vegetative attributes underpinning the habitat and ecosystem benefits of these projects. These foundational physical and vegetative attributes include multiple complex channels that we also know are dynamic, an extensive connected floodplain and resulting high water table, spreading and slowing of floodwaters as high flows spill across the floodplain, sediment storage, and dense, diverse vegetation which shades channels. And we and monitoring partners have been able to document the habitat and ecosystem benefits resulting from these attributes, including diverse aquatic habitats in close proximity, instances of refuge from fast flows and extreme temperatures, high species richness and a diverse food web, a high proportion of native plant species, and high production relative to unrestored reaches. Some of these habitat and ecosystem benefits are demonstrated through the measured biological response. We've seen native riparian plant species and cover double after restoration. We've seen 5 times, not 10 times, as many trout, including non-native brown and native red band in the phase 1 restored reach compared to an adjacent unrestored reach, as well as more sensitive and cool and cold associated macroinvertebrate taxa 6 years after restoration. At Waichus Canyon Phase 2A, only 1 year after restoration, we saw higher scores in standard macroinvertebrate models and indices used to evaluate stream health, as well as 8 new species for this site in side and off-channel habitats, demonstrating higher species richness associated with higher habitat diversity. We learned some key lessons about using imagery for monitoring stage 0 restoration. Beginning in 2022, we've refined our imagery and video acquisition to improve our ability to derive metrics of interest from imagery. We had limited success measuring sediment from imagery, and in the future, we'll use standard ground-based methods, which are easy to implement and provide reliable data for measuring sediment. While there was and is a large initial investment in developing methods, the ability to apply these methods over a large area holds promise for increasing the cost effectiveness and efficiency of monitoring these projects. In our experience, analysis from imagery does support more complete information that is easier to collect for some metrics, and it became apparent that remote sensing can be an effective approach for measuring structural metrics, but not biological response on the scale of our projects on Waichus. Next slide. We continue to apply our results to interpret habitat and ecosystem benefits of the physical conditions we've measured, compare metrics and costs to those for ground-based surveys, refine and standardize metrics, and measure the biological response in restoration reaches, as well as to inform restoration design and evaluate ways we can improve designs and opportunities to adaptively manage projects. Since our phase 1 stage 0 effectiveness monitoring project in 2020, UDWC and partners have implemented 2 new restoration projects and are working toward implementation of a 3rd project this summer, providing an opportunity to repeat the pre-restoration 2020 monitoring and measure change following restoration in these reaches. Restoration projects in Waichus Canyon Phase 1 and Camp Polk will have experienced an additional 4 years of evolution and change since 2020 monitoring. Next slide. In 2022, we were able to use funding from TNC and PGE to advance what we learned from the 2020 monitoring effort and to monitor Phase 2A 1 year post-restoration, including acquiring true color and multispectral orthomosaic imagery, as well as continuous video along a 100-meter section of channel, ground-based surveys, analysis of inundated wood and woody vegetation area, riparian species and velocity, and macroinvertebrate monitoring. For our Phase 2 Stage 0 effectiveness monitoring project, we will repeat drone imagery acquisition, ground-based data collection and analysis to measure physical and biological change and collect macroinvertebrate data for 2 years to provide information about biological response. We will begin planning in late 2023 for summer 2024 monitoring. Imagery processing, data analysis, and subsequent reporting will begin in fall 2024 and continue into 2026. And macroinvertebrate monitoring will occur in 2024 and 2025. Stream temperature will be monitored in both these years pending funding, but will not be funded through the proposed project. Next slide. And with that, I would like to thank our partners and funders. And are we holding questions? Yes. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon again. My name is Jared Waybright. I'm the Executive Director of the Mackenzie Watershed Council. It's a pleasure to speak to the OWEB Board Committee members once again. I'm here to present some summary results of the Evaluating Ecological and Geomorphic Response to Stage 0 Restoration on the South Fork Mackenzie River, one of the worst titles of all time. And give a quick intro into our proposed interim funding over a 23-25 year period before we continue with South Fork Phase 3 restoration. Want to take a moment to acknowledge our project partners who led all aspects of the work. The U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station, Oregon State University, ODF and ODF&W. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of how we got to this stage. We began planning for restoration on the South Fork Mackenzie back in 2014. And after 4 years of planning, implemented a phase 1 in 2018 and a phase 2 in 2019, over 200 acres in the lower mile and a quarter of the South Fork Mackenzie River. Almost 120,000 cubic yards of sediment from old roadbeds, berms, and natural deposits were redistributed across nearly 200 acres or 200 acre project area throughout incised channels. Over 4,000 pieces of large wood were spread throughout the lower valley bottom. We had a project implementation cost of roughly $3 million. The initial plan for restoration included phase 3 in the 2020-2021 time period. A couple of worldwide events and local events during that time period delayed our implementation plans. And as Ken mentioned earlier, those plans have been delayed to 2025 at the earliest. The Holiday Farm fire in particular, and which I'll speak about a little bit later, also presented opportunities to increase restoration and kind of change the monitoring design a little bit. Next slide, please. So, quick summary of the work. Lauren did a wonderful job of describing the design approach, but once again, similar approach here, rely on a design set derived from LiDAR data to develop that geomorphic grade line from which a relative elevation map is created. You can see this on the slide where the warm colors represent the high areas, the cool colors represent the low areas in the incised channels. So, and essentially through a series of design and redesign involving both the LiDAR analysis and ground truthing, we're able to come up with the final design map, which essentially in easy simple terms, essentially cuts the high areas and fills the low areas. So we're removing berms, like I said, old roadbeds, in some cases even natural deposits, placing those into dewatered stream channels, and then placing large wood throughout the valley bottom. Next slide, please. So as I alluded to earlier, the Holiday Farm fire burned through over 170,000 acres in the Mackenzie subbasin in 2020. The entire South Fork project area was burned over by that fire. We didn't know what to expect coming into that fire at that time. Maybe about a week or so of anticipation and being very nervous about what we were going to find. But when Forest Service personnel were able to actually get in there for the first time, very surprised at what they found. So there were stand replacement burns throughout much of the surrounding floodplain forest that completely destroyed an adjacent Delta Campground, excuse me. But what we found was Quite surprising, within the project area itself, less than 5% of the wood placed in the project was burned, and a very high percentage of the surrounding riparian vegetation came through remarkably unscathed. It makes sense. The water's there, the water table is raised, and that riparian vegetation responded in kind. Next slide, please. So backing up just a little bit, want to give a quick overview of the monitoring project as it was developed and implemented beginning in 2019. The goals of this project really were really twofold. We wanted to take a look at the paired geomorphic and biological responses to the restoration, large-scale restoration effort on the lower South Fork, but really then develop an adaptive framework for how to go about trying to monitor this new approach to floodplain, valley bottom restoration, and develop new techniques and methodology to really understand what those paired responses were at scale. Let's go ahead and go smooth slide, please. So the research focused on, let me back up one second. So for the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station, OSU, and Colorado State researchers applied several novel methods to monitor geomorphic response to South Fork restoration. As Lauren alluded to, there's many challenges associated with traditional approaches and project scale, lack of distinct channels, expected physical and vegetation change over time really present challenges not only to traditional monitoring approaches, but then also to the use of emerging technologies based on unoccupied aircraft systems, ideally drones, that had to be navigated through this project. The work quantified, so the researchers quantified and focused on really 4 distinct restoration areas, or metrics: inundation area, large stream, or large in-stream wood, sediment size, surface water velocity, and water temperature. The drone surveys were coordinated with paired field measurements for all metrics, except inundation areas, to calibrate and validate the remote sense data. Before I move, I want to just cite and thank the work of Steve Wanzel, Jonathan Burnett, Matt Barker, Sarah Inshaw, Michael Wing, and Wyatt McCurdy on this multidiscipline study. So I want to take a couple moments to just highlight some of the results of this integrated work, in particular water temperature and inundation area. Water temperature is one of the main concerns or one of the questions of what's happening post restoration on these sites. What this study showed after 3 years of monitoring is that we did document an increase in daily max temperature. There was an intermediate change for daily mean temperature, the minimal change for daily, that should say minimum temperature instead of max. But what's really notable is a high degree of spatial variability throughout the project site. It's difficult to see on the image, but really what you're looking at there is kind of the greens and the blues represent those cool pockets of cold water, and then the yellow is that warmer temperature. In addition, the paired studies showed a dramatic increase in inundation area, over 4 times increase in wetted area, and over 5 times increase in wetted edge habitat, which is a really good indicator of both complexity and diversity. Similar to what Lauren described, we noted good applicability and effectiveness of the remote sensing data for both inundation, large wood calculation, or large wood quantification, flow velocity, and temperature through the study on the South Fork. Similar, we did note that the remote sensing had a hard time picking up sediment quantification and showed really no effective advantages over the field-based methodology. Will note though, because of the size and complexity and oftentimes just the flow patterns, there is a safety consideration there that might be worth future study, especially on these bigger systems. It's really hard for individuals to get out, navigate through that wood, navigate the flows, and so it is worth consideration for future research. On the biological side, a little bit more straightforward. So what we did on the South Fork in partnership with ODF and W was a paired full red surface, full red spawning surveys for spring Chinook salmon. This is one of the project areas that was impacted by both the fire and the pandemic. We weren't able to do sampling in 2020, but do have 3 years of sampling data documenting spring Chinook spawning on the South Fork. Showed a dramatic increase in spawning use within the project area. What's interesting to note is to put that in the context of the larger or of the entire Mackenzie. And so while the South Fork contains less than 2% of the entire census area for the Mackenzie spawning surveys, it does account for 10 to 20% of all documented spawning. So interesting overlap and note of the how heavily used these project areas have been for spawning over the last 3 years. The project also conducted a mark and recapture study of juvenile Chinook, collected fish once again in 2019, 21, and 22, with 22 being a non-survey year due to COVID and the Holiday Farm Fire, and also some flow challenges and coordination challenges with the Army Corps of Engineers. This is one of the study areas that is notable for the challenges of a developing data set, we'll put it that way, that with some of the challenges and the logistics with collecting data in challenging situations and 3 years of surveys, it's hard to make some of the inferences on survival and residency time and migration timing. And so this is one of the areas that we're looking to come back and do some additional work to develop a more robust data set. Next slide, please. Another area of studying of the monitoring project was taking a look at the response of, once again, using eDNA surveys to understand the response to a wider range of native fish and wildlife to the restoration. The Pacific Northwest State Research Station used a emerging technology, eDNA metabarcoding, to collect samples collected at 3 different transects in the lower Mackenzie or lower South Fork, excuse me. What the results showed were a remarkable or marked increase in native fish, amphibians, mussels, crayfish, and beaver at 2 of those sites. One of those sites actually did show a decrease. It's the one transect directly upstream from the confluence. One theory with that is that the complexity typically associated at confluence areas might have influenced and had a more direct impact on the pre-project conditions as opposed to the post-project conditions. But overall, what this showed was that this is a viable method for assessing repopulation and migration into restored habitat areas by a wider range of fish and wildlife species.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
On the repopulation of beaver, was it beaver dams or bank beavers, or what kind of repopulation were you observing?
So once again, the eDNA was only just showing the markers. What we have seen there is both evidence of beaver dams in the channel itself and bank use.
Okay.
But yeah, what that study just documented was the markers itself.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. Another study by the Pacific Northwest Research Station and OSU took a look at oh, dang it, sorry. Used an established food web approach to take a look at primary and secondary production of benthic macroinvertebrates, and use that data and to, oh, dang it, one more second, please, sorry. The study estimated total secondary macroinvertebrate production on the benthos and submerged wood surfaces constructed food webs from the dominant taxa found in fish diets. The results documented an approximate 3 times lower macroinvertebrate fish production estimate in phase 1 compared to unrestored areas on a per meter basis. This is an interesting result. So what we're showing here is a lower production in the first 2 years of macroinvertebrate production on a per meter basis, but when taken in whole, because you have a much bigger wetted area and you're actually increasing production. Once again, I just want to remind that's taken over the first couple years, and we expect those results to change over time as those habitats stabilize after this larger disturbance event. Next slide. Another interesting result is groundwater wells. There were 18 different wells established along transects in the lower 3 phases of the project area. What these groundwater wells were calibrated with a USGS gauge upstream of the project area, and then which showed a strong correlation to measured results from the groundwater wells and the USGS gauge. The results indicate a strong correlation between a rise in groundwater levels in phase 1 and phase 2 of the restored areas versus the unrestored phase or area in phase 3. That was assessed by a measurement compared to the target elevation on the REM map. The idea there is showing that in phase 1, we were able to document a +3 foot rise on aggregate across the wells in the phase 1 area, showing that water was actually rising as expected. In the phase 3 area, in the untreated reach, that groundwater wells showed a -1 foot correlation to the REM target elevation, as was expected, as that area has not been restored to date. Sorry. So what we're looking to come to ask for, as Ken alluded to, is 3 different aspects to continue this work in 23 through 25. Number 1 is to store and make accessible the data collected over the first phase. And we have targeted a existing Forest Service data set that would allow for public access to the data, and do so within an existing system that is both actively managed and easily accessible. Next slide. Sorry. Extended funding would also promote more remote sensing in both the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 areas. Focus on the remote sensing work would focus on increased and continued temperature monitoring, in-stream, wood, and inundation area documentation. The idea here is that we're looking for ways to continue to apply lessons learned and fill essentially data gaps for baseline information in the phase 3 project area. And lastly, the 23-25 funding would extend and continue Chinook spawning monitoring specifically for juvenile fish. Once again, applying kind of lessons learned on both logistics and building a more robust data set that would allow more accurate calculations for survivability, migration timing, and yep. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jared. So one thing I wanted to just mention before we open it up for questions and comments from the board is that what next steps would occur if you guys approve funding for this. So if you approve funding, each applicant will still be required to submit a monitoring application. They'll be required to provide all the necessary details to meet the monitoring grant program evaluation criteria. They will have an opportunity to incorporate any of your feedback that we received today. And then staff will work to convene a technical review team who will evaluate both applications and provide comments. And then if needed, Jared and Lauren will be able to respond and revise applications to address any concerns that we identify. So before a grant agreement's issued. So I just thought I'd mention sort of what happens next if you do approve funding. So with that, I'd just like to open it up for questions and comments for Jared and Lauren. Thank you.
Mark?
Yep, thank you. So on the McKinsey, you said you're going to provide about 70,000 of in-kind match. What would be an example of in-kind match?
So the in-kind match is there's two primary sources for that. There is the ODF&W funding to assist with the juvenile, to support in part the juvenile monitoring. What we're doing there is we're leveraging existing resources and time dedicated to the spawning surveys. And then the juvenile survey monitoring from OWEB is really about a half or a third of the cost for over the 3 seasons for ODF&W to conduct that work. So this is essentially leveraging significant funding from ODF&W. Additionally, OSU is providing a significant portion of analytical time to manage and format and store the data. Takes what we've learned, one of the primary lessons learned from phase 1 is how much analysis time goes into managing and understanding and interpreting and applying the data that's sourced from the drone imagery. And so it's a combination of those two sources that are providing the in-kind match for this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Gary, you have a question, comment?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. So the monitoring is what we're talking about here, but I'm, have been fascinated with this whole stage 0 approach for since it was first introduced to us. And to me, these are the practices that have very long life, living centuries, generational benefits if they're successful, and I am very confident that they will be. That our friend the beaver shows that the important thing is in managing water is to slow it down, and the results of that is the sedimentations that are deposited and the vegetation that's created, and it just is in a big loop that is successful over a long time, eventually developing fertile valleys with a lot of carbon trapped in them. So I just see this as a great thing. I just have a question, I guess, maybe for Lauren, what the whole velocity issue is pretty interesting. If you are expanding the wetted areas and making that water travel a little farther, You know, is there any way to understand how long it takes a cubic foot of water coming in the top end of this thing to exit the bottom end on one of these reaches? And if, you know, if it does, you know, we can sort of extrapolate from that the amount of sediments that are being left behind.
So I'm sure there's a way, and I'm going to have to consult my resident USGS expert for that question. And so I'll say two things. The velocity analysis has been really exciting. The ODFW surveys don't provide velocity data at all. So those traditional surveys tell us nothing about velocities in our streams and project reaches. And we have been able to map both velocities as well as flow directions. So I think we could do what you're asking. We are also, we are installing this year stream gauges upstream and downstream of project reaches, which will provide information. It won't provide information about velocity, but it will provide information about how much flow you have coming in and when, and how much flow you have leaving and when. So between those two data sets, I bet we could make some progress on that question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'd just like to encourage more research done on, you know, some of these kind of pieces. It'd be great.
Thanks, Gary.
Chris, you have a question?
Thanks, Barbara. I couldn't help when I was hearing presentations on both those systems, White's and South Fork Mackenzie, the fact that South Fork is a regulated river and White's Creek is not, correct?
There is a large irrigation diversion that diverts approximately 80 to 90% of the flow, but it is a flow through system. So water comes straight down and whatever's not diverted continues down White's.
Okay. So I guess my comment and maybe a question is just the long-term biological and geomorphic responses for stage 0 restoration for a regulated versus unregulated system, and whether there could be some gains by trying to understand the differences between those two systems. I know we're learning a lot from each of these stage 0 actions, but are we to the point of comparing those biological responses that we may be seeing or would expect to see in a system that's a bit more unregulated, like White's versus South Fork, which is very much regulated through Cougar Dam?
I'll start that one. That's obviously a good question. And I am not aware of an effort to compare and contrast the two. What I am aware of is, and which was brought up and contained within the application for this interim funding to extend this work in 23 and 25, is an understanding of how these projects, or especially the project on the South Fork, is changing over time due to just geomorphic response, but then also response to the fire. But what also came out within that context is some of the initial understandings of how to go about teasing out some of the dam impacts, or especially around temperature, around flow. And in particular with temperature, one of the reasons we want to go back and build a more robust data set for the phase 3 project, pre-project data, is because of the lessons learned on the phase 1 project on how to make some inferences on what's actually happening independently of the releases at Cougar. And so I know that doesn't 100% answer your question, but that's the application or the understanding, or one of the understandings that we took away from that regulated system during the first phase of monitoring on the South Fork. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
I'll just add a little bit to that. So in the Stage Zero practitioners workshops that were led by PNW under that third project component that Ken mentioned, a list of standard sort of key attributes of Stage Zero was generated, and some of those metrics are you can calculate them per area. So for example, vegetation, woody vegetation, you could calculate per area and make some comparisons that way. And I think we're going to get there. Some of the other biological metrics, like when you look at our fish populations on Waichus and their fish populations on the South Fork Mackenzie, I'm quite envious of the Chinook spawning. So some of the biological responses more difficult to compare. But we can see parallel trends, like with the macroinvertebrate trends that Jared mentioned. On 2 of our project reaches in Waichus, we also did see an initial decrease in some taxa richness. And then we saw it recover to above pre-restoration levels. So even in instances where there's a direct comparison cannot be made, you can compare those trends. And then I would just add that I think there's a lot of interest among the Stage Zero restoration community in opportunities below dams for really reactivating the sediment that is already locked up in those floodplains. So even if you're not getting sediment inputs, you're providing new sediment from the site.
And I do want to mention too, because it's an excellent paper and a good summary document, is the recently published paper from Becky Flincroft comparing 19 sites across the state of Oregon. Does a really nice job of comparing probably 6 to 7 different metrics across applicable sites, essentially subsets of those sites across the state of Oregon, divides them up into several different categories, but it's very well done, does a good job of summary when applicable, and I think that is a way to begin to answer those questions and tease out some of those both natural and anthropogenic influences on these projects. Thank you.
Jamie, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. You were talking about one of the match or benefit was public access to data, and were you referring to ODFW or U.S. forestry data? Because I assume that would already be accessible to the public. Could you clarify
so
that
this
point?
is, oh, sorry.
No, please.
So the data is already publicly available. It's housed on OSU servers at the moment. And so that any other researchers or public or agency folks that want to get access to it essentially have to go through the OSU researchers to access that data. There's very difficult file transfer logistics involved with that in addition to the just being able to connect with folks.
So making it more user-friendly, it sounds
correct.
like.
That's a better way.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And then on the imagery piece, I thought that comparable imagery was really great. And I'm wondering if, and this is true for the pictures, not the drones, but if there's pictures are going to be taken from a common space, almost like a benchmarking and surveying, so that you could see that delta over time. Is that, and maybe you mentioned that and I missed that, but is that something that's part of the project?
Restoration photo points.
Yeah, so we have photo points for all of our Waichus Creek restoration projects. Most of those have a large OWEB funding component, and photo points, I believe, are required monitoring for implementation funding for those projects.
Well, thank you. You just taught me that. And then it's something I learned today. And then would it be really easy to go back to the first slide on the Stage Zero, that very first slide? If not, forget about it. But if it's just to be if it's easy to do that.
So there's a little bit of the lag, so bear with me as
because I have a question about something that's on that. And so I love the scientific description of the brilliance of natural engineering. I know Gary mentioned it as well. I love that. But the question I have on the on Lauren's very first slide
You can, if you want, you can go ahead and ask the question. Oh, unless you want the
It's
slide.
it's a minor point. So never mind. I'll withdraw the question.
We're almost there.
It's okay. I thought you might be able to jump to directly. This is now going to be painful now that it took so much time to get there. Actually, it was the next slide. It was the diagrams.
2 more forward.
So the question I had on this was that the channel structure includes fish, insects, a beaver, but no ducks. And so I'm wondering if that's omission on this slide.
That's a
I've been
really
sitting with that whole presentation.
That's a really excellent question. I will credit Johan Hogervorst with the Willamette National Forest for this slide. So I will, I have seen ducks in these projects. I will make sure to correct that omission.
Thank you so much.
I'll be sure to pass that feedback on to Johan.
Thanks for that, Jamie. Molly, you have a question?
I do. I really appreciated this presentation. I learned so much, so thank you for that. The question though is about the water temperature, and I suppose it's understandable that it's a shallower system so that it would be warmer, but I'm kind of trying to reconcile warmer waters with kind of the overall goal of trying to cool some of these waters. And where do you think the long-term projection would go? Is this going to be just one of the trade-offs that we have to make when we make stage zero restoration choices? Or do you think that there will be an opportunity to either think about the engineering at the next level and try to get this to also cool some of these waters?
I'll start with that. Appreciate that question, and I anticipated that question. And I'd answer it a couple different ways. So recall kind of the majority of the thermal imagery was taken within 1 or 2 years after project implementation. And so what you have there, this is a high disturbance event where we're taking heavy machinery in, removing vegetation to complete the project. What we've noticed at both sites is a high degree of swift revegetation from native plants. And so we're seeing willow, we're seeing cottonwood immediately respond to that raised water table. And so what I would suspect, and yet another reason to be able to go back and look at this for another 3 years, is that vegetation, that native vegetation, begin to have an effect on that surface water temperature over time. I think the other interesting piece here is trying to tease out and understand the importance and the variance between that daily max increasing and what that showed. It's quite there's a big variability in individual sites, especially when paired with the on the ground temperature surveys that showed anywhere from just a slight increase of less than a degree or like half a degree all the way up to 4 or more C. And comparing that with the increase in spatial heterogeneity, where you're having pockets of cool water and pockets of warmer water, and how important and what impact that has on the biological community. If you have that thermal refugia and warmer areas that are driving increased primary and secondary production, there is one theory of thought that actually might then be some ideal conditions for our native fish and other wildlife. I think it's an interesting question of whether you're actually, I guess it's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit more nuanced than just a straight trade-off, that there is some questions of kind of expanding the question or expanding the answer and expanding the question a little bit to a little bit broader approach of ecosystem function and biological response.
I'd love to add just a little bit to that. There was a paper that came out, it was either in 2022 or this year, called Warm Water Habitats for Cold Water Fishes. I don't know who the authors were, but I would agree with Jared that there are a couple different issues at play, and there are data that show that shallow, warm waters are more productive and that juvenile fish can grow faster in those areas. We also need the cold water refuges. And so when you're working with a single channel system that's degraded and has very limited habitat variability and no thermal heterogeneity, you have to have those cold temperatures for your adult fish and for your in-migrating adult salmon. When you have lots of thermal heterogeneity, ideally you can provide both. You can provide those cold refuges as well as those productive warm shallow areas for juvenile rearing. And I think the one other thing that I'll mention is I think one of the hypotheses underpinning stage 0 is that you are reconnecting to the hyporheic aquifer, and that there should be hyporheic exchange both within the channels as well as groundwater inputs. The stream gauges that we're installing on Waichus they measure specific conductivity, so that should provide information about whether we have more groundwater downstream of these projects than is coming into these projects. And that could start to provide information about that question about cold water inputs.
All right, any other questions or comments? I had a couple, when you first bought this, well, how many years ago did you bring this to us?
2019, so about 4 years ago, a little over 4 years.
I thought I got it, but today, you guys just both gave me some aha moments of really getting it. So I appreciate that. So yeah, you gave me some vocabulary that I'd not had before with stage 0. So I thank you, it was really helpful. And I assume you're sitting there for a reason.
Oh, I'm just here to look nice. I'm here for moral support.
I thought maybe you were going to give us the financial impacts or,
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. They know way more than I could ever imagine. But this comes from the quantifying outputs and outcomes line item in the spending plan. And it's just a unique opportunity where we can do targeted grant offerings to support projects like this that help advance the work of our stakeholders and inform future restoration actions.
I don't recall this ever coming to us before, has it, in a while?
Yeah, I mean, probably in.
So,
it's been a
yes, so in July of 19, it was first brought to you, and that was when we were talking about we envisioned funding this monitoring over 2 phases because we knew it was going to take a long time. We wanted the partners to learn from that first phase and then apply what they learned for the second phase of monitoring. And so that's when we brought it first in 2019. So it's been a while. And we did update you guys in July of 21, but again, it's been a while and you guys have packed agendas. So there's a lot for you to chew on each time we meet.
Thanks for cutting us some slack, Ken. All right, any other questions or comments on this agenda item? If not, I think I'm looking for a motion, please. Really, you don't want to go on break?
That's the incentive. I'll be happy to make a motion, Madam Chair. I move that the board award up to $470,000 for effectiveness monitoring for large-scale restoration projects in Waichus Creek and the South Fork Mackenzie River, with funds from the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item of the OWEB spending plan, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of April 25th, 2023.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Gary. Is there further discussion? I don't think we need roll call, do we? I feel like we have. I think
I meant to add that correction to the slide in the motion, but I'll leave it.
All right, hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Bye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. And oh my gosh, well, I'm going to get us right back on track. See you back here at 4:15.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, find your way to your seats, please. Oh my God. I mean, they're good, but oh, I'm with you.
Nicole?
All right, we are ready to start our next agenda item so we can wrap up our day. And we are moving on down to agenda item J, which is Teresa and Courtney. And you're going to talk to us about Partner Technical Assistance Grant Awards. All right, take it away.
All right, this is agenda item J. So it starts on page 442 of your ebook. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. So before I turn this over to Lisa, I just want to, Teresa, I was looking at Lisa. Before I turn it over to Teresa, there's a clear look of panic. I'm gonna wait. No, I'll wait. I got it. I want to touch briefly on Lisa's comments from her director's update this morning. So as Lisa mentioned, this is not proposed to be included in, this grant program is not proposed to be included in the 23-25 spending plan. And this is not a decision OWEB staff have taken lightly in our considerations. As I have said multiple times over the years, this is probably my favorite grant program at OWEB. But when we launched this grant program, staff really spent a lot of time with the grantees, with the local partners as they were developing their strategic action plans, as they were navigating decision-making. And with our current staffing structure, we don't have staff capacity to give that kind of care and attention to these grants. And so recognizing that, we have said this is one of the grant programs we would propose to pause, at least at the beginning of the biennium. And what we commit to doing is to continuing to have conversations around staff capacity. And when we rebalance the spending plan in July 2024, can come back to the board and have conversations whether at that time we feel like we could add money to the spending plan to restart this grant offering. The strategic action plan development is actually an eligible grant type under open solicitation technical assistance. So the space to actually develop strategic action plans is not lost to our local partners. They can still seek that through open solicitation TA. OWEB is very unique in offering partnership capacity to those local partners that have a strategic action plan. And that opportunity will be lost to apply for those types of grant funds, at least in the short term, while we're not offering this grant offering. And so I just want to address that, and I'll talk a little bit more about the organizational collaboration piece tomorrow when we're talking about the spending plan. And so with that, in orientation to the spending, to the staff report, attachment A is a map of the applications we received. Then we have the evaluations, and attachment C is the staff spending plan recommendation. And I also just want to recognize the group effort. Again, we're recognizing we haven't necessarily had the capacity for this program. Denise on staff and Amy actually facilitated the review team meeting. Teresa had drought and fire commitments at that time. I provided support, and then we've handed it off to Teresa to take it across the finish line. So again, really a group effort to support this really important grant offering, but just kind of recognizing that we are a little low on capacity. And also, unless anything came in last minute, we have no written or public or verbal public comment associated with this agenda item. And with that, I will share the screen and pass it to you. Introduce yourself. And I didn't share. You would think we've been doing this so many times. There we go. Share.
All right. Hi, thank you, Courtney, for the intro. My name is Teresa DeBartoleben. I'm a drought program specialist. And today, just going to
recap kind of what Courtney had mentioned and talk a little bit about the Partnership Technical Assistance Grant. So back in April of 2019, OWEB staff requested that the board reconsider changing the previous Partnership Capacity FIP grant program to the Partnership Technical Assistance Program. And then at the July 19 board meeting, the board allocated $1.5 million for the biennium to be split into 2 offerings. And then within those 2 offerings, there's the 2 programs here that are highlighted, the Partnership Development and then the Partnership Capacity. The Partnership Development Program really allows for the partnerships and to produce a strategic action plan or enhance one that they've already developed, as well as developing the governance documents that are needed for those partnerships. The Partnership Capacity Program is really to support an already developed strategic action plan with the coordination and implementation of those strategic action plans. And then for this grant cycle, the total request that came in was about $1 million for 4 capacity grants, 5 development grants, and a total of 9 applications were received. And then one thing we did want to highlight is that these applications are not required to address the board identified focused investment priorities and the significance to the state. They can essentially apply for any geography within the state. And then here's the map showing, and it's all in your packet as well, showing the applications that we received this grant cycle. And so there's the green dots are the grants that were recommended for funding. The red dots were the grants that fell below the funding line. And then the yellow dots, I'm sorry, let me pause there. Let me go back. So the green dots indicate that the projects were recommended for funding. The red dots indicate that the projects were recommended for funding but fell below the funding line. And then the yellow dots were not recommended for funding. All right, and so the review process is similar to the open solicitation process. And so the applications came in and we had a deadline of December of 2022. And then we had the review team meeting in February of this year. And the application came in and the technical review team provided comments on those. And they provided that to the OWEB staff. The evaluations were completed by OWEB staff, and then we made the recommendations to the board, and then for the board award decision today. Bubble diagram. As you all know, you've seen the bubble diagram. This is the evaluation criteria for the technical assistance grants, the stakeholder engagement, proposal clarity, organizational capacity, and technical soundness. And the 2 items that I did want to just highlight a little bit more is the stakeholder engagement. And with the partnership technical assistance grants, we really wanted to make sure that the appropriate stakeholders are engaged, and as well as within the organizational capacity, that they really have that proven track record within the capacity or within the partnership itself. And then one thing that I did want to highlight as well was that the climate considerations are they need to be included in any updated or developed strategic action plan. So we want to make sure that those were considered within the review of the applications. Okay, so I'm going to highlight 2 applications, one for development and then one for capacity. The first one is the Upper 10 Mile Lakes Restoration, and this is a development grant. And so this application will update their current strategic action plan, develop the government's documents, and then build on local capacity. The updated strategic action plan will support the coordinated implementation amongst the partners and secure funding and investments that is needed to restore coho habitat, as well as improve water quality in order to reduce the severity and the frequency of the harmful algal blooms within the lake. And then because this is a partnership grant, I did want to highlight the partners that are involved with this application. And those include 10 Mile Lake Basin Partnership, Confederate Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua and Sayusla Indians, Coos County, City of Lakeside, various state agencies, and then Cascade Pacific RC&D. All right, and then the next application is under capacity, and that's the Grand Ronde Restoration Partnership. So with this partnership, they already have a current FIP grant application, which is coming to an end. And so they're looking to seek additional capacity funding to carry out the remaining FIP. And then in addition, the funding will go to the Grand Ronde Model Watershed to continue to facilitate that partnership, and as well as update their current strategic action plan.
And then I do want to take a moment to identify the key objectives, and I have to read these because there's a lot of them and they're really important to highlight. And so they plan to increase salmonid carrying capacity, reduce juvenile mortality in the Grand Ronde Valley, reduce Chinook pre-spawn mortality, improve stream flow, and reduce water temperatures. And then one thing that's really important with this is that these partners, they're very engaged and they have a robust process for prioritizing, implementing, and then monitoring their efforts within that watershed. And again, the partners that are involved here is the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, Confederate Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation, ODF&W, U.S. Forest Service, Union SWCD, the Nez Perce Tribe, BOR, Bonneville Power Administration, Northwest Power, and Conservation Council. Go to the next slide. Okay, so for this grant cycle, these applications that came in support more than 50 organizations to collaborate and partner. They support engagement with 7 of the 9 federally recognized tribes, and then they'll develop, update, or implement 5 strategic action plans. All right, and this is the last slide. So for over the biennium, we had $1.5 million. And then so last year, the board awarded almost $800,000, and the staff recommended for this cycle is $640,000, and that will leave about $63,000 left in the program.
Questions? You asked us to be
Wow,
efficient.
I asked for a little quicker. I didn't think it was going to go that quick. So, thank you. I wasn't prepared. Was anybody? I was kind of like formulating some questions, but Jamie, you have questions or comments?
Yeah, question on this stepping back, and I really hear the limitation on resources, and how staff has gone above and beyond. I totally honor and respect that for a while, and carrying this water without being fully resourced, and how the funding is not lined up with proposed budget. I heard all that and understood that. The thing that I'm struggling with is that one of the board's stated goals, and this includes as part of our commitment to DEI, is to develop those non-traditional partnerships and really lean into working on developing those. And it seems to me that technical assistance grants, that non-traditional partners would need the most help in accessing and connecting with OWEB and our resources, and that those potential partners, and often non-traditional partners, would be some of the potential biggest beneficiaries of this. So the thing that concerns me or worries me is if we back off of this commitment, and I heard the complication to it, so I do understand that, but does this mean we're essentially changing that commitment to developing non-traditional partnerships just through lack of funding? I'm really struggling with that right now.
So I'll take a couple of questions. So I think I would first say, I think what I heard you say is OWEB's commitment to engaging with non-traditional partners. So I think Lisa and Stephanie are doing a phenomenal job engaging with, 3 new entities each quarter to continue OWEB's, learning and engaging with non-traditional partners. Our grantees are using various different avenues to engage with non-traditional partners. OWEB directly doesn't fund DEI efforts. It doesn't fall within the Measure 76. But as I've been reviewing the council capacity grant applications over the last month, many of our partners are seeking alternative funding sources to figure out what's the best way to engage with new non-traditional partners within their communities. And I'll be touching on that when I present the council capacity funding recommendations in July. What we're seeing through strategic action plan development, which is when they are writing a strategic action plan and engaging with partners across the watershed, those are still eligible through open solicitation. And what I've definitely heard through in conversations with Katie Duzick and Greg in Regions 1 and 4 is those tend to rank pretty highly because they are engaging to develop restoration actions and broad plans. I think where we are likely to have an impact on our grantees' ability to engage with non-traditional partners is through the stopping of the organizational collaboration grants, which we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow, which is a really unique grant offering where we do tend to see grantees trying to think outside the box and work with partners they wouldn't normally work with. And that is a place that I think we will see potentially more of a loss than through this partnership technical assistance grant offering.
Bruce, you have a question?
I do, thanks. Thank you. These are all great projects. I probably have heard this before, but I'm trying to understand which bucket we throw grants in, which grant grouping. Technical assistance, I tend to think of on the ground, scientific, but we've got the word partnership ahead of it. And as I read through the grants, some of them seem like they would be perfectly at home in capacity grants. So are partnership technical assistance grants a form of a capacity grant? Is, as we look at tomorrow, when we look at the spending plan, is this, even though it's a small, not a large amount at all, is this more of a capacity in the capacity group?
So great question. So if you were to look at your spending plan, which is on page 9 of the ebook, you'll see your buckets of open solicitation, focused investment, operating capacity, and other. So the partnership technical assistance grants do fall into the operating capacity bucket of your spending plan. When we talk about technical assistance, it's technical assistance rules that we use to evaluate these grants. Council capacity grants have council capacity grant rules that we use to evaluate them. The remainder of the grant types in this operating capacity grant category fall under our technical assistance grant rules. And so that's how we use that terminology. So sorry.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Courtney.
Molly, you have a question?
I do, and it's kind of a follow-up to actually what Jamie was saying as well, because I really like this program, and I think there's a lot of data here to be able to kind of mine. And in my head, this was always the program, at least, that helped to increase the accessibility of OWEB funding for smaller organizations or groups that just needed a little more support to get a package together. So I'm curious, before we actually kind of try to make a step to fully put a pause on this, if there is the opportunity to at least look at who has received these grants in the past and kind of look and see and evaluate whether the grants have been used to bring in more of the non-traditional partners or not. Like, is it fulfilling that role, or is that just an assumption that we have because it's in our heads? So I was just curious if there would be more data that we could bring to the table to discuss before we decide whether or not to pause it or how long it needs to be paused.
Those are definitely great questions. And we can definitely bring that data to the grants committee at the June grants committee meeting. During the operating capacity spending plan discussion tomorrow, I can probably give you a really quick overview because I've touched all of these grants at some point since they've been awarded. I can definitely speak to a chunk of the grants that fell below the funding line last review cycle were concerns that they weren't putting enough energy and effort into engaging with those non-traditional partners. And so one of the projects that's recommended for funding above the funding line this time was below last time, and they really did address that concern in the application, which was nice to see. And see our partners moving in that trajectory, but also recognizing that when we started this grant program, there was less of a focus on that. And it was more of a focus on probably engaging your traditional partners towards restoration outcomes. And I think we've seen a lot more encouragement from the board and progress from our grantees in engaging with a broader diversity of partners within their watershed. So we can bring that to the grants committee in June, and I can at least anecdotally speak to it tomorrow.
All right, any more questions? So we're not voting I mean, we're not talking about the getting rid today of just, you're just teeing us up for the potential. Okay. I just was like, I gotta read the motion.
This is just forwarding,
Okay.
funding the ones recommended.
Thank you. Okay. I was just making sure that we were not taking action on that too, because it sounds like we would like more conversation around that topic. That's what I'm hearing from my fellow board members. Question for me. Did somebody have their hand up? Sorry, I can't see that far. Yes, Kelly, you have a question?
I do, yeah. So since we're talking about this funding opportunity potentially going away, we did have some applicants that were not funded, recommended not funding, or fell below the funding line this time. So if those folks wanted to resubmit to OWEB, would they go under the open solicitation technical assistance grants, or where would these folks reapply in the future?
Great question. So we have two specific applications below the funding line that are resubmittals from last time. The Wasco application and the IV Frog were submitted last time, were do not funds last round and fell below the funding line. As Teresa said, we do have a little bit of money left, but it's not enough to fund either one of those projects, which is why we drew the line. Both of them propose development of strategic action plans. Those actions would be eligible under the open solicitation technical assistance grants. And I know both Greg and Mark are willing to work with these applicants if they aren't funded to talk about an approach for submitting applications through open solicitation.
Okay.
And then the additional one that was a do not fund, Rogue Basin Partnership, that one did have some concerns. It was to refresh a strategic action plan, similar to the Grand Ron and Curry applications that were recommended for funding. And the review team felt like it was missing a lot of key details that were necessary to understand what had been accomplished and how the existing strategic action plan had been used, and how they would be updating the strategic action plan, who would be involved, and the timeline felt unrealistic.
Okay. So for the Rogue Basin Partnership, could they address some of the concerns and then reapply in the open solicitation as well?
That is correct, yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Just thinking ahead for where these are going to go. So.
Any other questions, comments? So do you feel that if, the conversation is going to continue on this particular grant offering, do you feel that moving forward that the ones that fell above the funding line, would you put them in open solicitation if this grant offering wasn't here?
So some of them are more capacity focused and some of them are strategic action plan focused. So those that would align with strategic action plan development would definitely align with open solicitation.
Okay.
But again, as I said at the beginning, the capacity piece is something very unique to OWEB that is not offered by very many other funders. And then we initiated that to fill a gap that we recognized and found through the partnership learning project that we did. And as I said, it's not lightly that I brought to Lisa and the executive team that I thought we needed to pause this in order to make sure that we're providing good customer service to our grantees.
Jamie?
Sorry, one more question on that. I know we're going to continue the discussion, but I had asked earlier about other types of programs we're going to refer people to. Is that what also going to be discussed tomorrow, or is that part of a future conversation? Like the EPA grant that was mentioned, for example, this morning.
I think we can touch on it a little bit tomorrow. I'd be more comfortable doing some discussions with executive team and partners and talking at the June grants committee meeting.
Sorry, and just to follow up to that, if we're not on that committee, should we plan on attending, or is that something that's going to come back to the full board? Because I wouldn't want that to kind of fall away from all yours just because it's assigned to one committee.
We can definitely make sure we send the staff report ahead of time to the full board, and At the July board meeting, when the board adopts its spending plan, I anticipate there will be some follow-up conversation about both this and organizational collaboration grants.
Got it. Thanks.
I'm reading the room correctly.
And then quickly, Jamie, you can always listen to the grants committee too. If you can't attend the particular grants meeting, you can always go back and listen to it to hear the conversation that happens in that committee. So I look forward to continuing that conversation. I know this is really not what we're supposed to be talking about, but my concern is, just with that 7 out of the 9 recognized tribes are part of the funding today. And that to me just leads me of concern, just knowing that fact with just two applications that we are going to recommend to funding today. So I just thought that was, didn't you say 7 of the 9 in these 2 applications?
No, in the ones recommended for funding.
Right. No, but if this grant offering was to go away, I mean, I just think that's a big number for 2 grants. So I just want to put that on public out there. So, all right, Mark.
I move the board partnership technical assistance grants as shown in attachment C to the partnership technical assistance grant award staff report.
All right, is there a second? Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mark, seconded by Lindsay. Is there further discussion? I think we still have the same amount of people here, so we don't need to do roll call. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Sorry, it was 5 grants. I had 2 in my brain. Sorry, for some reason.
It's okay. I was going to follow up with you.
It is the end of the day. Did you want to? Okay. All right. So this, I had keyed us up for our last agenda item that we added on to other business. After at a break, Dan and I had chatted about the written on the grant, the committee updates where we had the grant committees, and we thought that it would be a good opportunity to tee us up for tomorrow, just about from our last grant committee meeting. Dan and I are co-chairs, but I am passing the baton to you on this one.
Okay. And it's kind of relevant to the conversation we just had too, which is I'm still relatively new to the board, and you show up once a quarter, right? And you're still trying to figure out how all this stuff works. And so the grants committee is a committee of the board, and I was just wondering about how the committees are supposed to interact with the board. And so just as an example, what we were talking about that we didn't report out during the committee reports is, one of the decisions tomorrow is about the council and the district operating capacity funding and the staff recommendations for adjusting that. And the committee talked about that, and we were all like unanimously in favor of the staff recommendation. And my question during that break was like, is that kind of information that we should be sharing to the full board during these meetings or not? It was just a question.
So is that something you guys would want to know before the spending plan, that the grants committee, just supported it and would bring it forward? Or, just as a recommendation from the grants committee?
I'm trying to think, didn't we include that in the written report that we submitted today?
The written report basically said that we talked about these things during the grant committee, but it didn't actually say like whether or not we concluded anything.
Okay. So you're saying maybe a little bit more discussion?
I'm just saying I didn't know like if that was information that we should be proactively bringing to the full board or not.
Well, I'm purposely all for full disclosure of everything. If somebody thinks they want to hear about it, we should make sure everybody hears about it.
Yeah.
Lisa.
So I would just add, staff are trying to cross over between committees as well and report back and forth between them. So we're doing some of that, but it probably doesn't go into the detail that you were thinking. So I think we're doing everything we can to make sure things are cross-pollinating, but if there's a need to bring things back more directly. And this meeting, we did written reports only because today was so full and tomorrow is so full, and we were trying to keep us on track and on time.
Oh, yeah.
Meg, I'm sure Lisa just took your comment away. 'Cause your hand went down.
Yeah, no, I was going to interject a comment. Well, I will, which is that when the board as a whole is struggling with a decision, I would definitely be interested in the thinking of the committee members who, presumably, I'd also want to know for sure if the committee had not been in favor of what the staff proposed, but I just don't see that happening, basically. So I guess I would be interested though, when we are in the agenda item, to hear from the committee members, because you guys have had but the committee would have had more time and more in-depth conversation probably. So it's just my 2 cents.
Bruce?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the desire to move forward expeditiously and just go with the written reports. But this was the first board meeting that I've been at where the committee chairs weren't asked to give the report. I think it would be appropriate to ask the committee chairs if they want to, or co-chairs, if they want to add anything to the written report, rather than just saying we're only going to do the written report. That gives us the opportunity. Dan could expand on what he wanted, if he felt it was important. Jamie might find it important. So I think that's a courtesy we should extend.
And Bruce, that's exactly what inspired my discussion with Barbara, because she did ask us. And I just wasn't sure if that was something that was important to bring up. Because again, I'm just still trying to figure out that communication between the committees and the boards. So probably I should have just threw it out there automatically. And
Next time, do it.
yeah, okay.
Lisa, did you have anything you want to add? Okay. All right. Jamie?
Just to say one thing procedurally, this also starts to ask the question of, and we've actually, within our committee, grappled a little bit with what are the specifics of the role and the expectations of the board has of the committees. But what you're essentially saying is then committees are open then to make formal recommendations to the board. And so that I will just say that it may be worth putting some thought into a discussion about what exactly is the role that the board is asking of committees. Is it just to do a deeper dive on things? Is it to have a few eyes on something before it comes up to the board, or is it actually to make formal recommendations? So it's potentially opening up a little bit of a, it's reopening the discussion. And then I also think to Bruce's point about process, we used to have a committee of the committee chairs that would reflect on some of these ideas, what would be elevated to the board or not, of what was being discussed during the committees. And that went away. It was seen as kind of a redundant step. But then it takes away some of the board members' ability to weigh in on some of the decisions made about how what goes into the agenda and how things are elevated. And so this may, if more things come up, it may be worth revisiting the conversation about what's being asked of committees and what's being expected of committees in their respective roles. And I think anyway, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Jamie. Lisa?
So thank you for the conversation. This is helpful. We will take this into consideration in future board meetings to make sure that we get enough time for report outs, at least from the chairs. And Jamie, to your point in terms of what's being asked of the committees, we definitely can do a deeper dive. The good news is because we are public noticing and the meetings are public now, it makes it easier to work through some of those things.
Well, and I think for today's agenda, just that it was so full that we are just like, let's do written unless somebody wants something really important to bring up. But I do feel like maybe this particular meeting, grants would have been inappropriate to have that discussion because we're so heavy in the grant awards. So maybe not all three committees, maybe we just kind of pick depending on how heavy the agenda is towards that particular committee, and still do written, but we have time to talk about that. So thanks, Dan, for bringing it forward. Awesome. All right, anything else for the good of the order? Any housekeeping thing? Anything?
So housekeeping, in terms of dinner with the board, Stephanie and I are doing informal dinner with the board tonight, for those of you who want to go, or if you want to have dinner on your own, that's fine too. The staff are going to do a little bit of a celebration for Sue. So we'll fend for ourselves. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
Very big.